The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The nation's best takes center stage at the American Cup in St. Louis. The exciting new format has players jazzed to razzle and dazzle us with their creative play. Irina Krush came ready to tango, claiming victory and setting up a do-or-die game for opponent Begim Tokhirjonova. Tactical draws were on the docket for the remaining leaders, but it was kill or be killed in the elimination bracket. 4 players were sent packing, with Sam Shanklin surviving a playoff to stay alive in the event. The verdicts are final, but the show must go on. Day 4 of Amazing Chess coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 4 of the 2023 American Cup, held at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start today in front of the Chase Park Plaza Hotel, where the players are housed throughout all of these events. Well, it's been a fantastic event so far, filled with thrills and spills. Let's go to the studio and start today's action with Yasser and Joe.
We welcome you to St. Louis, Missouri, the capital of chess in America. This is Day 4 of the 2023 American Cup from the St. Louis Chess Club. Hello and a big warm welcome from the St. Louis Chess Club studio. I'm Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be calling the action with the one and only Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Jovi, it's been wonderful. You and Cristian have been great, but the games themselves have been excellent.
They've been fantastic, haven't they?
I'm loving it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage. Well, it's been a struggle for the players in the open section to win a single classical game. Not true for one Irina Krush, whose performance can be summed up in 3 words. Jovi?
Fabulous.
3 out of 3 as she is storming the women's bracket. Let's take a look at the women's bracket. Jovi, do the honors.
Deeper, and it was an absolutely thrilling day yesterday. We saw that Irina Krush was absolutely dominant against Tokhirjonova. And that means that Tokhirjonova is in a must-win situation today. She has to take it with the white pieces to take it to playoffs. On the other hand, it was a very tense day for Naji Paikidze and Alice Lee. You have to remember, she's just 13 years old, Alice. And today, there will be everything to play for. A draw takes them to the playoffs, but whoever wins will remain in the championship bracket.
And in the elimination bracket?
In the elimination bracket, it got tense. But in the end, it was Tatev Abrahamyan who actually made it through, as did Atusa Pokashian, and both of them are awaiting their opponents from the champions bracket to drop down.
And speaking of the champions bracket, how about in the open section?
In the open section, oh, it is so close. I mean, you kind of said it there, yes. These guys are not winning a game because the margins are so tight. We saw Hikaru, Nakamura and Leinier Dominguez draw, and Wesley and Fabiano Caruana also drew in a tense game. Now it's going to be up to the players with the white pieces to pile on the pressure, or it's going to be a playoff.
Absolutely. And in the elimination bracket, Jovi?
Oh, it was. I mean, if we were talking about excitement, if we were here, it got special because Levon Aronian defeated Sam Sevian in a just very effortless format. And then we saw Sam Shanklin take it from Ray Robson, and this one went all the way to the Blitz playoffs. But in the end, Sam Shanklin just showed that he had all those preparations up his sleeve.
Wonderful, and we're very fortunate to have in studio our good friend Cristian to tell us about the highlights we can expect for today. Good to see you, Cristian.
Good to see you guys. Great to be back, and what a marvelous performance by Sam Shankland. You were mentioning Jovi yesterday in that critical matchup with Ray Robson in the elimination bracket to stay in the tournament. Last year it was Ray Robson that stayed in the tournament. This year it is Sam Shankland. But let's take a look. As the elimination bracket gets a rest, let's take a look at what's happening in the champions bracket. Well, we do have that big clash between, well, the rating favorite going into this event, Hikaru Nakamura, against the very tough to beat Leinier. Dominguez. Leinier will have the white pieces in today's matchup, and as he told us yesterday in the interview, he will try to pile on the pressure on his marvelous opponent. As we can see, 1 win, 1 loss, and 13 draws. These guys are inseparable. Let's take a look at the second match in the champions bracket. Of course, that is the big clash between Wesley and Fabiano Caruana. Yesterday, Fabiano, I have to say, came with some interesting opening preparation, but Wesley neutralized that and in fact got a better position. Well, he took the easy way out and forced a draw after a transition into the endgame. Nevertheless, with the white pieces today, he will be trying to pile on the pressure on his illustrious opponent. 4 wins, 4 losses, and 27 draws. And take a look at that. There he is, Fabiano Caruana, the defending champion, as we are entering this year's edition. And we can see the 2 arbiters there, Chris Bird and Judith Starai, as well. Wesley following closely behind. And in the ladies section, we have the dominant Irina Krush, the only grandmaster in the event. Well, she started off this tournament blazing hot, 2-0 against Tatev Abrahamian, and scored a crushing victory against Tokhirjonova yesterday. She will have to defend to win the match with the black pieces today. Let's take a look at their head-to-head as we are entering this second day of their match. 3 wins for Irina Krush, no losses, and 2 draws. And in fact, 2 of those wins have arrived at the American Cup. Last year, she won 1 of their matches. This year, she started off with an important victory. And the other match that we have in store for you is this big clash between the 13-year-old Alice Lee against the 2-time US champion Naji Paikidze. 1 win, no losses for Alice Lee, and yesterday's draw. Guys, we have a lot of classical chess, but potentially also we will have playoffs later on today to see who's going to go on to the next round.
A lot of highlights indeed, but I had a hiccup. I forgot to ask you, what about the format for these double elimination
Well,
event?
let's remind ourselves, because there are indeed 2 different formats for the different brackets. In the champions brackets, the players are playing a classical game of 90 minutes plus 30-second increments. It's in the elimination bracket, when you're on your last life, so to speak, there things get really, really spicy, because you're playing only 2 rapid games of 25 minutes plus 10-second increment. And there's also a lot of money in the pot with a $300,000 prize fund.
And our schedule.
Yes, and as we know, the players in the elimination bracket are actually taking a well-deserved rest today, so all the focus will be on the championship bracket. And there we're going to see 1 classical game, and if the match is tied, we are going to see playoffs where things get fast, they get furious, they get fun, and there'll be 2-game rapid playoffs, 10 minutes plus 5 seconds.
Wonderful, as we see the players getting ready for battle. Leinier Dominguez with the white pieces today against the top seed, Hikaru Nakamura. And like we've been seeing, I mean, it's really hard for these players to overcome what I could only describe as really great defense, sterling defense. Yesterday, Hikaru did manage to win a pawn, but the fortress that Leinier set up was great.
Yeah.
There was no breaking through. So even that extra pawn wasn't enough for Hikaru. Let's see if they'll go into playoffs.
But another thing that we've seen yesterday is also that these players can create chances with the black pieces. Wesley defended nicely. Sure, maybe Fabiano took some unnecessary risks in the opening, but if the player with the white pieces does that, then the player with the black pieces definitely has the power to potentially get the advantage.
Exactly. And then, of course, in the lady section, Begim is the only player with her back to the wall.
Yes.
She must win, as you both have explained. And this matchup, again, Alice Lee came into this match 2-0, and the victory she had achieved with the black pieces was described as a 2,800 tournament performance. It was a remarkable. Her accuracy was off the chart.
Yeah, I mean, what can we say? She's just 13 years old. Big, big talent, big hope for American future. And there we see Irina Krush getting ready. Now, I have to say one thing in Nagi's favor is that she's actually come to this tournament incredibly well prepared. She's been springing the surprises. She plays in a very active, aggressive style. And someone who is also promised us that they're going to be in an aggressive mood is Irina, as she faces Begim, who is in a must-win situation, playing with the white pieces.
She did say that she will match fire with fire. If Begim decides to be ultra aggressive with the white pieces, well, she can do that as well.
And I do believe they're off as the arbiter, chief arbiter.
Are we
Chris
seeing a
Bird.
Sicilian by Hikaru?
We are seeing a Sicilian.
That is unexpected.
Right.
Okay.
And Leinier kind of just like, okay,
Let's
no
tango.
Berlins, no Joko pianos. Okay, knight c6 is a kind of a prelude to the Sveshnikov, or are we going to see a Rossolimo?
Or Rossolimo.
Yeah, no.
D4, okay.
Okay.
Well, Leinier, what I like about him is that
Yes.
he's a man of principle. You know,
Yes.
he really believes in his openings. He says, "I've done the hard work. Come test me." And now he's not afraid of going into open Sicilians. Knight takes knight. Are we going to see e5 on the board?
Yes, we have.
Not a Sveshnikov yet, potentially a Kalashnikov.
That's
so,
how I call it as well, Kalashnikov.
Yes.
Is that the actual name of it? Or-
Yes.
Yes,
That is,
Kalashnikov.
the name
Yeah,
of it, right?
d7, d6. So without the inclusion of knight f6 and knight c3, we call this the Kalashnikov. So the subtle difference, if I can, I can put it like that, is black has not played the move knight f6 and knight c3 yet. The difference is, so for example, white now has this opportunity of playing the move c2, c4, and the difference is that black hasn't stepped in front of his pawn with his knight, and sometimes the move f7, f5 can lead to, let's say, very, very sharp play. This is one of those openings, Cristian, that I want to say the better prepared player usually comes out on top.
No, absolutely. And it does seem like Hikaru definitely had this one in store before the event. Probably prepared it at home for many, many days with his second Chris Littlejohn, and Sam Shankland was mentioning this as well. It's very important that they study before the event a certain particular opening. Sam Shankland did that with the Berlin defense, and we could see how big the difference was between his understanding and Ray Robson's understanding of the opening. And this is probably what Hikaru is banking on in this game. This is a surprise, of course. Knight to f6, knight to c3, and then e5, and going into the Sveshnikov is the typical way to play this. But as you were mentioning, Yasser, that knight is not yet on f6. I'm going to be able to maybe play bishop to e7, bishop to e6, then f5. Knight 1 to c3, no c4. So this is asking a clear question. Let's see. a6 followed by b5. Push the knight to d5. And how are you going to attack that knight? With bishop to e6? There,
No
yes,
b5.
Bishop to
No
e6.
b5, yeah.
No b5, bishop to e6.
Still the knight is not on f6. Still f5 is lingering in the position.
Well, the difference between playing b5 and not is crystal clear. When you play the move b5 and you're threatening b5, b4, you're forcing the knight to the d5 square. When you haven't played b5, this offside knight on a3 is given the chance to jump to c4. And I always thought, probably it's old think, that it's a mistake to allow, it's a mistake by black, to allow white the opportunity of playing knight c4, but maybe the latest and greatest in opening theory says that's not the case. Cristian, drill down on the position. What would happen after knight c4?
There's no latest and greatest. It's just the latest and greatest in how strong the engines actually are. And this is what we're seeing right now. New engines popping up on the market and just giving us a completely different assessment of certain positions that previously we thought, sure, they are much better for white. You're not supposed to allow this knight to c4, knight to e3 idea, because then you're going to control both very, very important squares, d5 and f5, and that's going to give white a clear advantage. And sure, that's what the encyclopedia was saying. That's what the rather newish engines are saying. But the ones that came up, like Stockfish 15, maybe a month ago, who knows? Maybe Hikaru took that engine, started analyzing with it, let it go to quite deep into the position, and understood that it's not that bad. And we're seeing that phenomenon with a lot of openings nowadays. Pretty much anything can be played if you go deep enough into the variation. And this is exactly what Hikaru is doing right now. Knight to c4, b5, knight to e3 seems to be the main line. Then most likely you will be going with the knight to f6, and after bishop to d3 to defend the pawn on e4, because I have a threat. I'm threatening to go b4, and then the pawn on e4 is going to be unprotected. If you do go bishop to d3, then I haven't played bishop e7 yet, so I have the extra option, once again, extra options everywhere to play the move g6. I'm sure Hikaru knows this. Hikaru knows his opening preparation very, very well, as we will see in just a second. Knight to c4. Wait, what's happening? It seems like Chris Bird is there. A light went out over their board, and it seems like they're going to try to fix that before they restart the game. Perhaps Chris Bird just stopped the clock for the moment.
Yeah, slight shade on the position. I remember, I think it was Curacao. The candidates where the lights went out, they stopped the clock, and it was something like Bobby was thinking.
There we go.
There we go.
We're back in business.
Back in business. Bobby was thinking, and his opponent complained that Bobby's thinking, so his clock should be ticking. And Bobby said, like, yeah, okay, go ahead, start the clock.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Rook to b8.
Whoa, whoa, what?
This is what I'm telling you. I mean, who would have thought about this move, rook to b8, 10 years ago? Rook to b8.
Is that a novelty?
No,
No,
it's not a
played
novelty.
before.
It's not a novelty.
That's
it was played
remarkable.
before.
I mean, if somebody had played rook b8 50 years ago, they would have said, dude, you know, like, what's wrong with you? That's like what kind of move is that? You're not paying attention to the d5 square, knight to d5, and you're getting killed, you know. Wow, rook to b8. Break that one down for us, because I don't.
I'll need a few minutes to break this one down, because I'm not even sure what's happening. It has been played before. Now, I was looking through the games and through the names of the players playing this with the black pieces, and I see some very enterprising players. One of them is Dubov. Dubov, we know he has enterprising ideas in the opening. And I remember Hikaru and Dubov played a lot of matches online in like Chess24, the Champions Chess Tour, and things of that nature. And I remember their clash in the Dragon, if I'm not mistaken, and Dubov was coming with some very intriguing ideas, some rook e8 moves later on, and move 20 in the Dragon, and getting very good results against Hikaru. So maybe he got some inspiration from that, and right now we're seeing that play out. This move, rook to b8, Dubov was playing. Makshudulu is a big proponent of this idea, Adiban as well. So it has definitely been tried at the elite level, and it does seem to work. Rook to b8, I would assume, is going to try to support the push of the b pawn. You can go a4, and now we understand why rook to b8 might help in the future, because b5 later on. I still feel that I have to put my king to safety first before I start going b5 and expand on the queen side. If I don't do that, that king on e8, I mean, you're so far behind in development on the king side, you're going to have problems. So go knight f6, go g6, bishop g7, castle, and then at the right moment, you're going to play this move b5 and try to expand on the queen side. Bishop to e3 is also a move in the position, and now once again, we understand the usefulness of the rook on b8. After b5, there's no more knight to b6. Knight to b6 followed by knight to d5. So you have to drop back to d2. We don't have a move yet. He's still thinking, Leinier, that is, he probably will be thinking for quite a while, try to remember his opening preparation. This is one of those lines that you don't actually look at it almost at all,
Sure.
right?
It's
Maybe
such
you
a
analyze
side
it
variation.
once every 5 years, 7
Right.
years, whatnot. You've analyzed it back in 2015, and now you're trying to remember what the engines back in those days were saying, or your seconds.
Right. The first move that kind of comes to my mind, I appreciate your bishop e3 and bishop e3 and knight b6 to control the b6 square. It's like the knight on c4 is not going to take this pawn on d6. It's just not.
No.
So knight e3. So I moved I shifted. How you like me? How you like me? Nine. I've shifted my knight from a3 to e3, which is usually what white really aspires to, and I've got you to play rook b8, which I don't know how useful that move is. So after knight e3, I'm assuming knight f6?
Yes.
And I want to do something a little bit different. I want to control the d5 square from afar. I'd like to play the move g3 with the idea of bishop g2, castles. One day I'm going to sink my knight in on the d5 square. Maybe I'm going to tease you and play for f4. Is this theory still? I'm assuming it is.
With the move g3, I'm not 100% sure, yes.
245.
Knight to e3, knight f6,
Yeah,
bishop d3, and you said...
Nothing underneath the sun. Nothing new under the sun. I went g3.
You want to play
G3.
g3. You don't want to do that.
G3 is definitely a move.
Well, 245 games.
No. 22 games have been played.
22
in
games.
this. Yes, 22 games have been played in this position,
and I can
and
see
the main move is h5.
Christian.
H.
I was thinking that black would just continue normal.
Right.
But no, h5, of course.
So this is what I'm thinking. This move, rook to b8,
Yes.
doesn't really damage my position at all. It gets ready to not be attacked by ideas of bishop to e3, knight to b6. And also, I guess, over that move b5, it has the advantage that the pawn on b5 is not going to be a target later on. So white will not have ideas of potentially weakening black's structure on the queen side with the move a4. This is my guess, and this is why I'm saying that, because the main line goes like this. Knight to f6 after knight to e3, and then let's say bishop to d3. Okay. Right now, the best move according to the engine is rook to c8. So you play the rook to b8, then you play rook to c8, obviously focusing on the square c4, maybe knight to a5, knight to c4 is an idea, knight to b4 to grab this bishop on d3 as well could be an idea, and you're not overexpanded on the queen side with that pawn on b5. There's no a4, there's no weaknesses on the queen side. This is what I think black's idea behind this rook to b8 is.
So it's like a waiting move, so to speak.
It's just giving the move, yes, making a semi-useful move to not weaken my position with the move b5, also not show my hand. Will I put the knight on f6? Will I play f5 later on? This is the type of dance that's been going on right now in the opening phase.
Well, it's funny that you use this word, not to weaken my position. The move b7, b5 could weaken the structure in the sense that a4 may occur. But oftentimes in the Sveshnikov, the move b5 is a very useful weapon.
That's right.
In terms of keeping the white knights, under control, and oftentimes b5, b4 comes as counterplay. You say rook b8 doesn't weaken the position, but I would argue it is a wasted move. You have an opportunity of doing something useful, like knight f6 or bishop e7. Instead, you played rook b8, and then 3 moves later, you said, oh, I'll play rook c8. So I would say, hey, dude, you're just wasting your ply.
This is how I'm seeing it.
Go. Yeah,
so
please.
if you play bishop e7, you no longer have g6, bishop g7. So you took away that option.
I lose the
from
option.
yourself.
Right.
If you play knight f6, you no longer have the option of playing f5.
That's
so
true.
that takes away something as well. This move, rook to b8, doesn't really take anything away from your position either, right?
But
and we've seen
loss.
that. Rook to b8, maybe some next move you're going to play rook to c8. So
Right.
it just seems like one of those semi-useful moves.
Okay, intriguing.
Very intriguing, yes.
We'll definitely keep a close eye on this. Let's just
Can we
please.
check out the game between Wesley and
Let's do it.
Fabiano Caruana? Because
So this, once again, is the Nimzo Indian Classical with Queen
interestingly
C2.
enough, Wesley opened up with D4 pawn. You know,
Yes.
because I always like to see and observe how these top players start the game.
Exactly.
A lot of the time is E4, but I think he was like, no, I don't want to face Fabi's Petrov defense one more
Right.
time. I'm instead going to go into D4 and challenge there. Because Ray Robson in the Fabiano Caruana Ray Robson game did manage to get a slight pull.
This particular move order by Wesley with the whole Queen A4 check, followed by Queen to C6, was to induce Black to play the move Queen D7. The idea is that the Queen is worse on the D7 square than on the D8 square because principally you're stepping in the Knight's path. The square is occupied. Having said that, to my eyes, the way of taking advantage of the fact that the Queen is no longer on D8 and the Knight cannot be supported by its colleague is you want to play the move Bishop G5. I have seen Garry Kasparov playing H2, H4, and other kind of crazy things, but this move Bishop G5 followed by Rook C1 would be the move that gets my attention. And after Bishop G5, strangely enough, a lot of the games that are in our database, Black ignores the double pawns on the king side. Says, go ahead if you want to play bishop takes f6. I'm not concerned by that, and c7, c5 is the main move there. Shall we have a look at the ladies?
Definitely. And so let's start off with Irina Krush, because she's been very impressive in this tournament so far, starting off with 3 decisive games.
Here we are.
And
yes, indeed, Irina has been magnificent. Okay, this is a Queen's Gambit accepted from a very clever little move order. So after the move A7, A6, if we see the move D2, D4, we could transpose into the game between Wesley So and Fabi from yesterday. She played bishop E2.
but this bishop E2,
I guess she's anticipating that she will be able to play A4 against an immediate B5. So Irina said, okay, I'll play knight C6, D4, and it transposes into
into one of these
isolated queen pawn positions.
Yeah, I was going to say. And those games are actually quite difficult for both sides to play, I have to say.
Exactly.
Because after pawn takes pawn,
Yep.
obviously you're going to capture back with, I would take with the
pawn,
pawn.
yes.
You know, and also Begim is in a must-win situation, so
Keep the pieces
keep
on
the
the board.
pieces on the board.
Right.
And
It's funny that you say pawn takes pawn, because of course that is the old English descriptive, right?
all right, how do you say it?
C takes D4, E takes D4. Because pawn takes pawn is the old, when you're writing down your move, you don't go pawn takes
Are
pawn.
you telling everyone
No,
that
no,
I'm
no,
old?
no. I was raised on the descriptive notation. Algebraic was tough to make the transition. A lot of my score sheets featured both bishop takes bishop and bishop takes f6.
It's interesting because when I first started playing chess, I was using the descriptive notation, and it was only until when I played in the World
tournament.
Girls Under 10 Championship a long time ago.
Yeah.
They saw my score sheet and said, "Goodness me, what on earth is this woman or this girl doing?"
Right.
And then they said, "Please, can you use the algebraic?" And then my father came and he said, "Okay,
Explained
here's how to do it."
Okay, but yeah, C takes D4, E takes D4, and we have an isolated queen pawn. Then this particular case, bishop E7. I'm not a fan of the bishop being on E2. I understand you want to keep the pieces on the board, but is the bishop the most effective square? I'd say no.
I would also say no as well. But then, take a look at this light square bishop that Black has, C8. It's not going to get out.
For a while.
For a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen ways that you can get it out by bishop D7, bishop C6, weakening with B5. carries an element of risk.
Yep.
Obviously, that is the dream. If you can get away with it, please do it. But
B5, bishop B7, exactly so.
And perhaps this is why that bishop on E2 will play an active role, because I can transfer it to F3 really quickly.
Yeah.
So maybe after B5, I have ideas of knight to E5 immediately. So you can take, and then... Also, after you take on D4, I have the option of taking with the knight on D4.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that one, Cristian. I'll be honest.
It's a move. It has been played. I was
Okay.
checking that basis. Both of them have been played. But the idea behind bishop to E2 is clear, that you want to potentially put that bishop on F3 on the long diagonal and stop black from easily playing this B5 followed by bishop to B7, which is ideal setup if they manage to do so.
I noticed, by
He
the
took on
way...
D4, so we're going to get an answer as to what she's going to take back. With.
While Irina was thinking, I know there's also a way for black here actually to kind of slow play the position with a move queen c7.
Yeah.
The idea is you're basically saying to white, it's your turn. What would you like to do in this position? Would you like to capture? Well, in this case, then you're not, you haven't done anything. And queen c7 is one of those useful tempi. Do you want to play h3? Well, eventually I will capture on d4. So it's like, what's your most useful move after the move queen c7? Irina didn't do that. She captured quickly e takes and bishop e7. And I would say we're on familiar ground. You know, that it's an isolated queen pawn. Bishop e2, well, that's not going to decide the game one way or another.
I don't think so. I mean, if I have to pick a side, I would probably pick white, because I quite like the idea, as Cristian indicated, of just reinforcing the protection of d4 and jump in with the knight to e5. And again, ask the question, how are you going to develop your light squared bishop? And I can see some big names.
It came up on our screen. I see
some Artemiev against Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, bishop d7. Again, the bishop has no great shakes on the square d7, but slowly, you know, you kind of want to play knight b4 and bishop c6.
Big names, but also Begim has played this game before.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Good.
I just saw her name there. She played it, I believe it was 2022, May of 2022.
Oh.
So not a long time ago. With bishop e3, she followed, I believe castle was the move played by her opponent, and then she followed it up with rook to c1.
Right.
Rook to c1, knight to b4, as you were mentioning, Yasser. She did lose that game, so perhaps she will have some sort of improvement
In mind,
over her previous game in mind.
Exactly.
Let's wait and see. She played the move a3.
A3. Well, there you go. That does stop the move that we were just looking at, the rerouting of the knight. The weakness of the isolated queen pawn isn't so much the fact that the pawn itself is weak, as so much that it can't attack the square in front of it. So
but
oftentimes
a3 also
blockading.
allows black one extra tempo and allows her to potentially go, sure, castle, let's say first.
Okay.
You go bishop to e3 to defend the pawn on d4.
Okay.
And finally, now I have time to go b5.
To
Get
b5.
the setup that I really want. b5 followed by bishop to b7.
So that after knight here, you'll play bishop b7.
Perhaps bishop b7 and then rook to c8. Just defend the complex as it is right now.
Intriguing. We'll keep an eye on this one as it's on a slow boil as for the moment. And let's jump to the game of Alice Lee and Naji, because
This one's turning out to be a big strategical battle.
exactly the Slav defense with knight h, very, very topical stuff that the ladies are playing.
Definitely. And after rook c8,
I
c5.
I love this move c4 c5 because I've always loved long, complex, strategic fights. And this move c5 kind of lays down a gauntlet, and it says, I'm capturing space on the queen side. Try your best. Do something against me. If you do nothing, I will continue to expand with b4, bishop e2, castles, and eventually one day I'll get in b5.
Yeah.
So you're virtually required as black to either go hog wild on the king side, you know, g5, g4, and get your space, or to break in the center with e6, to e5. I like this decision, c5, rather than rook d1 or some of the other, you know, crafty little moves. But sometimes you just got to take the bull by the horns and say, this is what I'm playing for. What are you doing?
I agree with you. I mean, the White's position carries a lot of poison because, like you've indicated, I mean, if White gets in, I was told many years ago, if you just get an f4, b4, you're, and the words were, winning.
And White
you
to play and
can
win.
have some adventures along the way, but ultimately you're winning.
So then the question becomes, do you play for e5 right away? And if you do play for e5, you know, again, it's sort of like, what is your follow-up? You're not frightening me necessarily by taking the pawn. And if you say, okay, you got your queenside play, I've got my center play, I say, well, your center's not bothering anybody. Exactly. I don't have a knight.
You don't have a king. That's just stranded rather on the king side. Instead, you can just live with the king in the middle, and bulldoze over there.
Let's go with the pawn attack. Okay, that's a very nice game. We'll keep an eye on both of these as we return to the open section. And indeed, Wesley did play the move bishop g5. And c5 came quickly, d4 takes c5, and rook c8. Also, I noted that rook c8, instead of the immediate c5, has also been played. So I guess they're transpositional.
Yes.
Now, in this case, sorry, please.
Yeah, no, I was just going to indicate the clock times are telling us one story, that Fabiano Caruana is in preparation.
Yes, I'm sure he is. Sure, both players are actually in the
well, Wesley's burned a little bit more time.
Well, Wesley has played this game already.
Has he?
Hikaru in 2016.
And so how did the game go, Cristian?
It was a draw, right?
It was a draw, yes. I would assume bishop takes f6 was the game, yes. Bishop takes f6, g takes f6, rook to d1, yes, rook to d1, queen to e7, queen to e7, e3 or e4, and then some exchanges of the bishop, take back on c5, and it seems like black is going to be able to get her pieces out, his pieces out in time in this situation. Wesley most likely is right now trying to figure out the way to complicate matters, or perhaps he's just trying to figure out the way how to pull the brakes and go to the playoffs. These are the two options.
Interesting that you say that about the playoffs, because I was kind of looking at the last few games in Rapid, because obviously that must be running through the players' minds.
Always,
and, you know, these 2021, 2022 saw Fabiano consistently beat Wesley in these rapid blitz formats.
Did he?
Yeah.
I would not have guessed that.
Exactly. I would not have guessed that either, because you know, Fabi, I can remember commentating on these Grand Chess Tour events, and he was doing really badly, and everyone was like, "This is not his time control."
Right.
But you know, he's really focused on this and improved considerably.
Wow.
I mean, there's some great games in the Grand Chess Tour between the two.
Yeah, no, he got that reputation because of the tie breaks from the World Championship match in London. But anybody, I mean, can lose to Magnus in a tie, in a rapid, but undeservedly so. He certainly has improved. But in rapid chess, now that you mention it, no, this is classical
chess.
4-4. But let's take a look at how they do.
Oh, it's
well,
close.
Maybe you're talking about the recent.
No, I'm talking about 21, 22. I'm not talking about the
overall.
Because
I suspect that Wesley may have run up the score in those years, 2014, 16, 18. But recently, Fabi's been closing the gap. I wanted to ask you about this position, Cristian, because you were saying mix it up, playoffs, what have you. Help me out here. If I play the move knight e5,
okay,
and tickle the queen,
you're already worse. Yes,
I'm worse.
Yes.
What did you do?
Oh my gosh! What did I do?
Probably much worse after queen d5.
Queen. Well, isn't that remarkable? Because that was the move I thought
you wanted to see on the board.
I wanted to provoke.
Take knight g4. Yeah, that's
right.
You might be entering losing territories very soon.
Amazing.
Queen to g5.
Aha. defends the pawn on f6,
Not
and
only that,
gains
but
a
after
tempo.
I take on c5, I will have ideas of rook to c1. You cannot go wandering around with your queen to a4,
No,
attack my bishop, queen to e8. You get checkmated.
I'm sorry, I've missed the transfer of queen to g5. I just thought in my mind's eye that this was going to provoke knight d7, and I was going to play
It's a
rook d1.
dangerous position for white as well, because you haven't finished your development on
True.
the king side.
That is
That's quite problematic. If I manage to go rook takes c5 and knight to c6, you're going to be in trouble. Everything comes with tempo for black, and your king is not safe. I remember this game, I believe it was Fabiano with the black pieces at the US Championship, where he demolished out of the opening Hans Niemann. Got a very nice position out of the opening in this particular setup of the Nimzo with queen to c2, and went on to win that game. So he's definitely, I would call him an expert already in this type of structures. He knows what he's doing. I have a feeling Wesley So has to be careful in this one.
Okay, and help me out once more. If I play the very attractive rook d1, I
yes,
think
that's-
everybody would like to pick up a tempo against the queen.
That's right, rook to d1, queen to e7.
And now let me just do something as simple as sidestepping the pin along the c-file. I'll go queen d2. I'm inviting you to play rook takes c5, and that will probably be met by queen d8 check. If you take with the queen, well, bishop f6 and queen h6 starts to be...
I will not. I will go either b takes c5 or knight to d7
That
or even knight to c6. And you know what? All of these moves supposedly give black the advantage.
Come on,
Yes,
I'm trying my best here.
yes.
What do you...
That's what I'm saying. It's a dangerous
d7?
position. It's a dangerous position. You sidestep one move from the beaten path, and you're in trouble.
Black
Help
is,
me here.
Black
was
has developed all the
I thought I
pieces.
was going to play queen d6. and-
Best move, yes, best
Yeah.
move. And now after queen takes d6, c takes d6, rook to c2, maybe you're very close to finding equality, though black still seems to be the one in charge, right? Yeah.
Okay, well,
it's a wild position. I'm telling you.
I shouldn't try to create something new under the sun this early for me. Rook d1, queen e7, and black is better. Golly.
Yeah, but I know
That's shocking.
it doesn't
Maybe
surprise
not,
me. I
not
mean,
after queen e7, but after queen to d2, for sure, black has the upper hand.
Wow.
It
that
doesn't
situation.
surprise me because, you know, these positions are so dynamic. I mean, black's pieces are all out. His king is safe. White's king, 3 moves from castling.
Yes, yes.
And, you know, Magnus Carlsen.
Right, right, yeah.
Your king is 1 move away from castling. It's okay. 2 moves,
Not so
clear.
okay.
3 moves, uh-oh.
You're in trouble.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Stunning. And the clock times, Jovi?
Yeah, the clock times all indicate that Fabiano is in his preparation.
And
He's
Wesley
seen
is
this
the
before.
one,
Wesley is the one who's
uncertain.
Exactly.
Okay. Back to Leinier and Hikaru for a moment, because I was more than curious how Leinier was going to meet the move rook b8, and he met it with what would be everybody's appropriate response. Knight d5, I mean, okay, I'm occupying
And
the
quick as a
opposite.
flash,
Bishop takes d5.
bishop takes. When you think
Wow.
you've surprised your opponent, he goes, nope, absolutely not.
Okay. You were working with Fabi in his World Championship match where it was like they were getting these kinds of Sveshnikov-like positions where the majorities, White had the queenside majority.
They're very concrete. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
and-
So concrete. And very often the engine is saying that White has, and this was kind of a thing that, thing of the past that I want to forget almost, you know. The engine was saying that White is doing well, and sometimes Black was sacrificing 1, even 2 pawns at times and getting incredible play on the king side. This is the big branding of this position. You want to go knight e7, f5, knight f6, get the bishop out via g7, most likely g6, bishop to g7, and after that castle and swarm White on the king side. And it's not that easy, despite the fact that White has a nice majority and nice space advantage on the queen side. It's not as easy without an engine specifically to play this one from a human's
Yeah.
perspective. Very good decision by Leinier. He didn't think for a very long time. He understood that he has to take with the pawn. Taking with the queen would have been very, very bad for his position. If he would have taken with the queen after knight to d4, he's in trouble. Knight to d4 first, almost trapped the queen, but also look at the pawn on c2. Of course, he's a very strong player. He's not going to miss this type of things.
Right.
He took with the pawn on d5. We're going to see knight to e7.
We have seen it, in fact.
We have seen knight to, and this is what I'm seeing. Hikaru has 1 hour and 34 minutes on his clock. He's still within his opening knowledge and preparation. And Leinier, 1 hour and 3 minutes and counting. Big surprise, maybe given some objective advantage to white, but it's not going to be easy for Leinier to demonstrate how to continue and increase his advantage.
I agree.
What should white play?
Huh?
What should white play?
I
I'm inspired.
actually
I have a move.
I want to
What-
fianchetto my bishop.
With g3.
Your g3, yeah.
You're so close.
You want to go 1 square forward?
I wanted to go the grab attack.
No.
Yes.
No,
You,
Yasser.
because Christian inspired me. Christian said, Black wants to play f5 and knight f6 and g6. So I thought to myself, okay,
No,
I'll play
okay,
g4. You're not going to play f5 because that's not what.
Why not?
You're going to get a.
Well,
it's going to be the new variation.
Well, yeah,
Seirawan
because
variation.
the Seirawan attack, right? Because I'll take and go bishop h3. But if you play knight f6, then Jovi, I was going to borrow a page from your book, which said, okay, now I'll fianchetto, but look at this, I'll get g5 in. Come on, my academy. Don't be shy. Just give me my award for novelty of the year.
You want me to be the first follower?
Thank you.
Okay, I will do it.
No,
I
no,
will
no.
add credence to your.
Okay, g4.
I'll give you the credit.
You're
Yasser.
skeptic.
It's good. It's a good move. And it's a novelty.
Yeah,
Novelty of the year.
yes,
Maybe this
sir.
is the novelty of the year, guys.
Okay, my certificate of participation.
Yasser,
in
you
the novelty.
shouldn't have given it away. Come on, man.
You know,
Giving away all the secrets.
It's all about the audience. I mean, giving the viewers what they need for, that extra elo punch. Okay, but G4 does have something to be said for it because I bet you Hikaru was 134 would melt down after G4. One of the things that I thought would have been a mistake and would be to allow this type of a variation. You do not want to reach for your G-pawn. This would be a deep embarrassment after Queen H5 check, right?
Yep.
I think we've all fallen for that once or twice or thrice, or
Yeah.
in my life, maybe 12 times. So you don't want to play F5, but there's something going on here.
Right.
Okay, but you like G3, and you like G3 for a completely different reason, which was just a fianchetto, get your king to safety.
Yeah, get the king to safety, and then wait.
Okay,
Just-
but your trump that white has is his queenside majority.
Right.
If there was a pawn, for example, on A5, you would be very quick to play the move knight B6 followed by C4.
Yeah.
So that's your majority. At the moment, you could say your trump is not being utilized. Yeah? And so black, for his part, is ready to go bishop G7, castles, E4, and be careful. Maybe the pawn on D5 isn't as well protected as you'd hoped.
That's true, but I do like your plan of going
A4?
A4.
Okay.
I mean, if you go B5, you give me the chance to open up a line and jump in with my knight to A5.
Exactly.
Not going to be worried about that.
Well,
and then
here I'll borrow a page from why the rook on B8 might actually be of use. Because I am kind of slowing down your whole queenside rush, right? With if I can maintain the pawn on B6 for a long time, it's not so easy for you to go B4, C4, C5.
Can I
Yeah.
try to do it anyway? Like rook to B1 maybe?
yes, exactly.
Rook to B1.
Just try to go for B4.
Dang.
Yes,
Boy.
I've got my eyes on the B6 pawn.
Well, there's not. You may have your eye on the A5 pawn, but you can't. Can you have the B6?
I'm gonna have the B6. I'm gonna put
man.
because I'm gonna open it.
Okay. Well, let's see. So I'll castle. You'll take, I
Yeah.
assume.
Take.
Take.
Rook b5.
Rook b5. Okay, good. So it's not the b6 pawn that you're after. I'm after the d5 pawn. You're after the a5 pawn.
Now I'm going to start looking at bishop b6 ideas.
Okay.
Go queen d7.
It's a
How do I take
double-edged.
it?
I
How
don't
do
know.
I take that pawn?
F3. You've also got F3 as well. To try
F3, yep.
chip away at the center.
But that's where the whole f3, f4, black will play f. You know,
Yeah.
this is where Magnus showed that, you know,
Those type
he
of sacrifices,
Yeah,
yeah.
he can get some kingside action going.
Destructive,
Yeah.
yeah.
But the g3 move, you know, does make that nice little fortress for your king. A double-edged game. I'd be very curious to see how that would unravel.
Yeah. And in case you've just joined us,
Shame on you, first of all. You're missing out some really great stuff. Where have you been?
You have been missing out on a fiery start, and here is the situation when it comes to the champions bracket. So Hikaru, Nakamura and Dominguez, after yesterday's game, are still tied, as are Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. So whoever wins today will actually automatically go through to the next
Without
stage
a
in the
playoff.
champions bracket. Yeah, and if the match is tied, playoff time.
Today.
And when it comes to the women, we can see that Irina Krush did take an early lead against Tokhirjonova, and she is therefore in a must-win situation. Tokhirjonova must win with the white pieces. And when it comes to Paikidze and the 13-year-old Alice Lee, which I have to keep repeating
I
because
know.
it's sensational. The match was tied after game one, and everything to play for today. Naji does have the white pieces, and if you do want to share with us the fun, enjoy the action, as always, remember you can do this by sending us your tweets using the hashtag #TheAmericanCup.
Indeed, and join the conversation. We like
we
to be
have-
put on our toes, you know.
We have a
We have a
tweet.
tweet?
We have a tweet.
Oh, well,
And,
let it unleash it. This one is from
Tellison.
Tellison?
And I'll read out. It says,
Yeah.
question for Yasser.
Oh, there you go.
Did you get to know David Bronstein?
did.
What is your opinion about his game style?
Exactly. Well, first of all, thank you so much for your question. And David Bronstein was, for me, one of the great legends of chess. And there's no such thing as a David Bronstein style, because David Bronstein was truly universal. He played so much. And I remember one of my very first encyclopedia of chess openings. They had the ECOs, the oracles, as we used to call them, these 5-volume books, and they'd broken down all the openings into these 5 segments, A, B, C, D, and E. And I remember just going through the notes. I didn't like the table so much as I liked the notes. And then we would always have Bronstein. And it was like, what? So across all of these openings, David Bronstein had ideas in all of them. And it was like, it was just amazing. I've got a lot of David Bronstein stories to tell you. But one in particular that really made a very strong impression on me, it was in The Hague, in Holland. And David came to me and he said, Yasser, can I ask you for a favor? I said, sure. Like, well, what is it you would like? He said, well, I'm staying at a friend's home and he has your book. Would you please sign it for him? And I said, well, sure, of course I will. What's his name? And so I personalized and signed it, and I gave it to David, and David said, no. Don't give it to me. Give it to him directly, from your hands to his hands. And it just struck me as this was such old school manners. You know, I was like, David,
Yes.
thank you for taking care of my friend David Bronstein. You're welcome. Bye. And
Yeah.
that was it. But it was this
nice.
really old school way, and he wore a French beret. Anyway, I could talk all day about David Bronstein. Truly one of the great, outstanding
Yes.
personalities in chess.
And has a fantastic life story as well.
Yeah.
Definitely well worth reading about.
Yes. And also the source of one of my very first and most favorite books, Opening Theory and Practice, about the candidates World Championship tournament. I wanted to turn our attention to Wesley. Thank you very much for the question. I wanted to turn our attention to the Wesley So game because I was very curious how Wesley would handle it. He did go about the game with Rook D1, Queen E7, E2, E4, and immediately popped up a lot of very, very big names, including Vladimir Kramnik after E4, and Rook takes C5, I think is the or bishop takes F1, pardon me, are the two moves, right? Rook takes C5, bishop takes F1.
Yeah, king takes.
King takes is the
modern type of chess, you know, put your king on F1, pawn on H4, rook comes up to H3, and there you go, you've castled.
So, yeah, right? So rook takes C5. Now where do we go?
Queen to D3, I like your idea.
Queen to D3.
Or do you want to be safe? Or maybe it's because of an open position, be safe, you know, and also because, you know, you must be in a must not lose situation, because if Wesley loses this, that's it. He falls down to the elimination. Yeah. You don't want to be doing that. The queen move it to E2. I
like Queen E2 because really one of the things I really fancy about White's position is this this threat, this sword of Damocles, which is hanging over Black's position. I'm going to play the move E4, E5, and if I had played Queen D3, I thought, maybe I'm wrong, that you'd have Knight D7, and I'm not threatening E4, E5 as much. But Queen E2, I'm seeing, has been played a couple of times, and Black plays H7, H6, and more or less it's balanced.
Yeah, but you still have to answer the questions. Where are you going to put the pieces? Because that bishop has been asked a question.
Right. Let's suppose I take.
You're going to take it, okay.
Yeah, and then let's suppose I'm one of those people who like a safe king. I don't like my rook on H1. So the nice part in this particular case is I don't think your knight is supremely happy on C6. I think it would be more happier on the F6 square. So G3...
The knight has to come out to C6.
Okay, king up. And I don't think I can make much of anything here, but I might try to say I have a nibble. I don't believe it, but maybe I can con you. No, it feels balanced.
It feels balanced, yeah.
And let's go, G3.
No one has had the foresight to play G2 to G4.
Oh, but
Seirawan.
With the inclusion, though, of the move B5, which is something that I thought we were trying to avoid as Black. I thought that the whole idea of Rook B8 was to not necessarily create this weakness. Now that he's put his sore thumb out here, Cristian, isn't that an invitation for A4?
Yeah, of course. You can play the move A4, but are you in time to create any danger against my pawn on B5? And that's, once again, why my rook is on B8. So let's say I just go bishop to H6 or bishop to G7. Let's say bishop to H6. How do you continue?
Yeah, I go
How
AB,
do you continue putting pressure on B5?
Yeah. No, AB, AB.
Sure. That makes a lot of sense.
I guess bishop to G2.
And then let's say F5. It just makes the most sense in the position. The engine's move is knight to F6, but I feel F5 is
more
it's
human
called
move.
by the previous moves. That
and castles, and I'm assuming
knight F6.
Knight F6,
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
And now that I have the open A file, great, right?
I'm not sure you can do much with it, because
Rook
whenever
A6.
your rook comes to A7, and maybe it's the best move right now, I can always challenge it with rook to A8. Right, and if you take, I take. Now I have control of the A file. I also have some nice pressure on D5 after I play the move before. This pawn on D5 is going to be quite feeble. So it's not an easy position. And once again, I'm super impressed by the fact that Hikaru is still not out of his theoretical knowledge. He has 1 hour and 33 minutes, and well, Leinier is down to his last 52 minutes. So big, huge time advantage and momentum for Hikaru Nakamura in this game.
If you don't mind me asking, has there been a novelty up to this moment? I mean, if so, where was it?
Perhaps b5 might have been the novelty. Yeah, b5 seems to have been the novelty.
Okay.
So we were discussing this position, and we were definitely looking after g3 at g6, maybe f5. b5 is the engine's choice as well. So Hikaru definitely has analyzed this. b5, knight to e3, g6. I don't see any games in the database. b5 seems to have been the novelty. It doesn't mesh very well, as you were mentioning, Yasser, with your previous move, rook to b8, at least not visually and logically, right? But if you go deeper with the engine analysis, this is where you get to, at the idea that b5 is a good move.
Yeah,
Wow.
but I don't know, I'm not convinced.
I like it. We have a skeptic.
You're fighting the engine.
I'm not a believer.
You're fighting
Those 3,600 engines, they're just not
They're not the ones playing, yes.
women's
You're not playing
intermission.
against Hikaru right now. Not
No
yet, at least.
competition.
Because I'm thinking, and look at this position, I'm thinking, yeah, I understand that white actually can't just sit on their laurels and just go bishop
Sure.
g2, castle, blah, blah, blah. So I'm thinking, you know, I want to refine this idea of going a4.
Okay.
And, you know, I kind of inspired by you. You know, you came up with g4.
Well, thank you very much.
I'm going to come up with b4.
B4.
b4, okay.
B4. Oh boy, novelty. B4. Okay, you do tell us. I will play bishop g7.
And then I go bishop b2.
Bishop boy 2.
Yeah, bishop b2. And you and wait for it. a4 is my idea.
Okay. So with the pawn on b4, you get to play rook a5 in certain positions. Okay.
That's fine. Keep.
Okay.
Okay. And now you got here, you're going to take and play rook a5?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Rook take.
Well, you know, I was just kind of saying that. This,
no,
rook a5.
no.
Rook
I mean,
a5.
it's the natural follow-up to your, what you're doing. Okay, for me, it's double-edged. Why? Because I understand you're going after my b pawn, but I really wanted to go after your d pawn, right? So I was thinking that f5, f4, driving away the defender of the knight would lead to very sharp positions.
And these are the exact positions that I was analyzing and I was quite worried about. You do take the pawn on b5, but then what? Then my attack is coming, especially since you're probably going to give some resources on the queen side. Put the bishop on the queen side. And how about your light squares on the king side? You played g3, you're most likely going to castle there. It's going to be a slow burn, and my attack is going to come fast on the queen side. I don't like these positions.
Yeah, I take it back. I agree
I'm
with you guys.
I'm with you 100%. I'm with you 100%.
No. I have flashbacks of that game.
It's really not fun.
Fabi against Magnus Carlsen, and
Queen c8.
I'm putting,
f4, queen h3.
winding my neck back in.
Yeah, no, it's not fun.
But b4, boy, I mean, we're on the extreme
By the way,
edges of the
a4
board.
was played.
A4?
A4 was played, yes.
Okay, and there was something, I always called it the extended fianchetto. So if you played bishop g7, you fianchettoed your bishop. But oftentimes they didn't play bishop b7, they would play bishop a6, especially in these Queen's India. And I always called that the extended fianchetto. You put your bishop on h6. Cristian did it in our previous little analysis there. And in this particular case, you could understand why bishop h6 might be a more attractive diagonal for the bishop than the bishop on being on g7.
But does it fall prey to kind of
Whoops, sorry.
h4 ideas?
h4.
Yeah. What can I say?
G4, H4.
I don't know how the pieces move. I'm just pushing those pawns.
Boy, I can
Simple
see
stuff.
you're throwing the patties.
Yeah, but you know.
Kill us today.
Wow. Okay, we might both mess up our castling privileges here because
Let's go f5, right?
yeah, f5.
Yeah, and then this is.
You've got to kind of follow up
I
with
kind of
h5?
have to, don't I?
Yeah.
Enough to.
So if I go knight f6, do you have some sort of tactics?
Well,
in
the
position, or-
idea was that she was going
Yeah.
to exploit
Okay,
the.
take, yeah. No, that's fine, I take with the pawn. But where's the tactic?
Yeah.
If you take, I take with the knight and I defend on
Yeah,
h.
I
it will come.
noticed.
It will come.
I noticed.
And it certainly will come. And in the meantime,
Sure.
okay. Sorry about that.
Well, no. I mean, I was looking for a tactic, but I couldn't. I couldn't even
But you
seem
don't have to
find
stress
it.
about this. You know, you can just say Black's king is not going to be safe, like you mentioned.
Well, actually, the funny part was Cristian was reaching for the knight, and I had my eye on the idea that I might fall victim to a tactic. And oftentimes, I don't mind putting my king on g7 as a way of defending the rook on h8. Intriguing position going on here. I'm not really too sure. How about the ladies? What's
Yeah.
going on in their midst?
I
Sorry.
really want to dive into, and I can see Cristian has
I also-
also got it up there.
No, you guys take
Nagy
this one
against
because I'm so-
Alice, because
What just happened in this game?
yeah,
What happened?
exactly. I mean, take a look at that.
Okay.
Look at
well,
this. She played castle. It makes a lot of sense, right? e5 with the black pieces. You do have the two bishops. You need to counter strike in the center, right?
Right.
White's plan is pretty obvious. You're going to put your pieces on the queen side, and then you're going to try to expand as much as possible on the king side against the potential castle on the king side for black. Castle makes a lot of sense. Nevertheless, look at what Alice is doing.
Whoa,
Knight to
whoa,
g4,
whoa.
saying, okay, I see a double attack. I'm going to pick up that pawn on h2. Rook takes h2.
I'm a pawn grubber, but boy, that
My
knight is on a guerrilla mission. I mean, it may never get out.
Excuse me, well, what is this knight doing on h2? I mean,
That's what I'm thinking.
I
She
understand,
actually
you're
played
going to
bishop
get it out.
h3. Oh, she could
she
get
played
it
bishop
out.
h3, yes, but
Right.
why not bishop to e2?
That's
Control
it.
the pawn, the square f3, and sure, you're going to get the knight to f3, but after that I'm going to take, get the rook to h1, look at the h8 square, and I have this corralling idea with queen
Right.
to d1, queen takes f3. I'm going to pick up the pawn, and it just seems like I'm going to have a much better structure and an easy attack coming against your king. Can you
sure.
castle kingside as black? No. Can you castle queenside as black? No. So your king is going to be stuck in the center, and I have a clear break with the move e4. If you try to stop that with the move f5, so let's just make a couple of moves. Queen to d1, knight to e6, queen takes f3. If you do try to stop that break with the move f5, well, that's sort of problematic because I have the move g4, right? You don't have the light square bishop. You don't have enough resources to defend your light squares around your king. So I'm looking at this position. I'm not seeing any risks associated with white's position. I see a lot of risks for black in the position. I think this would have given white the advantage. She played bishop to h3.
Right.
But now this doesn't control the f3 square.
So I guess you,
So what
you
if I
have
just
to
go
go
e4?
e4.
Well, this was the trick I think that Nagy has in mind. She wants to
F4?
play f4.
Right, but then I go
And-
knight f3.
And then bishop to g4 and force you to give up that knight. Otherwise, like you say, I'm going to
Sure, I'll give you the knight.
Right.
Are you going to take here or take on d7? If you take on e1, I have time for f5. And I think this is going to be quite a favorable position for me because I can stop you from playing g4 at least momentarily with the move knight to f6.
But the bishop wouldn't go to h3. It would go all the way back to
D1.
d1.
Sure, yeah.
And then, you know, I don't care. I'm going g.
Let's open you up on this side.
That wasn't part of the deal. You kind of told us you were going knight
I know,
f6.
I know. No,
I've got the script on my side of the board. The script says you're not supposed to create counter chances.
I'm creating all the counter chances that I can right now. And I'm a
Not
pawn
fair.
up. Okay, it's not a beautiful pawn. Right?
Yeah,
It's
the move
double
bishop
pawn.
h3 is surprising because you think bishop e2 would be the move. After all, the knight on h2 doesn't have any retreat squares, and you have to play moves like e4 and or f5 in order to save the knight. Little bit of a surprise. Bishop h3. Let's look a little deeper, guys. So we're saying e4. Is there knight takes e4? Does she have some?
I was looking at that, but unfortunately you have f5 at the end of it.
F5.
f5 and knight
Yeah,
And
g4.
then after
I was
queen-
about to play queen g2 and reclaim
Yep.
the piece, and after you're to continue.
Knight f8.
Knight
You don't get
f8.
mate.
Knight f8, you don't
You
get
get
mate?
mate. Yeah, Bent Larsen.
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah, no,
maybe
I
you're
don't
going to take
believe
on
this.
G7. That's not going to give you that much, right?
No, I mean, I was hunting, and if I don't
A piece is a piece, after all.
Yes, it is.
You can take a couple of pawns. I'm actually
In
one
fact, could
pawn
you
up
be
right
like
now.
super bold? Actually.
Sorry, what's
actually,
that?
let's go back to that sacrifice
Knight
if we
e4,
can.
yes, okay.
Because suddenly.
By the way, as a commentator, I just love the fact that I can sacrifice pieces. And take
Exactly.
my move back.
And after f5, I suddenly thought, what happens if you just go the whole hog? Go one more time and then
Two
queen
pieces.
takes.
Whoa, whoa,
Yeah,
whoa.
well,
Yeah, but one of
That's-
them is going to be rounded up.
Not convinced. I'm
Not so
convinced we're going to get to
convincing.
it.
I mean, rook h1 would be nice, except for it's illegal.
Yeah, I am missing that one
yeah.
tempo. Yeah.
Isn't
Okay.
it?
Queen d7 is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. You don't have enough resources to make your attack successful.
Okay, so after e4, is there? Can we? I'm looking at sacrifices maybe like this one. Oh, sorry,
Okay,
you were
I have
about
to
to
go
suggest.
B6.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was thinking that you kind of had to go f4 first.
Right, and then again, that's the tempo.
Yeah.
So that it would provoke knight f3.
And then maybe now you could.
Well, here I played the move bishop g4 a moment ago, but
I mean, the knight doesn't have too many squares. Could you get? No, because f5 is coming. Everything. No, but it's not coming actually. So go bishop f2. This
I
is.
don't think it's coming. I think what's coming is the opening of the position on the other side. On the
Okay,
queen
but
side.
now there's like knight
but
takes.
now
pawn
knight
pawn.
takes. Doesn't that? Isn't that a different?
Kettle of fish.
Yeah,
Yes.
bite on the apple here. I mean, pawn takes, queen takes. Now
Takes.
you have to go knight h2.
No, that's a much better version.
Yeah.
Then I've got rook h1, and something good is
Knight
percolating.
h2, even queen g2, I think wins.
Oh,
right?
of course.
Wins
Knight
the-
h2.
wins the piece.
Yeah. So,
Okay, so I do have to get ready
Yeah.
for that with f5.
Yeah, but if you go f5, then there's g4 in the air.
okay.
Look at that.
And that's
Dangerous.
That's what we wanted
Yes.
previously. One of the funny points is that in this exact position, Alice is under no obligation to play e4, and she could actually
Start with
just
that makes
start
no
with
sense.
knight f3. And in case you played the move bishop g4, then we can take, and we got our f5 and e4 in the proper way, I want to say. So maybe knight f3 is the way to go.
Yes. No, it looks good, doesn't it? I mean, unless.
I feel this compensation, but I just don't know, the exact move order for.
This is
for
not
white.
an easy position to calculate
No.
from a human's perspective. Let's go back to that variation, just to show you guys what the
Engine
engine
says?
finds and why the engine doesn't like this idea for white. So after e4, f4, knight f3, bishop to f2,
Yep.
we missed one detail.
Uh-oh.
You can start with f5.
Okay.
Oh, right.
You allow the move g4.
Yep.
And now, in order not to be worse, but to actually be much better, you go knight f6.
I was
And when they
thinking
take on f5, you go queen
Queen
d7.
d7.
Easy move to miss from afar. Very easy move to miss
Queen
from afar.
d7. That's nasty, isn't
If you
it?
find this move, you're almost winning as black. If you don't, you're worse. So you can understand that from afar, you're not going to be able to understand all these details and assess them correctly. This is the key in this
Wow.
type of positions. Assessing very, very deep variations.
Okay, well, we'll retreat into nothingness at the moment and go to a game of Irina, because Irina, as we came on the air, she's just been on fire. 3 out of 3. She cruised last year. She got in trouble in one particular game, but all of her matches were, in the end, rather convincing. She's been very convincing this far. She's got, I want to say, a kind of an ideal position as far as you're playing against the isolated queen pawn. Look at black's development. Looks really, really good, right? And somewhere Begim has played bishop to c4, bishop to e2, and bishop to d3. Feels like she's going to be at least one full tempo behind in some mainline variations. Rook c1, knight a5. Okay, opening up the bishop, prepping knight to c4. looks okay to my eyes. How do you assess it, Jovi?
Yeah, I kind of...
You got to win with white.
Yeah, you got to throw some pieces up the board. I mean, that's the only thing white can do. I
Knight
mean,
e5?
Knight e5.
Let's go.
Other kind of moves that I've seen done, but I've never been that convinced by it, is actually to retreat the bishop to b1, sorry, and queen d3, and get this battery against the h7 pawn, but I never liked that one. When actually, I've always enjoyed playing against it, because I only play this type of position with black, because I just go g6 and establish a wall.
Right.
And to remind everyone, this is a must-win game for Begim, because she did, in fact, lose her classical game against Irina yesterday. And only a win will take her to the tie breaks. So definitely do or die moment. And whereas in the Alice Lee game, Nazi Paikidze, that was a draw. So
Right.
And perhaps-
everyone's in a must not lose.
And perhaps this is why Irina is playing this move knight to a5. If you do go knight to e5, maybe I can come back with a knight to c6.
A draw offer.
And offer a draw.
Yeah.
What do you do now? Do you take on c6, exchange more pieces? Now your attack against my
No,
king
you sack.
is even less successful.
You
Do
sack.
you go back to
sack.
f3,
I
then
don't
we
know,
make a draw.
I was
So
kind
what
of
do you do?
hoping
How
you
do you
sack
sack?
the d pawn, but you can't, can you?
How do you sack is
Sack.
the question.
Sack.
Sack.
Well, now you're asking
By the way, this is
difficult
how I
questions.
drew a game exactly like this against Michael Tal with the black pieces. We had this kind of dance with the knights.
Yep.
Knight went to e5, my knight went to c6, and we went back and forth. Because the best move is probably knight f3.
Go back to f3.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I think this is what Irina is probably planning to
Yeah.
play on after knight to e5. You don't want to go knight to c4 and change the pawn structure, give white something to play against and imbalance the position even more. No, you don't want to do that. You want to play knight c6, keep the position as stable as it already is. Defend your king side as black, and you'll be fine.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice point. As we get ready for our first break of the day, we've got to visit our friends at Q Boutique. What's the special?
Oh, there's a great special offer, because the St. Louis Chess Campus stands in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. To show our support, all proceeds of this specially designed shirt are donated directly to the relief of the Ukrainian people. The shirt also features the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame logos on the back, and it's available now exclusively at qboutiquestl.com.
Looks like a lovely shirt indeed. We'll see you on the other side of the commercial break.
In 2019, the Missouri Bicentennial Commission, along with Governor Mike Parsons, approved the building of a life-size chessboard to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the state of Missouri. Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, a lifelong patron of Scouting and Great Rivers Council Board member, proposed that the project be built as an Eagle Scout project. Jeannie invited 16-year-old Andrew Dowden of Troop 6, Jefferson City, to take on this incredibly important project.
My name is Andrew Dowden, and I belong to Troop 6 in Jefferson City, Missouri. So my troop, we were down camping down at the Sing Fields, and Jeannie came down and asked, is anyone close to getting their Eagle or needing a project? She had this idea of the Eagle Scout Project chessboard, and she wanted somebody to kind of work with her to see what we could come up with. At the time, I kind of had a project in line, but when she brought up this idea, obviously I wanted to choose it because it was a lot better idea than what I had started. Prior to this project, I did not really know anything about chess. Once I got into this project, I downloaded an app on my phone and started playing chess, and I took the chess merit badge down at Scout Camp. This was a bicentennial chessboard for the Historical Society of Missouri. There were a lot of people that helped me with this project, because whenever I got the pictures from the Historical Society to engrave onto the granite, I wasn't very familiar with the technology needed to engrave on there, so I needed some assistance with that and learning how to do it. And after all that, I'm pretty sure I know how to do it now. So to engrave those edge pieces, I went down to the Lake of the Ozarks Scout Reservation, and we used the epilogue laser, me and Thomas Yang did. I wasn't really expecting it to end out this big, but as me and Jeannie were working, it just kind of got bigger and bigger and bigger, which I didn't have a problem with. I thought, you know, I can take on a little bit more and a little bit more, and it ended out to be a really, really cool project. So we had a ribbon cutting of the chessboard, and there were a whole bunch of people there, including the governor, the St. Louis Chess Club, the World Chess Hall of Fame, the State Historical Society, which all helped out during this entire project. Jeannie was there. I had to give a little speech that I didn't really know I had to do, but that kind of has taught me a little bit about speaking too, so I think that has helped me too. This project, it's made me real proud that everyone is enjoying it. Like every time I go down there, somebody's playing, and then they're taking care of it, which really makes me proud, because me sinking all that time and everyone else that's helped me sinking in all that time, I like to see people use it, but I also like to see people appreciate it.
And we are back, and the players have certainly come to today's game in a combative mood. But first of all, let's check out the standings. And in the champions bracket, the scores are tied. Very little tells apart each player. We have Nakamura and Dominguez. They are all, after yesterday's draw, both in a must-not-lose situation, as are Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. I say must-not-lose because if they do lose, then of course they will fall down to the elimination bracket.
The elimination brackets are on rest today. No games going on in those. And how about in the ladies section? What about that bracket?
The ladies section, we see Irina Krush. She leads 1-0 over Begim Tokhirjonova, and Tokhirjonova is in a must-win situation. Playing with the white pieces, nothing else matters. She has to do or die. And for Naji Paikidze and Alice Lee, after yesterday's very tense draw, both players again in that dreaded or that favourable must-not-lose situation. Because if they lose, you're going to go down to the elimination bracket. You still remain in the tournament though. But there is also another exciting event that is happening on Sunday, March the 26th. There is a huge blitz. 9 blitz rounds, no draw offers.
Okay.
And time control is 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. It's fast, it's furious, it's fun, and get this, includes players from local universities and eliminated American Cup participants. Now that sounds like it's...
And even VAR is
I
going to
know, I was
get in
going
on
to
the
say,
act.
this sounds like it's just like some local, you know, amateur players. No, these are the strongest grandmasters in the world.
Exactly.
I mean.
Yasser, are
And
you,
that's,
are you
I'm
getting
going to be
suited
watching. No, I'm not suiting up. But I understand it's like a 40-player Swiss. And it's going to be really, really, really strong. A lot of eliminated players, yes, as
We've done it last year as well. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. I just want to jump right in on the, because I'm missing something, and I'm absolutely anxious for you guys to tell me what I'm missing. I'm referring to the game of Wesley So Fabiano. They've been playing what we understand to be very standard moves. We've just seen the position after bishop takes f6. And I'm thinking if you recapture with the queen, what I want to do, obviously, is I want to take a pawn. Obviously, that's my dream come true, but I don't want to lose my queen, so I need to get my queen out of the way to the rook. I want to play e5.
Is there some tactics?
In order to play queen to e4. What was the tactic that you had in mind?
I was thinking after, okay, it does not work, but it doesn't work for a very concrete reason. So after pawn takes pawn, you know, of course the queen drops off. I'm aware. I saw it.
Of course. But you win b7, yes.
Yes, and it looks like that pawn, well, the pawn will definitely promote. So there's no way to stop pawn takes rook.
And
there is
queen takes pawn. Yes. And you're welcome to feast on my rook, but yeah, that's a shame. By the way, I think I've seen these types of tactics in some of my own practice. But I did want to play e5. By the way, nice tactic to point out there that b7 looked good. But if it is my turn, I'm assuming the queen has to drop back. I go queen e4, and aha! Now I have dodged rook takes c2, and I do want to take this rook on a8. What am I missing, Cristian?
Nothing. You're not missing anything. This is, in fact, better for white.
Okay.
This was a misstep by Fabiano Caruana. He was supposed to take on c5 first, and then follow that up with the move h6. h6 does indeed allow this bishop takes f6, which was played by Wesley So. And the natural follow-up is not b4 to defend the pawn on c5. That's going to allow me to take it back in one shape or another after take, and knight to d7. But it's exactly what we're seeing right now on the board. e5 is on the board, queen to e7. Most likely that's going to be followed up with queen to e4. And once again, the onus right now is on black to prove the compensation. And I don't particularly see it. No, look, I understand. I'm still a few moves behind. I need to go g3, king to g2, and finally I will be able to enjoy my extra pawn. But how are you going to target the pawn on b2, which I would assume that's what you're going to get to? Knight to c6,
What
take on
else?
B6, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
If you take on B6, there's absolutely no compensation. So
Right.
what you have to do is start with rook to B8 after taking on B6.
Ah,
Yes. Take on B6, and now rook A to B8.
just a
Wow.
second. I just want to pause here for a moment because suddenly I was attracted to the move rook d6 as well.
Ooh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's strange because, you know, on the one hand, these guys are remarkable. Fabiano, really one of the great world-class opening experts. And what I think you're telling me is he made a finger failure in this game.
Yes, yes, big mistake, big mistake. And
Wow.
I'm
not
quite
used to that,
surprised,
right? Like-
exactly, because this is one of the main lines of this particular position. This with e4, as you were mentioning, and we knew that after queen to e7, if you try to play the move that you played, queen to
Right.
d2, you get yourself in trouble as white.
Right.
The main line is by far the move e4 and has been played at the elite level quite a few times. I see Mamediaro versus Kramnik in this position. Bishop takes f1, king takes f1. We've seen this before, and h6 was only played once. What surprises me is that after e4, Fabiano started thinking. So he was definitely surprised by this main line of this
Right.
particular variation. I mean, you chose to play this bishop a6, c5, this intriguing idea with rook to c8 and keeping the pawn on c5 pre. But after e4, you're supposed to know the main line.
Right.
If you don't, then you get yourself in trouble. If you do, then you most likely equalize. Rook takes c5, queen to e2, h6, and it does seem like black equalizes without that much effort in the position. But if you don't, and you end up in this position, now the engine is saying white is just a pawn up. Slight compensation for black, but definitely not enough.
And you were about to suggest that after the move knight c6, c takes b6, you have to play a move like rook b8.
Yes.
Because everything else is just
If you take on b6, then I go
G3?
g3, and where is the compensation?
No,
right? I mean,
why,
Yeah.
white's a
g3,
pawn
king
up and-
g2, and
But
I'm a pawn up.
is it possible instead of going knight c6, you could just try to go knight a6?
Absolutely, yes.
And then do the same idea?
I think there was a game. No, there was a game with knight c6 that is a recent game in, well, fairly recent, 2018, between Kantor, two grandmasters as well, and Kozak, Adam Kozak, two grandmasters from Hungary. Knight to a6 is the computer's main choice in the position. And after taking on b6, once again, don't take on b6, allow yourself this idea of rook to b8 and put pressure on the b file, but start off with knight to c5 first. Again, there is some compensation, but it's not clear. Fabiano will have to prove it in this one to equalize, and it's not going to be straightforward.
Okay, so a bit of an opportunity.
Slight
here
opportunity for Wesley.
Wesley.
Yes.
And let's turn our attention to what we think is really shaping up as a fantastic strategical battle between Leinier and Hikaru. And we had left it just around a4, and we had been debating f7, f5, followed by knight f6, or knight f6, or bishop h6, which was Hikaru going to choose. And if I've got this straight, Hikaru has been playing really quickly. I mean, he's been flashing out his moves
He
fast.
knows what he's doing. He really knows what he's doing.
And knight d7, as he's essaying this beautiful c5 square, he's thinking to himself, knight c5, b4, f5, and, well, if black gets in all of those moves, black's for choice.
You remember this idea of bishop to h6, promoted by the engine?
Yeah.
He played it.
Yeah.
He played it fast. Right now, 1 hour and 20, is that 26 minutes for Hikaru? No, 1 hour and 20 minutes for Hikaru. And
Okay.
only 32 minutes for Leinier.
Wow.
A 50-minute differential. I mean, without a second time control, this is not going to be pleasant for Leinier, because as you were mentioning, guys, f5 is coming. My avalanche of pawns on the king side is coming. Where is your counter chance on the queen side?
Well, I mean, I have to say, Jovi wanted to play b4 earlier
Yes.
as to a way of getting some aggression on the queen side. I might be playing b4 now as a kind of a defensive reaction because I just don't want to see the knight land on. This is
C5,
a
right.
beautiful outpost. So, I mean, I may not be proud of the move b4, but at least I do have an idea of rook a5, and I am stopping knight c5 for the moment.
And if you guys remember the match in 2018,
We'll never forget it.
The first game that we essayed, Fabiano essayed, this knight to d5 idea, there was a b4 as the big novelty. You know
That's
who found that?
Alejandro.
Leinier.
No.
Leinier found that move
I was
b4.
going to say, I
yes.
thought it was Alejandro. Oh, I know that they had done the camps together. Yeah.
No, it was Leinier who was working from home here in St. Louis.
Okay.
And when we woke up in the morning, he came up with this idea of b4, sent it to us throughout the night. We analyzed it, he played it, and he actually got a good position. So he is definitely aware of this type of ideas. Of playing b4, bishop to b2, or b4 just to cement that pawn on b5 and later on corral it and attack it. Interesting situation right now. I'm worried about his time management.
How does the computer assess the position?
Balanced, yes.
Really?
Completely balanced right
And
now.
what should Leinier do if not b4?
b4 is one of the main
Oh, it
moves.
is? Okay.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I was also thinking.
Vindicated.
Can I ask a question? You know, once you played b4, is the follow-up also going to be? I mean, something like.
Seems to be rook to a5. Again, it's just to cement the pawn on b5. Defensive as well because you're not allowing the knight to come to c5. It's going to be this challenge between my attack on the queen side on your structure and your attack on the king side against my king. So I will go e4 or perhaps even f4, try to destabilize the placement of your pieces on the king side. It's not easy. I have to say, it's not easy for white. It's not easy for black either. But with so much time on his clock, Hikaru, and with so much probably prior knowledge, because most likely he's analyzed this position at home, I think he's the favorite in this one. And look, I'm going to go ahead and make a bold prediction. I'm going to take Hikaru in this one to take down Leinier with the black pieces and move on to the next round.
Early.
Yeah.
That's early.
But I still think this position is just wild. So,
Double-edged.
I mean, and talking about wild positions, I can see, yes.
I was anxious to go to the Alice Lee versus Naji game. When we left it, we had seen the move bishop h3, and we thought that Alice had a nice move, knight f3, deferring the move e5, e4 for the moment. We thought knight f3 was the way to go. She went with e4, and then after f4, easy to miss this whole idea of f5, g4, knight f6 takes queen d7, as pointed out by the engines. I must say, I mean, I was never looking to put the queen on d7 in any of these lines, but that was the way for Alice to have an advantage. In fact, she went with something I find very natural myself, queen a5, but rook h1, and now I started to realize, whoa. Naji does still retain these ideas, I think, of knight takes e4. She does have ideas of just corralling this knight as well. I think we saw ideas of bishop takes f3 and queen d1. And this is really sharp. I think
How do you assess it
result
visually without the computer's assistance? How do you assess it, guys?
I think it's balanced, but I kind of prefer white.
You prefer white, right?
Yeah.
Same for me. If I'm looking at the position without an engine by my side, I would say white is better.
Right.
Just because I have more space, your pawn doesn't really matter that much.
And I'm feeling I can play bishop g4 and take them whenever I want.
Yeah.
But the engine is saying...
The engine is saying black is better.
Jeez.
Yeah. The engine is saying b6 or perhaps even rook to d8, get off this pin on the knight on d7 and just get ready to blast the position open on the queen side. And Alice, perhaps for the first time in this tournament, she's down on clock. 40 minutes against 1 hour and 6 minutes. And we've seen this from Nagy. We've seen it in her match against Anna Zatansky. She managed to put a lot of pressure on her opponent's clock. Definitely playing very confidently right now, like a two-time US champion.
Yeah,
There she is,
I
yes.
definitely agree. No, I have to say, after
look at that
Cristian
stare.
put that move in my mind, after b6, suddenly I can see why White's position is unpleasant. Because yes, there is bishop takes knight, but and yes, the black king is in the middle of the board, but it is defendable.
Yeah, well, I mean,
easily.
it's protected by a whole
whole
group, swarm of pieces, I would like to say. And now, having said that, b7, b6, can we see something very concrete? Imagine I play bishop to g4.
Okay, and say
You want to take,
I wanna
right?
take,
You're a
yeah.
pawn grabber, good for you. So check.
And then
now you
bishop.
can't put the knight in the way, so you've got to put the bishop in the way, right?
Yeah, but there is
Okay.
rook takes bishop.
I was
It's also,
kind of hoping for knight takes e4 once again.
Rook takes bishop is very strong.
Rook takes bishop is very
yeah.
strong?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Taking two pieces for the rook, yeah, it's a good opportunity,
Okay.
which gives White the advantage. So you see how easy it is for this position to slip.
Right, so b6, bishop g4, now presumably you don't take, but you play f5? Do you play...
yeah, f5, let's go
Let's
f5.
go f5? Okay, I was...
Solidify the position.
I don't know how solid
Knight.
it is.
Knight goes
Now
on
the knight goes
f8.
to
You
f8.
don't get mate.
Right, right, and so we're somewhere here, and
No, but
I'm
know,
not enthusiastic
I'm
for
not
White.
enthusiastic about White's position at all because,
No.
unless
was-
you've got some g4 business.
Okay, thank you for the inspiration. I'll go with the flow. Okay, g4. There was purpose to my rook h8. I just failed to understand what it was. But g4, okay. I'm feeling like I'm on a roll now. I know what I'm doing. I'm hacking away on f5 and g6.
Yeah.
Okay,
But still.
I mean, all to play for, and again, we've mentioned it many times, Begim having to win against Irina Krush, excuse me, I did that wrong, oops. Here we go. And she didn't play knight to c6. So after the move knight a5, knight e5, knight c4, bishop b1, Jovi, you're going to love this move. You mentioned it.
G6,
Yes.
the wall.
The wall. You're saying.
It's in force.
Yeah. Whenever. Excuse me. That arrow did not go. You're biting on granite.
Yeah.
You know. I always thought that whenever you had provoked g6, it was always incumbent upon White to maneuver his bishop to a2 because that diagonal got shut down. Now, having said that, I can't. b2 is hanging. So
I guess it's
take
time.
over for your star pupil here, Cristian. Tell us why Begim's position is really good.
It's not. I wish I could tell you that, but
You
unfortunately,
cannot
it's
lose
not, no.
the faith. You got to keep the faith. How
Unfortunately
should
for
she?
her, this is not a very good position, and
It's
g6
not.
was a key move for Black's defense. Very, very important. If you don't play g6, then I have a lot of ideas. You cannot, of course, instead of g6, you cannot touch the pawn on b2, and this is probably the key idea behind Begim's whole setup with bishop to b1 because of queen to c2. Now you move the knight somewhere, I take on f6, and you're
Oops.
getting checkmated on h7. So let's say you go knight to a4, take advantage of the pin, everything is looking good. Not so fast. You're not in
Right.
time, right? Now you
Yep.
take back, checkmate on the board. So g6 was wisely played by Irina Krush, and once again she's showing how experienced she is in this tournament. She understands when to pull the brakes, when to defend, when to attack, when to create imbalances in the position. This is the difference right now between Irina and all the other competitors in this competition. So g6, knight takes e4, probably a good idea in the position, perhaps even bishop to a2. That's one of the things that you do in this type of situations with the isolated queen's pawn. Whenever one diagonal closes up, you try to switch the action to the other diagonal with this bishop on the light squares. So opportunities on this side have closed up, change it up, to bishop to a2. She played bishop to h6. Let's
Bishop
take a look
h6.
if this one is a good idea.
The spidey sense is alert, by the way.
Would you take this? You
Yes.
take it, right?
I would love to take that
Yeah.
pawn and sacrifice an exchange
Yeah, you're right
because
about
my
it.
king is so safe.
That's right. Yeah, you're definitely right about it. Knight to c4, bishop to f8. This is the right idea. King takes f8. And it doesn't seem like this is a good position for white. You're most likely going to get another pawn for the exchange. You have a perfectly secured position for the king due to the fact that there's an absence of the dark square bishop for white, and you have the nice, beautiful bishop potentially going to g7, fianchettoing there. It's not looking good for white. This one from a strategical point of view, from an objective point of view, but you still have to make that decision. As black, as Irina Krush, you have to take on b2. She's certainly looking at it because rook e8 is the easy move to make. Right?
Sure.
You just play rook to e8 and then you think later. But
The
she's
funny
stopping
part,
and she's thinking about it.
the funny part is I was going to sacrifice the exchange, but not at all in the manner that you had prescribed, which was kind of funny. Yes, of course I wanted to take the pawn on b2. And
Yes.
of course, after queen e2, I wanted to take the pawn on a3.
Ah, you want to take on a3 as well.
And of course, after you took the rook, I wanted to put my queen a little bit closer to the f7 square so that the move knight takes f7 was kind of prevented.
Yes.
And in the meanwhile, I thought you would play bishop a2, and then I was going to play knight c4 with the discovered attack against
Great
the rook.
position.
And I was going to say, hey, 2 pawns,
Yeah, beautiful.
beautiful. I was going to take it this way. So Irina, and like you said, let's say she plays ball and plays the move rook e8. I still think that black is doing fine even after this move. I just see knight b2 as maybe a better opportunity.
Yes, she
Jovi.
is.
It
Yes,
does
she is.
allow
Even after
for-
rook to e8, she's doing perfectly fine.
Yeah, but I was going to say rook e8 does have the pitfall of this bishop
A2.
A2 move that you've been referring to, because after knight takes pawn, I mean, maybe you can, you know, knight
The
takes
spirit
f7,
of
and then
Michael
suddenly
Tal suddenly
it's in the building.
came through the front door.
Jovi, you've been practicing your puzzle rush.
Right.
No, I
Haven't you?
took the words of advice from one of our grandmasters, and he said, you know, you've got to do puzzles in the morning as soon as you wake up, but not puzzle rush. He actually specifically said
tactics.
just tactics.
I see.
And so I've been trying to get my rating to 3,200. I might be down to 2340 or whatever in real
Right.
life, but on the puzzles, 3,200.
Dang.
I don't know. I think that's quite low, actually. I
We-
think the
we-
big guys are over 4,000 or maybe.
Remind me not to challenge you to a battle of these tactics.
Yeah, and just to remind you again that Begim
Needs a
is in a must-win situation. She cannot take a draw, otherwise she will get knocked down to the elimination bracket. And in the matchup between Naji Paikidze and Alice Lee, they tied the game after they drew, is what I want to say.
Right. We got the tide. We've got draw in chess.
Draw.
Yeah.
Yes.
They made a draw.
They draw.
Yeah.
And by the way, she took on b2.
She took on
Irina
Bishop.
took on
Yeah,
B2,
Irina, you know.
I mean, that was an instant.
I think so. I think it was a no-brainer for
Right.
Irina. Irina knows her classics. She's not afraid of giving up material in order to get a good, solid position. I've seen her do it many times.
I was really impressed in the elimination game yesterday match between Levon and Sam Sevian, how often Levon was very pleased to sacrifice an exchange. I mean, we all know the great Tigran Petrosian loved sacrificing exchanges, but we're seeing a couple of exchange sacrifices, and in this particular case, by the way, I must say it's not even a sacrifice. We're actually getting plenty of material compensation, 2 pawns. But even better than that, we're getting rid of this dark squared bishop. This dark squared bishop with a pawn on g6, that's the one bishop. Well, that's the one piece that could really hurt black's position. The knight on c3 is non-threatening. The bishop on b1 is non-threatening, but that bishop on h6, and that was why I was so happy to bring my queen that little bit closer to the king side as well. Queen takes, stopping these ideas of you know, knight f7 and bishop a2, especially because I'm just going to play knight c4, maybe even,
I think
with
in this
tempo.
type of situation, though, I mean, you can't be playing slowly. As whites, you know, you have to mobilize the rooks. It's your only chance. And I would be there just putting my knight on e4.
As white?
As white.
Yeah.
Put my knight on e4 and then just kind of
Hope.
say, okay, I understand, you know, the long-term prospects are with you, but for the time being,
Let's go.
let's go on the C line and see what happens.
Okay, so all right, I'll just play along for the moment. Takes. Bishop takes, and this was like, I've really been counting upon this move, I want to say, as my way of not only staying in the game, but actually gaining an advantage, because this is such an annoying, gosh darn strike against the rook, right? I mean, you hate playing the move rook c2, but what are you going to do? You're an exchange up. You want to maintain that as your material imbalance. Okay, well, keep an eye on this. Cristian, what has caught your eye in the Leinier game?
Well, a couple of things have happened, and I was looking at both of the games in the champions bracket of the open section. And check this out. Queen to e4, this is where we left it a few minutes ago. Knight to c6, not knight to a6 was Fabiano's approach. And they're still following this game that I was mentioning between Kantor and Kozak. Take on b6, and now instead of rook to b8, he took on b6. They're still following that game. This is the position we currently have. The clear follow-up in the position would be to go g3, king g2, right?
Right.
And this is the question. Are you in time to destroy the pawn structure and create a weakness that you can actually get to as black on the queen side? So you can start with the move b5.
Right.
Rook to a4.
Ah.
Queen to e3 or e2. And b4, right? Something along these lines. You're going to try to target my pawns. But what happens after rook to d6? I'm stopping the action of the queen against the pawn on a3. So now the pawn on a3 is indirectly defended. How do you continue as black? If you try to put the queen on b7 and say that there's some action on the long diagonal, I can match that with the move queen to e4. So it's not that easy to create that final burst of energy to get to my pawn on b2, which I think is your target that you're trying to get to. So very difficult position. Wesley is trying to figure out a way to stabilize the position. If he manages to stabilize the position, then he's just a pawn up. As we understand, he's going to be better and he's going to be torturing Fabiano Caruana for a very long time. But he needs to find the right plan. G3, king G2, and respond to all of those moves as I was showing. Now, let's see what Leinier versus Hikaru. This one, instead of b4, he played the move bishop to d2, which makes a lot of sense, right? Bishop to d2, you probably want to go bishop to a5, put some pressure on that queen on d8. He played the move knight to c5, and this is the position we currently have on the board. But good news for Leinier. Finally, Hikaru is thinking. After bishop to d2, he thought for more than 10 minutes, and he played this move, knight to c5. Queen to e2 seems like the main line in the position, and now the question is, what happens after the move f5? Crazy position, guys. b4, where do you go, a4 or d7?
Probably d7.
d7, right?
Yeah.
And I would assume this is partially why the bishop on d2 is also having a very nice square, because after knight to e4, there's no more knight to c3 ideas to get to e4 back into the game. So knight to a4, c4 perhaps for white, f4, is that the move as well?
Whoa.
Look, black's plan is pretty clear. I want to play the move f4 or e4.
Right.
How do you stop me from creating this expansion on the king side as white? Where is your counter chances lie?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I'm perplexed. That game's a difficult
It's
game.
difficult,
I thought he was going to
yeah.
go queen a3 when I saw the move bishop d2. We do have an updated graphic
We do.
on how the results of the tournament this far have impacted the players' rating.
Yeah,
Ooh, cool
and
graphic.
very cool. And it's just in the open section. And what was
Our
quite
rusty Hikaru Nakamura.
But you know, the funny thing was they started off in the FIDE World Rankings
Yeah.
as being Nakamura 6, and then Caruana 7, and then Wesley 8. 6, 7, 8.
Right.
And now Hikaru, by gaining those 2.5 points,
Yeah.
has jumped up to number 5th in the world.
I see.
And of course, Hikaru, Fabi and Wesley remain the same. And wow, Sam gaining 1.4 points, and someone who's losing 3 points is Sam Savian.
And that's
2.8.
because he
We'll get
lost one
rounded up.
game in the Classical.
Yeah, he lost one game. Yeah. Yikes. Okay. It was funny, though, also what you were saying. Good news for Leinier's fans is that Hikaru stopped and think. Well, I was thinking about that for a second. So imagine, Jovi, you're playing some young punk, you know, who's really booked up. She goes bang, 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 and you're like suffering, and you're like, oh gosh, you're rolling with the punches, and you're trying to remember your prep, and then you make a move, and then she stops for 15 minutes. Then you go, did I just blunder? Because I'm not in the computer prep right anymore, you know. Like, so was it good news that Hikaru stopped, or was it bad news?
I think it's good news overall
Yeah.
that Hikaru has stopped, because I do remember playing one of these young talents, Nihal Sarin, when he was like 12 years old. And I kid you not, like every move
Bang, bang, bang,
came
bang.
at tempo. My position got worse and worse, and I was suffering. And bang, he'd make a move, and then he'd go. And then at some point, he couldn't contain his energy levels,
Right.
and he had to do what all young kids do, like just run
around the playing hall in a circle.
And I just saw this red. My position was gruesome, and I saw this jumper, this red jumper, whoop, whoop, and I thought, crumbs.
Crumbs. My word is exactly crumbs. Knight c5, and we're waiting for Leinier. And again, I thought that the idea behind the move bishop to d2 could have been to make some sort of a battery based on queen a3 and bishop b4. And as soon as I said that, we just did see the move queen e2, keeping the queen centralized, at least for the time being. And your take, would you like white, or do you? I like black. I don't know why. I just feel this bishop on g2 is just too passive for my taste. What's your thought?
I'll be honest with you.
Please.
I'm going to
I
quote
like the
Homer
dishonesty.
Simpson. I don't know. I mean, it feels, yes, I can see that black has a very comfortable position, but, you know, of course, in the long term, and white will be eyeballing that pawn on b5.
Okay.
Does have control of the A line. It just has to hold off this f5 pawn avalanche that is coming the way. But if you can do that, I think white has great prospects.
But how do
Okay.
you do it?
Yeah, this is the big issue, though. I mean, I did like your suggestion of going b4, because
First of all, one thing. Oh,
no, not
It's-
black.
it-
that's,
No,
that's
it's
a
black.
good move as well. But
it's
that's the
black to play,
question.
yeah.
Black
What
to
if I
play.
stop you?
You just went queen e2.
What if I stop you from going
Yes,
b4
exactly.
with the move
That-
b4?
Yeah,
and
but then-
then focus on f5. I
Yeah,
have time.
But
What
then
I'm
you
saying is
give
that I
away
have time.
the c4 square,
I
and
do.
that's always something that when I'm playing this particular pawn structure with white, you know, I jump for joy because you've given me something that I can.
To play for, yes.
Exactly.
And
So
now,
you
do I
like to-
exchange the
Yeah,
bishops or do I go
consequences.
back?
I trade the bishops, and
You want to trade the bishops.
I think so. And well, let's
And now
let's play
white
for
just goes rook a7.
quite
Yeah.
comfy. Okay,
Okay, keep going, yeah.
yeah, and we're just.
And now, yes.
That's
But
on
you're
one
not going to
second.
checkmate me on the light squares, and I have the h3 square.
Do we have
You
some
my
do not
tactics?
know what I can do with
We have some
my
tactics there.
aggressive pieces.
Some tactics, maybe?
Tactics?
Knight takes e5 and d6.
Which tactics did you
Knight takes
use?
e5
Knight
and
takes
d6.
b5, yes.
Knight takes e5 and d6.
D6.
Is that something?
Yeah, that.
Oof. There is a rook
Boom.
hanging, right?
That's right.
So
I go,
check.
Yeah,
I'll give you a
check.
check. I'll take on e5 as well.
Yeah, take on the 5.
Now you go queen f6.
Wow. This is not what I signed up for when I was playing f5, because I really thought I was the one getting a kingside attack, not that I was having to defend.
But perhaps it works for you.
Just barely.
Just with that attack on the rook on a7. Yeah, you have knight c8, I think.
Yeah, beginner's luck there on that one. Lucky me. But no, that was not my intention to allow this kind of, and maybe I should, in fact, just chase that critter.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy's a little bit scary.
But now where do I put the rook? If I go to a5, then I cannot move my knight, which is a bit unpleasant. I can, however, have ideas of rook takes c5. Let's go to a5. Let's stay active. The one piece I'm actually afraid of is your knight on c4. And how is this position after rook takes c5? Wait. Sorry. But knight to b6
Knight
will no
takes
longer
e5.
attack my
Knight
my
takes
rook on
e5.
Exactly, yeah, knight takes e5.
Had to
You
say
don't
that
attack
twice
my
for
rook on
effect.
a5.
You got really excited there, yeah. I was, gosh darn it, I really needed that move e5, e4 to shut down the bishop on g2, and I did it in the wrong move order. Apologies.
Now I go
But not f3, chip away, or maybe...
f3, yeah.
f3 is yeah.
Always
F3 is an interesting move.
I mean, earlier we had a tweet asking me about David Bronstein. And David Bronstein was one of these players who really blazed pioneering trails in the King's Indian. And one of the things he loved to do is when he was black in such situations after a move like f3 is to play the move f4.
Yeah.
And the idea is he would sacrifice a pawn, but somehow he had transformed the ugly white pawns that would get blockaded. So he was really remarkable in that. But f3, I would probably just trade. I'm not as bold as David Bronstein, clearly. And knight to b6. And by the way, a lot of people don't know this, but in that movie From Russia with Love, it was the Boris Spassky versus David Bronstein game that was portrayed in the movie by Irving Fleming. I don't know. It's a very intriguing line. I think this is the game of the round at the moment between Leinier and Hikaru. Just so many cool ideas.
Yeah.
Shall we take a look at the ladies?
Definitely,
Okay.
because we are hearing that Alice, 13-year-old wonder kid, 2 international master norms to her name. She's also defeated many grandmasters online in the Pro Chess
I
League.
have to say, many to come as well.
I know, she's
suspect.
been heralded by Fabiano as a great talent. So,
We left it here. Rook c7, intriguing, because we were looking at b6 and rook b8 ideas, but rook c7
I
is
like
what
this
should try.
move. I mean,
g4 looks slow. I really thought that Naji was going to be playing moves like bishop to g4 so that she could introduce with the rook. She played g4. I find that move slow. b6, and now Alice. Well, Alice is the one with the initiative. We can see very, very clearly that knight c4 and rook b7, and white is going to be on the back foot she is.
Maybe
on
she
the
needs
back
to
foot.
start pedaling as well. You know, put the bishop back to f1. I know it doesn't look great, but whatever.
I think
It
that
covers
that's
the
necessary.
C4 square.
Yeah.
The c5 is coming.
c5, I think that's you have bishop b5. So
Very good.
I needed
pretend
some
I saw
play.
that.
I need some play.
But
at
at
least
least have to wait a little bit. But you can increase the pressure via bishop b4, right? And then go c5, and finally you give yourself the e7 square for the king.
I don't see any reasons. I think I should take the move rook h8 check seriously, so I don't think there's any reason why I shouldn't just give my king the luxury of the square.
Do I have ideas of knight b5 now? But knight b5, you just go rook c8.
But maybe white shouldn't be so. Maybe I like the idea of going pawn takes pawn, open up the G line.
Sure.
And now, okay. Set
How to
bishop on
continue.
f2.
Truly.
That knight on f3, I mean, we understand it's a bad knight, but it actually controls some important squares, right?
It
like
does.
G1, square for the rook,
D2.
E1. It's not
D2?
such a bad knight anymore.
No,
Like all of those sacrifices that white had, moves like knight, and including knight b5, by the way, is you have to, because this knight is on this silly square, you always have to realize that you are inviting queen.
That's actually
b2.
a checkmate, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Queen d1.
no, the queen comes back to.
And now
then
knight d2.
E2.
That knight delivers the almost
The
a checkmate,
offside
yeah.
knight that was that we were ridiculing as the hero. I mean, wow. So yeah, I do like Alice's position after this knight b6, rook c7.
It's a great position.
Yeah.
Very, very imbalanced positions in the ladies section. And it does seem like Irina is putting the finishing touches in her match as well.
Well,
because
again, she's got
such a
draw
beautiful
odds.
position. I mean,
In her game. She did play, by the way, knight takes b2. We did not see the move queen e2 by Begim. Begim, much like me, she kind of saw her a3 pawn as being important. She played queen b3, knight to c4, bishop takes, and we're up to date with the players. I like the exchange sacrifice.
oh,
for
it's
black.
a great exchange sacrifice. Yeah,
Yeah.
You have
It really
no
doesn't
problems on
even
the
feel
kill
like
side anymore.
a sacrifice, does it? It does not feel like a
No,
sacrifice.
no.
And just to remind ourselves that Irina can move on with a draw. And in the case of Naji and Alice Lee, they drew their first game. And whoever wins this game
Yep.
will qualify onto the next round in the champions bracket. Whoever loses gets a second life, but they fall down to the elimination bracket.
Alrighty, and we'll take a break, commercial break, and we'll see you all on the other side.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
back in what is looking like it's going to be the most explosive day on the American Cup 2023. And just to remind ourselves of the standings in the champions bracket. Yesterday was a peaceful but very tense day as everyone drew in the open section. But everyone has come to the board in a fighting mood today. Everything to play for. It looks like the players do not want to take it to tie breaks at all.
No playoffs, but maybe they won't be able to avoid it. And in the ladies section, what is the brackets, the champions bracket going on there? As the elimination tournament has a free day today.
Yes. And in the women's champions bracket, we see that Irina Krush, well, she has started the tournament with a perfect score, and she is leading in her match against Tokhirjonova by 1 point. And it means that a draw is sufficient for her to progress to the next stage. And for Naji Paikidze and Alice Lee, well, it is a fight on right now. But in yesterday's game, it was a draw. So everything to play for, and I think we're going to be treated to a lot of decisive action on the boards.
The game that certainly has got our attention, in fact, we've been riveted to it for quite some time, ever since Hikaru essayed an open Sicilian as black in his game with Leinier Dominguez. It's captured our attention, and we've just seen these last two moves, B to B4. Back here we were actually looking at the possibility of B4 ourselves for black, and we wanted to play rook A7. So as a prelude to B4, queen C7, defending the A7 square, was played by Hikaru, and, well, Leinier said B4. You don't really want to play knight A4, because after C4, the knight feels a little bit offsides, doesn't it? I mean, it is just not that attractive anymore on the A4 square, which is why Hikaru dropped his knight back, and now rook A5 asking questions. What are you going to do about this pawn on B5? Okay, from black's point of view, the questions that I would be asking myself is, can I take a pawn? You know, like bishop takes E3, bishop takes E3. Well, I can't take the pawn on C2 anymore, but should I be playing rook C8 and making my own counterplay against the pawn on C2? These are the things that I would be asking. Cristian, jump right in. This is, I mean, in the next few moves, is going to resolve who's got the advantage.
That's right. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
That's. And you were asking the right questions. Can I take the pawn on C2? And bishop E3 has to be played right now, because if you start taking on defensive tasks with, like, I don't know, queen to B7 or things of that nature, you're just too slow. I'm going to go rook to A1, rook to A7 is a big problem. You're going to have to make defensive moves for a very long time. You don't have rook to C8 anymore because of rook to A7. You don't want to see that on the board. You need to maintain the offensive as black. So you have to take on E3. Question is, what are you going to take as white? Back
I suppose
on E3,
with
the F-pawn or with the bishop?
Yeah, I was going to defend the pawn. Yeah.
Yes, but at least right now, rook takes b5 doesn't win a pawn anymore, because your pawn on c2 is also hanging. So I can start thinking of ideas such as knight to f5, perhaps.
Okay. Going after this knight. And if I take this one, though, just to follow through with the whole plan.
So take, can I take? And you are right, I cannot take yet on c2 because the knight on d7 is unprotected. If I go rook to b8, you want to go queen to c6, don't
Exactly.
you? So I'm going to take on e3 first and give myself another square for the queen on a7.
Rook b8 and...
It's, yes, maybe rook to b8. But then queen a7, you take on d6. I don't know, this is not that easy.
And
take on d6, I take on e3, but you hide the king, and the bishop on g2 is defending the king.
Exactly,
so
it certainly is that. Yeah.
It's not that easy.
Okay, so rook a5, and Hikaru just kind of blitzed out, I want to say, maybe his first 16 moves or so, and he had more time than it seemed when he started game. If things equalized, I know Leinier is Leinier loves burning his clock. What's the time situation,
Well,
Jovi,
when it
between
comes
these
to the
two?
time situation between the two,
Yeah.
I think Leinier was burning the time on the clock. You're completely right. 19 minutes.
For how
Whereas
many moves?
for how many moves?
How many moves do
They've played 21
But there's
moves
no
because
second time
there's
control.
no
Yeah.
second time control.
That's it. There is no.
So that's it.
Yeah.
That's-
The rest of the game.
Watch
the
us
rest of the
these,
game.
what you get.
That's it.
And for Hikaru, he has just under 50 minutes.
That's a lot of time. That's a lot
Yeah.
of clock.
That is a lot of time, but let's remind ourselves. At some point, it was almost an hour differential. Now it's only 30 minutes, so definitely
Right.
Leinier has understood his task. He needs to speed up.
Right.
Because if he lets himself go into a complicated battle with only a couple of minutes on his
That's
clock
not gonna
against
work
50
very
minutes
well.
for Hikaru, that's not going to play out
No.
well in his favor. So I like what he's doing. Look, he sped up a little bit, b4, bishop d2, rook to a5. He was at like 25 minutes, now he's only at 20. So he's doing well.
Yeah, and I kind of also wanted to ask both
Please.
of your opinion on the Wesley So against Fabiano Caruana game, because when we saw, we saw that Wesley had
Right.
won a pawn,
Yes.
but there was some perhaps nebulous compensation.
No, it's a good compensation. I mean,
But
the pawn
now,
on a4 is
it looks to
really
me like-
restraining.
Now, Fabi has managed to actually get serious compensation, and has he weathered the storm?
He has indeed, yes. He has indeed weathered the storm. Now, that majority on the queen side is immobile. You cannot play b4, you cannot play b3. That pawn on a4 is doing a tremendous job of stopping that b pawn from becoming a passer in the position. Also, with the setup of the rook on c1 and the queen on b5, you can never move the rook from e2. Once you move the rook from e2, queen to f1 is coming on the board and your king is starting to feel the danger. So you're probably going to have to just shuffle the pieces right now. Queen f3, queen e3, just stay like this, wait, and call it a day because you're probably not. I'm not going to take on b2, by the way, as black. Even if you go queen to f3, I'm not going to go rook to b1, queen e4, take on b2, because that's going to allow you to get a passed pawn. And that might become dangerous for black. What I am going to do, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to go h5,
Can I ask
king g8, king g7, king g8, king g7, king g8.
Can I ask the salient question, therefore? What if I try to
Sure.
mess you up?
You know what? I'll buy the bullet.
Take
Let's
it.
take on h5.
Wow.
Why not? Why not?
Because
Okay, I'll.
the thing is, though,
Yes.
if you do capture that pawn with the
Yes.
queen, black can always kind of give a check.
Let's go
Yes.
king g7 first.
Yeah, king
Just to
g7.
ask.
Yeah, and then if you take it, you say,
queen
well
d5.
done, and then queen d5. Cannot block that check with the queen because of rook g1. No, that would be.
That's
bad.
how you get your 3,200.
And if you play f3 and allow me to go queen to d1, who's
Yeah.
checkmating who? Yeah.
Right, exactly. You're getting me from behind. I'll agree with that completely. But okay, you took my pawn.
Okay.
Do I feel the spirit of Nigel Short and Jan Divan?
No. Stop it, Jan. No.
Not even close.
Don't go for it.
I get caught right away. So G
Don't go
takes.
for it.
Okay.
Look, this was the bold option, right? I can also go g5 and just stay like this.
Well, that was my question. I hadn't really anticipated you going for the capture so much as this, and I was trying to hope that maybe on a good day I could play king h2 and rook g2, and I would say, hey, I'm the one opening up the g file.
You certainly can, but after f4, I think I'm going to pass with a move g4.
Yeah.
Pass by.
Wow.
What about here, though? You can go. Yeah.
Now
rook
you have
f2,
this f2 square. Yeah, that's true.
and F5
King to
is
h2, by the
coming.
way, was played. None of this will happen, which sort of allows black to go h5.
I was afraid
himself.
the moment you play h5, you shut me down.
Yes.
Yeah.
But-
yes.
Sorry.
But wait. You've inspired me, Yasser.
Please.
No. After king h2.
Oh,
And if you do go h5,
yes.
You want to go G4?
Now G4.
Really? My goodness.
Well, this is not our...
It's not your pieces, I understand. It's not your pieces, yeah.
I was afraid of putting my king on H4 because of rook C4.
Exactly, but now
So
we got
now,
some shit.
but
Let's
now
take
that
it.
we put the, yeah,
But it's a
was-
queen check. I still get away with it, but no, the position is in tatters.
Not-
No, I need,
not
white
what
needs
we
to be more
wanted
careful.
when we were playing G4. But
Very
I
dangerous,
think
yes.
that is King H2 is a kind of a draw offer. I'll just move my king back
King
and
G2,
forth.
King G2,
which,
yeah, King
which
H2,
begs
King
the
G2.
question. After takes, we thought, okay, white's a solid pawn up, but
He lost this important tempo. He didn't play King G2, he played Knight to D4, which allowed this. Rook to A4 was a very good move. Let's not take anything away from Fabiano's
Fabi.
defensive capabilities in this one. Rook to A4 was a very, very precise move, because after you take, get this exchange going on in the position, the B2 pawn is going to be a forever weakness.
exactly.
Right now.
And it no longer feels like it's a pawn up.
Yeah, and you managed to get this bind with the queen on b5 and the rook on c1 as well. So, and the queen cannot really leave the long diagonal, the white queen from e4, because then all sorts of checks, and we've seen how unpleasant those checks can be in the position. I think Fabiano has found the system and the placement of the ideal placement of the pieces to make a draw in this one.
Yeah, the more I'm looking at this, though, I really don't like Wesley's decision of playing King H2. Could we just look once more? I mean,
You really want to play
I
H5,
do.
yeah?
I do. I want to kind of mess black up a little bit here.
All right,
Because
show me again. What do you do after I take?
yeah, let me play F4.
Okay.
And I'll tell you, I'll pre-move Rook F2 and F5.
We shouldn't
Yeah.
pre-move that.
Yeah, well, I mean, just to let you know
But
that...
now I go rook to b1. Now that you weakened your king,
rook to
I will
B1.
go rook to b1.
Okay, so now I still got the Queen A8 check business,
do.
don't I?
But now I go rook h1.
Rook takes pawn?
No, rook
Well,
h1. Rook
the-
h1.
What's wrong with rook takes pawn?
Oh,
Are
it's
you
still
gonna
a
take
perpet?
Yeah, but
Yeah, it's a perpetual.
and then you can go queen f2, right? And
No, rook h1. Rook h1 check.
Rook H1 check
okay.
now?
Yeah, this is for sure a perpetual. There's no
So
way. With
then
that weak
after-
king, you're not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, I'm not running anywhere.
You can take my pawn, but queen g4, queen e2, and we've actually seen this setup in the game between Sam Shankland and Ray Robson yesterday. Very similar structure.
Yes, exactly. Okay, fair enough. I'm warming up to G6 takes H5 as well.
I think
So-
Wesley just understands he wants to make a draw and go to the playoffs. Right?
All right, playoffs. We like playoffs. We've been seeing some very exciting games in the playoffs, I must say. Let's jump to, as we've been mentioning throughout, Irina Krush has been absolutely fantastic in the tournament thus far, and all she needs is a draw today to clinch the match, and she would go on in the champions bracket. Her last move was rook on c4 to a4, a move that wins my heart, I must say, immediately. Just eyeballing the pawn on a3, and that is a very good pawn. Those are two connected pass pawns on the queen side that Irina will have. And
it's one of those situations where you actually don't have any compensation or any active play left in the position as
I mean,
white.
I'm starting to think I better just like
Find
go
a
for some
sacrifice, right?
sacrifice and blow things up, because if I wait for bishop to d5, rook takes a3, I'm going to be signing score sheets.
Yeah.
This looks very good for Irina, and again, because of the draw odds, even better than that. What's going on in Alice's game? When we left it, we really liked what she did. She played knight takes b6. We saw these ideas for black that were looking incredibly powerful. So powerful, we even wanted to play bishop f1 and just stop knight c4. Now she played bishop g2. Okay, so Alice has, does Alice have to pay attention? I think, no, against bishop f1 I wanted to play f5. Against bishop g2 I can't play f5 because the pawn would be hanging. So knight c4, check.
Okay.
Shall we try
Yeah, you have to try something.
something? Okay, and
Oh, but if you put it there,
yes.
is there any is nothing.
You wanted knight takes e4 type
It
of
doesn't
business?
work because of this queen coming into
The same,
d2. I mean,
It worked before, maybe it will work again.
nope, it didn't work.
It worked for black. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it still does.
And it's it's
Okay.
still bad for white.
All
However
right.
you look at it.
So I can switch the move order a little bit, Jovi. I can play knight takes e4, f takes, bishop takes. So the idea is if you take my bishop, I'll take the knight, and you don't have queen d2.
But you do have queen takes a2.
Queen takes a2. Yeah. and that's depressing.
And then
Is this
after
bad though?
bishop
takes
takes
e4? Bishop takes e4?
I was depressed by this, but
Ooh.
yeah.
That's...
I've got this bishop a3 nasty
Do you
side.
have any-
Do you have bishop f5?
f5.
some crazies, right?
Oh, bishop f5. That at least gets a draw, and it might
Yeah.
even do even more damage than a draw. So, okay, wonderful. We found a trick. Okay, so the trick we found is that if you play knight c4, rook check, we do have this, and bishop takes f3.
But let's go into that final
Okay.
position once again.
Okay,
So queen takes a2.
queen takes a2. We
take
take a
on
pawn.
e4.
Yeah.
Can I start with bishop a3? It's
You
probably
know,
not going
in
to
these
work.
in
but
these kinds of positions, I believe in the rule: get on your running shoes and start running.
Oh, you don't want to take
Yeah,
that
I
bishop?
think-
I don't want.
take it.
No, I don't want to. I
think
want
you're
to. I want to. Go ahead. I want
But-
your pieces to be.
But was there really a nothing?
I was
I'm not
scared.
convinced. No, I was bluffing.
Oh,
I
Well,
just thought you could take
you
it.
got an engine behind you.
I'm
I
not
don't
checking
think-
it right now. No, I was actually just bluffing. At least
you
I have a
can
draw
take
if
it.
you take it. If you take it, at least I have a draw.
I thought.
Queen a1 and queen
Oh.
c3. And then you have to
Yeah.
defend with
I'm
the queen.
intimidated by the engine. And this was.
But
At
queen-
least a draw.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you can still. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so, well, if I'm white, I would be thrilled to
You're
get out
happy
of
with the
here.
draw, yeah?
I'm a
Yeah.
pawn down, and it looks to me, coming into this exact position, that black is about ready to really attack, and I'm wondering, how do I defend?
And
Okay,
how are we doing on time?
So okay,
Right
I
now.
can tell
By the way,
you.
we do have knight c4 on the board.
Yeah, we do. Alice has just over 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Naji has 34.5 minutes. I mean, but it's so many possibilities here. Like,
Well,
like for
I'm
instance,
glued to knight takes e4.
Right.
I don't think I have time for anything like king b1. I'm just going to get killed. Rook b8. I'm afraid of even knight b2 actually.
Knight takes c4 loses on the spot.
Knight takes e4 loses.
On the spot.
yeah,
Why?
maybe you can go queen takes.
The simple and efficient rook to b7.
Get lost. Rook
I
to
like
b7.
Christian's evil laugh there.
Cackle. It's a cackle. The simple and efficient rook to b1. Why is that simple and why is it efficient? Can we ask? If I take a knight,
Rook takes.
I take a knight. That's two knights.
Wait, what?
And if you take my queen,
What's
I take-
happening?
What? I assumed it was computer generated analysis. And now he says what?
No, but how? Okay, I take your queen, of course.
You do, and I took a rook. So I got two minors and a rook for a queen.
No,
Now,
but you must be getting checkmated.
I don't doubt it. I just, please do the
So
honors.
let's go queen to a3.
Queen a3.
Are you
And
running?
I assume I have to go back.
To a1. Do I have ideas of just f5 now?
C3.
F5, C3.
Even though c3 seems crushing.
C3.
You
Yeah,
know, the
C3.
problem
Run
is,
with your pawn.
I love my minor pieces. The problem is the bishop on f2 is hardly contributing in any fashion to the defense of my king or even to any offensive action. C3, f5, and I think I'm just being done. Yeah, I agree. That's sad. That's sad. So knight takes e4, rook b7 is a showstopper. Well, what's my alternative to knight takes e4?
You do have, okay, so you got rook h8.
Okay, king d7.
That's one. Bishop takes knight, two.
I got the drum roll, but I'm ready for what comes.
Yeah, go f5. Try to create something, right?
Yeah, but
f5.
Don't you run into the same issues? Rook goes to b6.
But
well, we do have
perhaps
takes.
I take and queen f5 and bishop
Yeah.
g3, and I don't know. I'm praying at this point. That
That's
I have
something
enough.
good.
Yeah.
F5, okay. Feels like at least you are generating some good counterplay. I like that. Bishop a3, probably not good, huh?
It's like one of those Western movies. Who's going to pull
A
the trigger
shootout,
first?
huh?
Yeah.
A
I
shootout.
do like that quote. I think it's from a Western movie because
What's
there are
that?
two types of people in the world.
Yeah?
Those who bring loaded guns and those who do the digging.
Which Westerns were that from?
I don't know, one with Clint Eastwood.
Oh, excellent, excellent. John Wayne and Clint Eastwood, the true cowboys of cinema. Knight c4, okay. Really, knight takes e4, rook b. I mean, that is such an easy, you get yourself wound up. You see all of these sacrifices, and you see this bishop f3 and rook h8, and you get yourself to the point that, yeah, knight e4, and then rook b7. Oh no, what did I do? That's terrible. So where we were going instead was check, bishop f8, or it was king d7, I apologize.
Rook h8 actually played.
Bishop takes f3,
Pawn
e takes f3 and f6 with the idea of captures, and queen f5.
Rook h8 is on the board.
Indeed it is.
Yes.
King to d7 we expect to come quite quickly.
And we have been playing king d7 rather quickly, but there is an alternative, right?
She did.
Can
She played
Alice?
king d7.
Oh, she did already.
Yes.
I was about to say there was bishop f8, but king d7, and now no choice, right?
Bishop takes knight. And f5.
Maybe. Okay. You always. Do you find yourself at the board sometimes flipping mentally a coin? Should you play bishop f3 first, followed by f5, or should you keep the bishop?
No, because
And
you
play
don't
f5.
get to my king, and now I have rook b7, right?
Yep.
You take on f3, I don't even take back.
That's
anymore.
exactly the point. You
I take on
right.
b2.
So there's no mental flipping here at all. We have to start with bishop f3,
But-
which almost begs the question: can you play rook b2?
Yeah,
Rook
can you play
b7?
rook b7?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
And then what do I do?
You're asking too many questions, yes.
Oh, what? I'm not a prime member.
Now you actually run for the endgame with queen a4, which is a pretty depressing thing to do, that you have to do in this position not to get checkmated. And we enter this endgame, which the engine is saying that black is enjoying a significant advantage. You don't have time to go rook to h3 because of knight takes b2. Knight b2 and then bishop to a3, and this is
wow.
the bishop on f2 is just such a bad piece, right?
Exactly.
And, the difference in the position is that my pieces are so active, while your pieces have a very defensive stance. You take on f3, I take on b2, you have to run away with the king. It's not looking good
This is
for white.
depressing.
This is the dream
Yeah.
position for Naji Paikidze, right? Sorry,
for
for
Alice.
Alice Lee.
Yeah.
So perhaps this is what she's calculating. After bishop takes f3, rook to b7, as you guys were mentioning, is very precise. E takes f3 still seems to be doing quite well after queen to b4 or g5, but it gets dicey. And definitely it looks, at least visually, very, very dangerous. By the way, none of this will happen because she played rook to b8. Makes sense.
Stopping
right?
rook to b7.
Stop rook to b7.
That looks like a very decent move, I
How
must
is
say.
this position, guys? How do you guys assess it? I know how I assess it with the engine.
Right.
How do you guys assess it?
Yeah, no, I mean, if I've seen rook b8, I'm drawn to it. I like black. I like the extra pawn, but I mean, again, I feel like I'm a move away from knight takes e4, and turning the tables, if you will. So yeah, rook b8. I can understand why Naju was attracted to this move.
Actually, I think
Very
this
logical.
is a very, very good move, actually, on a practical level.
Truly.
Because, you know, you have bishop takes knight in the air, f5 is not possible.
Right, and you're keeping this knight takes e4 kind of tactics in reserve.
Yeah. And the only, I mean, obviously, this is a cutthroat position, so you have,
Right.
has to do something. So
Exactly.
I mean, moves are kind of just jump out at me. I just maybe move the bishop out to b4.
Four? Mm-hmm. I find myself attracted to that move as well.
Maybe I'll put that one back and then have a look for the alternatives. What else is there?
Well, it's almost like you would love to kind of play knight to d to stop all of these ideas of f4, f5, and bishop takes f3. But
Can you get away with it?
well, that's the problem. This bishop on f2, which has been bothering nobody the whole game, suddenly has a role that it could play in this case. It can play bishop to e1. So maybe we need to find a better
Yeah, the final
move.
breakthrough is like c5. Very caution to the wind.
Whoa,
But
whoa,
of
whoa,
course,
whoa.
you let go of d5. So let me also rewind that move.
Yes.
So what if I try to play this strategically? Change it from my kill on the b file mindset to just let's exchange pieces and try to play this for a long, long time. Rook c8.
Why do I have to trade pieces?
Well, if you don't, then maybe I can run away with the king. And that rook on b7 doesn't have that many squares left, right? King
Well,
to e8 or king to d8. Let's say king to d8.
King to d8.
Yeah, just because it feels a bit more safe.
Well, you mentioned this ending with queen a4. Do I have to go into? I mean, I feel like I'm a one-trick pony. The only thing I've got knight takes e4
Take on
on my
e4?
mind, and it's kind of been.
But you've got
But
queen
it
granted.
doesn't
a6.
work, right? I take on e4,
You take on e4. I take on f3.
knight d6.
Knight d6. Oh dear. Okay, that kind of hits a lot of bits and pieces, doesn't it?
You
Kind
can
of,
still take on e7 and take on e4, but I don't think it's enough.
it's not the joyful exchange sacrifice that Irina is enjoying. No, no. Okay, it still goes to show that Alice is the one who is pushing the action here. And you wanted to say that if I was forced to trade, how did you were about to tell me about your great strategic skills?
Well, I'm a pawn up. That's my strategy. I'm a pawn up.
The trading, you see how it works, you know.
But it's a good thing, right?
I mean, it seeps in. It's like it's just slowly.
Material is everything.
knight
I'm
takes
down for
e4.
that philosophy.
Okay, knight takes e4.
You
Can I?
continue to be a one-trick pony.
Right.
But do I have knight e1 now?
Wow, that is a nasty trick, isn't it? Knight e1, forking the bishop on g2, the queen on c2, and yeah, that's outrageous, but it's a really good move.
Oh,
played
rook
rook
c8 played. Alice.
She's
What a
good.
talent. I just love the way how she can just switch between attacking like a mad woman and
Right.
then suddenly, nope, let's just switch.
You see, that's just
into-
unfair. You know, when you're 13 years old and you come at me with all great guns blazing and tactics, I feel good. I'm proud of you that you're a tactician, and that's what young kids should be, tactical. You can't be both strategical with that's not fair. That's cruel.
Talent.
And it is. That's an amazing move, rook c8. Wow. Alice.
Bravo.
Yeah, bravo. Again, we think that Irina is doing very, very well. She's sacrificed an exchange. She's got 2 pawns, and all she needs is a draw. And she's not
in
thinking
cruise.
about
About the draw right now.
Yeah,
She
she's in
wants to
cruise
win this
control.
one.
Yeah.
There's someone who perhaps is also not thinking of a draw,
Yep.
or maybe teetering on the edge of the draw, is the game between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana.
Okay.
Because we saw Wesley return his extra material, but now they're in this queen and pawn ending, where that a pawn is going to be running up the board.
Sorry, let me refresh the board and update it. Whoa.
That's one thing that I didn't want to see for Fabi, right?
You're
With
right.
the queen and pawn ending, right? We left it here after king h2, and somehow we just thought, well, they will get to a drawn position. This is, whoa. This is lost.
This might be some
No,
very
this is-
well calculated draw, right?
What?
Well, he's
No.
got-
I've got the queen.
But he might have
Yes,
some
but I will be
E5,
able to
E4,
use that
E3.
pawn, the e pawn, and that's why he
E4,
played
E3.
e5
Yeah.
as a decoy. So I
Yes.
go e4. I continue.
Okay, e4, b6.
Get the queen
let's say
behind.
Queen to a2.
Yep.
Cool. And that, now I understand. So my king's perfectly safe, and you're going to use the pawn
Yeah.
as
That's
a
right.
decoy.
That's
oh,
right. That's
of
right.
course. Okay.
And if you try to defend
Boy,
it
I
with
had
king g2,
a mind freeze there. Pardon me?
if you try to defend it with king g2 after
Yeah, queen
to
a2, king g2.
I can still go e3.
You can go king g1, right? That's what I would do.
Okay. And after e3.
Pawn takes.
But where's your king going?
To infinity and beyond.
Yeah, this is
Spoken like somebody who read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Infinity and Beyond, you know.
I don't think
there's
that
not a
goes
lot of
anywhere.
infinity going on there. We're going to have to lasso you
Yeah.
back into Earth's orbit here. Yeah, e4, the e pawn is an important decoy. Boy, I told you, I just really had this mind freeze. Like, whoa, White's king perfectly safe.
Okay, could you kind of,
Please.
obviously you can't go running up the board with your a pawn,
Right.
but you can consolidate, like maybe improve the queen. And so, for instance, leave the pawn on a4, put the queen on e3,
Okay.
go like your Magnus Carlsen, you know, you introduced your king into the works, and
Right.
you know you.
But okay, so how are you dealing with queen a4 or a2?
Okay, so first of all, move the king.
Your a
Oh
pawn's
no, my a
hanging.
king pawn's hanging. Oh,
I
yes,
know.
why are you being
I know
spoilsport?
exactly. Well, I mean,
it might just be a very well calculated situation. Oh, by the way, wait. I don't like this. I take on e4.
yes, I take on f2.
I go queen g2.
But then the queen gets
Queen behind.
somewhere.
Now you just go queen a5. Yeah.
Yeah,
Not enough. No,
Hmm.
no,
the
not
king
enough.
is a bit
not
too
enough.
exposed. Like somehow, if it were not an a pawn and maybe a b pawn, you know, the king could
Yeah,
work
could come
the angles
closer
and try
and
to
closer.
use it.
Yeah, but this, I don't think it's enough. No.
And then Jabberwocky would be a winner. No, I'm not sure even in that case. How about Leinier and Hikaru? Because that, whoa.
That's still a
Leinier
fight.
was the one who had control of the A file a moment ago. What has happened? Okay, we left it, and you said that Hikaru had to play the move bishop takes e3. And I have to tell you, by the way, that that is a very, very awkward move for top grandmasters to make, because you know, we're taught, you know, to treasure the two bishops and not to voluntarily go into these two knights versus two bishops, and giving up the dark red bishop. Okay, bravo Hikaru. Knight f5, rook a7. Okay, Leinier kept the two bishops, but at the end of the day, active rook, active knights. How do you reckon what's going on here, Judy? What's happening? Struggling.
I'm struggling here actually
Understood.
because I actually prefer black's position.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, because it's just a lot more harmonious. And the bishop on g2 is really not a great piece, although it can drop down to f1.
Drop down to f1.
and start-
Gift me the pawn.
Exactly. But then, you know, the knight does have nice posts. You know, knight can plonk itself on d4.
Jeez,
It's
I'm struggling
it's
too.
really quite messy.
Right.
Yeah, no, this is not one of those positions you want to have with only 5 minutes on the clock. And Leinier only has 5 minutes on the clock.
Only 5 minutes. Wow. So
then
he's
again-
going to be stuck, glued to the board
Absolutely.
till the end of the game. No bathroom breaks, nothing like that.
But
Yeah.
it's very complex because, you know, this knight on d7 isn't a great piece either. So maybe
Let's go
I mean-
knight f6, right?
right, it can go to knight f6 and then jump to g4, so if you control it.
Okay, so the one thing I don't want to see is the knight dropping in on the d4 square. So let me just chill for a moment with the move c3. I'm keeping in reserve the idea of bishop f1 when I need it to capture the pawn on b5. We hear crickets.
Yeah, I know, because I'm just thinking.
Everybody's
I know. I mean, but I was also thinking the bishop.
Queen?
b6, just to...
Okay.
But then h3.
Right.
Control the knight circuit, and then I'm thinking the bishop on d2.
Can I go e4 now?
Yeah.
So bishop takes e4 is going to be
Knight
met
takes
by
g3.
knight takes and knight g3.
No, knight g3 first.
Or knight g3 first. Well, okay. I mean, let's just see how good or how bad is it. I've got bishop e3.
Yeah, go for it.
Ideas, yeah?
Do it now. I'm going to goad you into making that move.
I need all the support I can. I'm going to give...
Yeah.
It's
Knight e2 check.
You have knight e2 check as well.
Yeah, it's double-edged stuff, guys. It really is. And I'm with you 100%. With 5 minutes on my clock, whew, this is tough for Leinier, and a reminder of where we stand.
Yeah, and it is a very tough situation, as you called it, because in the champions bracket, yesterday saw everybody draw their game. So it means everything to play for in this game. And if the match is tied, we are going to see playoffs.
We're expecting that in the match between Wesley So and Fabi. It looks like they're cruising to a draw. So playoffs will be coming up later today. Let's leave it at that. And in the ladies.
And in the ladies' situation, well, Irina is in a very pleasant position, having won yesterday's game against Begim. She just needs to draw and she will coast through to the next stage. Whereas in the matchup between Najdi Paikidze and Alice Lee, they drew yesterday, so everything to play for today. And of course, if we do see any ties, then we are going to see these playoffs, and it's going to go to a 2-game rapid.
Right.
And if the match is still tied, then we're going to see the blitz. And if the match is still tied, the adrenaline-packed Armageddon. I really want to see an Armageddon.
Me too. I mean, I'm ready for it. And I just wanted to go to the game of Alice Lee. We think Irina is really in a very, very comfortable cruise position, if you will. All she needs is a draw. And frankly, I would be surprised if she's simply not winning at this stage. These two bishops are fabulous. This two connected pass pawns, the weakness here, the incredibly safe black king. I mean, I actually live for these types of positions as black. She's looking great. But the big question is, what's going on with Alice? Oh, they did trade on c8. And take it away, Cristian. Is Alice?
She's a pawn up.
Yeah, she's
a pawn up. Her king right now, without the presence of the white rook on the 8th rank, is feeling quite safe.
Quite safe. No knight takes e4 tricks.
No more knight takes e4, right? Because I have this knight e1. Knight e1 is key in the position.
That was a remarkable move, and
hopefully Nazi is not going to forget about that. Because if you can easily take on c8, and you have this idea of knight takes e4 for a very long time in the position, and you're like, okay, what am I missing? Yeah, let's take on e4, and then boom, knight to e1 drops to e1, and the game is over. So she has to be careful. She's dropping down to her last 20 minutes. We remember she was up on time quite a lot. I believe it was something along the lines of plus 20 minutes. Right now they're very close in their time management. So this one is going to go down to the wire. But it's Alice Lee who is in pole position.
Yeah,
for sure.
But I'm really kind of struggling as white. I'm in Najdi's shoes here, and I'm sitting there saying to myself, okay, I have to get rid of these knight takes e4, knight takes d5 types of ideas, but what am I looking for?
How do you do it?
Yeah, but what should I do instead? I mean,
b3 you probably don't want to play because of all the dark square weaknesses.
Right. that kind of like invites, I don't know,
And
bishop
by the
A3
way,
check.
bishop A3 ideas could
Exactly.
be in the position right now. We don't know for sure.
Right? So
There
I
is
mean,
no
I'm
threat,
struggling.
though. But there is no threat apart from bishop b4 and knight d2. Like, what did the Romans do for us?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Still one of the great lines. The life of Brian. Yeah. No, I'm struggling, especially because I really do look for active plans. I try to find.
That's the human nature.
Yes, and where's an act? I mean, I'm finding myself drawn to King B1, not exactly the most active move in
I was
position.
also drawn to that just because
You've got to do
you've gotta
something, and
do-
maybe your king is a little. You're protecting A2.
Okay,
Yay.
so let's go King B1.
Okay.
Well, I've got a
The
problem
knight-
though.
Knight D2 or?
Bishop comes out.
Oh,
I've got a problem.
But you can go b3. No, because knight d2 comes, killer blow.
Yeah.
No.
oh, that's
No,
so
this
Let me show the audience what you might have missed by accident.
By accident. Yes. No.
So I'm having, and Naji, you can see she's uncomfortable. Her body language, she's looking around
Okay.
like, what am I supposed to do?
I have an
Jovi,
idea.
please.
a4.
Whoa.
Whoa.
A4, okay.
Well,
Jovi.
what can we do?
Yeah, you
can't
gotta do
touch-
something.
Well, yeah, and I'm just thinking b3 is the next move.
Wow. Okay. B3
Really
is the
brave, Joe.
Hmm?
You are really brave.
Yes.
That's-
But
Yeah, she's got to do something. I
But
get
we've
it.
got to do something. I mean, the other
Yeah.
alternative could be to actually, there's another alternative that I did think, rather than a4, is actually just to go, the king's not safe on the queen's side, move it to the center.
Say it, say it. Say
Center.
it. Put your king.
King on e2.
Uh-huh.
Can I go bishop to B4 now?
Okay,
Bishop
she
takes
has
F3.
taken
She took
on
that
f3.
knight on F3.
She's had enough of this night. I mean, this night was some kind of like torture. But now, I mean, you got rid of the knight, but if you don't get rid of this pawn, that pawn is actually
Yeah.
huge.
Just to give you a heads up,
Please.
Leinier is down to his last 2 minutes.
Oh,
Let's go there
let's go
because
there.
I think Alice could decide the match in her favor today in this game.
She
I
certainly
want to
could.
say with a victory. We're going to jump back to Leinier's position for just a moment because what did you say? How much time?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Well, now he's under 2 minutes.
Yeah. But just to remind everyone of the time control, the players do get an extra 30-second increment per move.
He will
But there
be
is no
playing on
second time
increment
control.
right now.
Whoa, bishop h3, inviting knight d4. Strangely enough, that was the one thing I wanted to avoid as white, which is why I was playing c3. Here's Leinier provoking his opponent into playing knight d4.
So let's
What's
go
his
with that,
intention? Help me, Jovi. What do you think Leinier intends after
Perhaps
knight?
C3,
Well, knight e2 check.
to give a
And
check, and then I move my king somewhere. Let's say king
That's-
to F1.
okay.
But then the queen can come
Mm.
and... Aha, there's bishop takes.
Uh-huh.
Knight, there's knight. I'm just thinking of all the forcing moves.
Right.
You've got to get that, you've got to rescue that knight though. So I was thinking queen C... Maybe
Queen
queen
C?
B, maybe queen B6?
Okay, I like it. You're threatening ideas of knight takes
Bishop
c3 with a
D2.
nice discovery.
Bishop D2.
Bishop David 2. And that
Where's the
knight
knight going?
just got caught.
Yeah.
Wow.
So no
Okay.
knight E2.
So after knight d4 c3, no trickies, right? Wow, it just feels like this is a position that should have a trick
But
to it.
do you really need to move that knight? For instance, could you... And I was going to suggest something ridiculous. Queen C8.
Queen C8, wow.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
so
wow.
ridiculous. No.
It is a wow move, you know.
No, it's not so ridiculous because if you do get queen takes e2, then you're combining the
But
forces
this
of
one doesn't work because
Pardon
of
me?
bishop takes f6 followed by g4.
Oh,
And then you cannot move the knight because of g5.
yes.
That is a nice
That is-
trick. That is that's a beautiful looking trick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We got tricked.
Yeah, it's
Christian.
but there is
Christian
one
tricked us.
final kind of trick that you can do as black.
Yeah, what's that?
Instead of queen c8, so you can go h6.
Bishop h3 in the current position, h7, h6.
H6. Watch this. Bishop takes, like king takes, and
Good general.
good general leads from the front.
That's right.
Oh gosh!
yes.
Don't try this at home, kids.
Right.
This is not, this
Right.
is only because we had the liberty of being able to take back. And
Thank goodness. I mean, it's
The move.
it's the plus of being a commentator,
Yeah.
right? I was wrong.
Said no one ever.
I never said on the show. It's never been said. What does the engine make of this? What we're struggling
Let's
with Leinier
let's take a look.
and
It
Hikaru.
seems like knight to d4 is the best move in the
Okay.
position.
Okay.
And after c3,
Yes.
knight to what?
But
No. What are you doing with the knight there? What is this?
Nobody plays like
Nobody
this.
plays like this, of course. So knight to e2, king to f1, still within the drawing margins, but only with one move.
Queen a7.
Queen to a7. Queen to a7, and the idea, what if I just go bishop to d2, try to target that knight? Knight takes c3.
What?
And then knight to e4, and then you don't have a good way to defend. What is this?
What? That's
Okay, this is, yeah, forget about it. Nobody's going to play like this. Take,
E3,
take,
knight
and
takes
you cannot
d2.
take because I just simply take back on e3 and take on d2, and then
Yeah.
I'm going to have a winning position.
Wow.
Very difficult ideas to calculate and to understand. h6, the move that you were recommending, Jovi, is probably the most human move in the position. Just go h6. Force pretty much white to take on f6, king takes f6, and at least right now you have more or less a quiet position. You don't have to worry about any sort of crazy ideas for white. I think this is what he's going to go for.
But then after queen f3, we still have the salient question. What
And
are we doing
king to
about
g7,
g4?
and then we're just going to play this position, queen takes f5 and queen to c7. And I'm going to say that I have enough compensation for the pawn.
Okay, let's jump to Alice Lee because it just Varujan, our colleague on the production staff, is saying there's an opportunity here for Alice, and I think it was associated with bishop to b4.
Ooh, she played
She
e4.
played e4.
You see, she's trying to do something active.
Exactly.
That's psychology right there. That's chess psychology.
Well, it's chess. It's what we
chess.
try to do. I find like I just don't enjoy myself when I'm sitting there struggling and I'm defending and I'm not having fun. I mean, like you, Jovi, I want to push the pawns and go for it. But right here, right now, is where VAR says bishop b4 and
Oh, that's just a
the
hopeless
fun-
game, right? So you take on d5, I take on c3. You have to probably
Stops.
take with the queen. And then we exchange the queens,
Oh,
back
that's-
on d5. And how do you ever approach my pawn on f3?
we don't. That pawn on f3 is huge.
You have to lose so many tempos. You have to go king d1, king e1,
You know-
bishop g1 or bishop g3, king f2, and finally you get to that pawn. In the meantime, I'm going to run my king down the a file.
Right.
King b7, king a6. I'm going to get to your a pawn. And that...
You
She
know-
played it.
You know, the strange thing is if the black pawn on f3 were to change colors and become a white pawn, I still might prefer black. The fact that it's a black pawn on f3 just means it's got to be winning. And bishop b4, she's played what we think is actually a killer move,
And
bishop to
she
b4.
is starting to feel it, guys.
Yeah.
She is starting to feel it.
And this would be a clutch win for Alice,
Exactly.
because it would mean that she would just go through to the next stage, and Naji
Which
would
is-
be demoted, so to speak, down into the
Again,
elimination bracket.
Groundhog Day of last year, right? Where it was like the Alice and Irina were going to that clash, and Irina won the match, and then again won the elimination match too. So Alice is ready to book her seat into the next champions bracket.
Very
match.
impressive play from the 13-year-old Bishop B4, piling on the pressure.
Wow.
And what we've noticed about her is that she calculates so well and so
Yep.
quickly.
Yeah, this looks
Beautiful.
terrible position for white. I'm not even sure. I mean, the only thing I could potentially suggest is Bishop E1 at this moment, because anything that allows Bishop takes C3 is lights out. Terrible.
No, I mean, this is actually, the computer is saying -6
Minus
already.
6.
The game is over.
Okay.
According to the engine, right now, this game, unless some huge swing happens, this game is over.
So it's almost as if we're not going to be seeing any playoffs in the ladies, because Irina, we think, is just doing fantastically well. We think that Alice is doing fantastically well. We kind of lost track a little bit of Wesley and Fabi. It was a queen ending.
It is a queen ending, and the A pawn is still running up the board. White's king. It's just a question of can it escape, and unfortunately, I don't think it will ever
So
find a
perhaps
safe
just
haven.
Queen to E2 now, right?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Why won't I find a
A
safe
queen-
haven? Safe haven?
Well, the
Queen
queen can come to
G4.
F1.
No, Queen
and
G4.
then-
Queen G4.
and-
Or Queen to F1.
Yeah,
And then
it's the
Queen
same
E2,
thing.
you keep contact with the...
Yeah.
Anytime you go Queen
And
G2,
there's a pawn up for grabs on A6.
and that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. That's simple enough. Fair. Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems like Fabi is able to calculate this quite precisely.
Well, for somebody who probably made a finger failure out of the opening and got himself a pawn down, good recovery.
Excellent
I mean,
recovery.
I
not
have
a
to
bad
say.
result.
Yeah.
I mean, Wesley, it didn't seem like Wesley did anything wrong, but then he didn't do anything with his extra pawn.
So do I have any opportunity if I manage to get the Queen to A1? So Queen to C3 followed by Queen to A1.
Let's see.
After Queen E2, yeah. So
So
I go
Okay,
Queen
A5,
E2.
I go Queen E2.
Yeah, but you have Queen F1. So how are you going to
No,
get
he
to...
wanted to go
Queen
Queen
C3
C1.
and Queen
Oh, he
to
wanted to go
A1.
to Queen C3 check.
Yes.
Queen
Maybe
C3
Queen
check.
Queen C3 check and Queen, yeah.
So say King
And
and,
now
Queen,
Queen,
A1.
Yeah.
But I still think you have a perpetual, right?
Right.
Check,
That's pretty easy.
check. Yeah, unless I want to give you everything. My pawn is on the king side. It doesn't look good.
No, I wouldn't advise
And
that
I don't think I
either.
should probably do that. That might be a bit too many pawns.
I wouldn't advise it. No, that game definitely looks like it's heading for a draw and a playoff.
Queen D3.
Uh-oh. Just when I was about to move away from this game, Queen to D3 came on the board.
It
That was the move we
seems to be
expected.
an
Yeah.
improved version of the Queen E2 idea because it doesn't allow Queen C3 anymore.
Exactly.
So now you go A6, I go Queen F1.
Right.
Let's see if Wesley is going to try or if he's just going to play A6 and make a draw. That might actually be the case. Because Wesley is very objective. He's a very, very,
Very
objective guy.
pragmatic,
Whenever he sees that there's no more chances, he generally doesn't try for very long.
No.
And I really like this Queen D3 because even ideas of trying to get the queen behind with Queen C1, they're no longer available because of Queen to F5.
Right.
So it kind of freezes your options.
just takes away that opportunity, and after Queen to D3, it just, you've got F5 and you're stopping Queen C3 as well. I agree. Queen D3 is excellent move.
Yeah.
Yeah, very precise.
Yeah.
Very, very precise.
And let's jump to Alice Lee, because she might be the first player to
C5.
advance.
I think it's a race between her and Irina Krush as to
Yes.
who will win their game first.
Well,
Irina has been in very impressive form, but here, no answer from Naji.
No.
Now
after
she's
this
down
one.
to her last 8 minutes right now.
No.
Exactly. For what I mean, the computer does say +6, so we know it's pretty bad.
Wait a minute. What is Irina doing?
She
took on d4 with the bishop, allowing queen takes
What is
g4.
Irina doing?
What's that?
Just a second. What is Irina doing? She took on d4, allowing queen takes g4? No.
Queen takes g4, yes.
So I'm guessing bishop takes pawn, you can just meet that with.
King takes, and then
But then the
queen b6
queen
check.
b6 check.
Right.
So king f1.
And there goes the queen. Rook takes g4.
Rook takes d6.
No. King takes f2.
No, king f1.
King
F1.
F1 right now.
Yes,
I
yes,
apologize.
yes.
But you can go.
And she's played king f1.
You probably do have to go into this endgame. So you take on g4, I take on d6, you take on e1, I take on d1 back. And you have 4 pawns for the piece.
But that's not what we...
5 pawns. Never mind, I take on a6.
Yeah, that's not what we wanted. What? So
She took on g4.
she has taken on g4,
Okay, rook takes d6.
of course.
Pretty much forced.
So that was a strange decision then. Why would you go into this ending that isn't as super clean as it was a moment ago?
But I think it is relatively clean,
Is
right?
it?
Because she just needs to draw.
Okay,
Bishop
so
takes
help me.
rook?
Yes, king takes.
Perhaps from that perspective, yes.
Yeah,
She's
you
not
know.
risking anything.
You really aren't. You just
You
go.
wanted to play bishop takes g2.
Well, I was thinking.
That is a very good point, yes.
Also, you can go h5 as well.
It's black who's playing for a win. That's for
Exactly.
sure. That's for sure, yes.
But you're not going to finish the game with checkmate, but you don't need to.
No, you don't. A draw will do you. A draw will get you to the next round. That is for
By the way,
sure.
Naji played the move knight to b1.
Knight to d.
Knight to b1.
Knight to b1. Let me jump to that game. Okay. It's not
not
looking
pretty.
good for.
Not a fun
Naji's
move
fan.
to
No,
make.
no.
Not a fun move to make. Allowing queen takes a2 just doesn't seem. But what after queen takes a2? Like, what's your follow-up?
Gee, I
Pawn
mean,
takes pawn,
And I take back.
and then f5.
Yes.
Throw it forward. I don't care.
Okay, I'll
back.
close you up. G5. Yes.
You know, I'm not done with you yet.
Oh yes. We're quoting the knight.
Right.
What's it called?
The Black
The
Knight.
Black Knight.
From the Monty Python's Holy
Just
Grail.
a flesh wound. His legs have been chopped off. His arm has been chopped off.
bite you.
And he says, "I come back."
Yes. Yeah, queen takes a2. That just looks very, very powerful. Oh my goodness. It looks bad. I'm more than intrigued by the game between Leinier and Hikaru, because how much time is... Oh, he hasn't moved after
No, he
bishop
hasn't
h3.
moved.
No, he's really trying to calculate more than one move ahead and make his decisions
Right.
for more than one move ahead, so he can blast a sequence of moves and potentially put more pressure on his opponent.
Exactly. That's what I like to do when I was playing against Walter Brown, a time trouble addict, is I would get it in a position where I did my very, very best to calculate 4, 5, 6 moves, play them quickly, and then think again. Like, okay, like...
Wasn't this recommended by Simon Webb in his book Chess for Tigers as well?
I didn't read it, but if he recommended that, you know, like, well done, Simon.
There was some kind of like waiting, and then you do some
Bang, bang,
bang,
pounce.
bang, and yeah.
That's what the tiger came in.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so here, strangely enough, well, not, what am I saying? We're not worth. H6 was recommended. Your move by the computer, good general leading his army and stuff. He didn't play H6.
No, I didn't think he.
He hasn't played a single.
He hasn't
move.
played
No,
a single move though.
But just because this is like alien chess.
He's getting ready to play a move though.
How do you play knight on F5 to C2, where it's absolutely doing nothing, but the
Very
computer
simple.
recommended it.
Very
But
simple.
you know what? I
You don't
reckon
play.
Hikaru, he's such a great calculator that he's
He
going to
can't
find
be
it.
thinking.
He's not
right?
going to play this. No, no,
No.
way. No way.
But how would the sequence go? Because this is such a confusing. I would never head off in this direction myself as black. Knight d4, c3, knight. I'd get stuck with knight e2.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And
Rook d2, rook a1, and the computer finds the equality. Rook d1, rook a2.
rook here, here.
Let's go
and-
for a perpetual.
No kidding. Wow. Okay, that's not going to happen. That is alien chess.
Yes.
Yeah.
No way. No way.
Yeah.
No. He's thinking. He's thinking. He's kind of figuring things out, and we're going to see a sequence of moves coming from Hikaru soon.
One of the things that you had mentioned a couple of times in the show, Christian, is, I mean, I know you're the college coach for Missouri University, and you're always looking at the chess engines and, you know, recommendation of one engine versus another. Engines are improving all the time. But you, from Norway, you have this CC.
Sessa,
Sessa.
yeah. Sessi or something, yeah.
Sessa, yeah, this
sorry.
super computer that's dedicated to Magnus's games.
Right. But it's like stockfish, apparently.
Oh,
but
is
on,
it?
on this
on
super
neural
turbo
network? Yeah.
engine
Yeah.
on a computer or something, yeah.
Did you ever try to do a comparative check? Like, how much stronger is this supercomputer
No.
than a stockfish?
No.
No.
No, I'll tell you what I do when it comes to technology.
Okay.
Okay,
Between
it's
us.
between me, you, whoever's watching, and Christian,
Right,
and
right.
the whole world.
Don't share it with anybody else.
No,
but
please
go on.
don't. Please keep it a secret because I'm a bit ashamed. What I
Right.
do is,
Yes.
okay, so I'm going to pick up, use this guy, my phone.
No
so,
kidding.
no kidding. Yeah, I literally get my repertoire that I've kind of hatched up with my
Right.
computer. And then I pick up my phone and I say for instance, I'm preparing a line in the Caruana.
Right.
I play white and my phone plays black, and whatever it comes up with, you know, because it beats me all the time anyhow. So whatever
Right.
it comes up with, I go and put in my thing and I think, look,
Good enough.
Magnus is not better than my phone.
Right.
So it's good enough.
Intriguing. Well, now we know your training technique secrets. I'm not sure I'm jealous. Did I tell you about my toaster? My toaster's got the most amazing. No, I'm not going there. Sorry. Why is Hikaru on? Hikaru hasn't moved.
No, Hikaru played 94.
He did.
Okay, no, yeah, I knew it.
He
I
did
knew
at
it. Someone's
C3?
going to
Is he
spot
really
it.
going to go to... No.
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 He's going to go to E2.
I really cannot believe that he would go to C2.
No, he goes. Oh, I should have
This-
taken you guys up on a bet.
Oh,
Are you
this
kidding
is
me?
alien.
Are you kidding me, Hikaru?
Knight C2.
Well, if
I
there is
mean-
a sequence that's going to make Leinier pause, it was this one. Knight d4 followed by knight to c2. There's no way he was expecting this.
No way. I mean,
Okay.
you know.
But you look at the position, what's the idea behind this?
Well, exactly. I mean,
Why do you put
today's
the knight
modern
there?
chess engines, if you had an adjourned position and you came and you told me that the sequence of moves was to jump from F5 to C2, I'd properly chide you and say, well, what is your knight doing on C2? I mean, why is it better on C2 than it is on F5?
Maybe he has the idea of like going to. Maybe we're kind of like overthinking his whole concept. Maybe it's just to go knight A3, knight C4.
And then what? What's your knight doing on c4? I mean, I
It's
understand
looking
you have knight
pretty,
b2,
Christian. It's on an
another move, but-
outpost.
It was looking pretty on F5 too. Okay, knight went. Okay, but now that your knight is danced away, it can't the Leinier, you know,
Start tickling that other knight.
the other knight. Like, look, you're the one misplacing your steed. If you go back to D7, may I possibly try ideas of bishop e7 and bishop e6.
You're introducing your little friend.
Yes.
E7.
By the way, Leinier under a minute.
Yeah.
Yes.
55 seconds, right?
I just don't know how you
45.
do that, by the way, without, not just getting incredibly nervous. I mean, the match is
Find the fourth
literally
variation
on a
right now.
thread.
Find the fourth variation,
After queen f3?
which is perhaps rook to d2. That idea, rook to d2, rook to d1.
I think he's going to play rook. No, he plays queen f3.
Queen
This is
f3.
the human move. I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean, I don't.
I thought he was going to wait with it.
I mean, I understood that there was some kind of a repetition, but queen f3 would be the move that would attract my attention because why not? I mean, drive the knight. And
Sorry.
no, it's fine. And what?
Maybe I go knight to g8. Is that,
Knight
is
to
that
G8.
what he's trying to do?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so there were knights on f5 and f6, and the knights are now on g8 and c2. And I'm sitting there scratching my head and say, why is this an improvement for black?
Don't
no
use
idea.
this game as a beginner's example of how to
I was
play
about
chess.
to say, yeah, right.
Do not do that.
I mean, all of our beautiful guidelines, bishop f1.
Okay.
Okay, so you've done as much damage as you could on this diagonal. I assume this move is a kind of a greetings when the knight does come to c4, like I'm ready to pounce and capture.
I'm still completely stunned by this knight d4, knight c2.
Me
pose
three.
sequence is just unbelievable.
I wouldn't, if I'm at the board, I wouldn't know what I was doing, even if, people came to me after the game and said, wow, that was great, that plan you came up with. I was like, was it good? Like, I'd be really questioning my understanding.
So Hikaru definitely came into this game with very aggressive intentions.
Well, the whole opening choice, the open Sicilian.
He does not want to make a draw. He wants to put pressure on Leinier. He got what he wanted. He got Leinier down to his last final minute. He needs to find some complications, and maybe this was his way of expressing himself in that direction. Knight to d4, knight to c2.
Well, I'm sure that, Hikaru has such a following on the internet. I'm sure a lot of people on the internet are confused. They say, well, Hikaru is one of the greatest blitz players the world has ever seen. Why wouldn't he welcome a tiebreaker with faster and faster time controls?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If
Please.
this one is going to work out in his favor, this knight d4, knight to c2 is going to make for a juicy YouTube video.
But it's true. These guys, these streamers,
Yes.
they're all about content.
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
they're looking
They've
for
got to create.
opportunity-
They've got to
Exactly.
create content each and
Exactly.
every day. And so, if he plays, a really confusing game, I mean, he's got like a week of content to talk about.
It's going to be a lot of views.
Yeah, a lot of views.
A lot of views.
Okay. How does the computer evaluate the current position after this move, bishop f1? Christian?
Hikaru is better.
Pardon me?
Hikaru is better.
Hikaru is better.
Hikaru is better. Queen to f3 was not the right move.
Wow.
Queen to f3 was Leinier erring by playing a very human move.
Yeah, no, it looked very natural to my eyes.
Yeah, knight to a3 right now is the move. Queen to c8 is a very powerful move.
Queen
Queen to
Queen
c8.
to c8, yes.
I mean, I just played the move bishop f1,
I know, yeah.
presumably to tickle the pawn on b5, and you're saying queen to c8,
Makes no sense, right?
right? Like, I mean, I'd pounce with 2 feet, 4 arms, and, and 3 noses. I was like, what do you do? Bishop takes b5.
And now rook a3.
And now rook a3.
Aha. The point is you can't defend that pawn. because-
It doesn't make human sense, guys. I mean, I
But it's
just don't see
beautiful
it.
geometry, though.
It's beautiful, but
Why
how
is it
can
beautiful?
anybody play
Oh.
like this?
Queen to g4 hits d1?
Perhaps not that. Perhaps.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe yes. Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that is.
Okay, he
Rook
plays rook A3.
The same
immediately.
idea, right? Queen to C8, target that pawn on C3.
Yeah, without necessarily dropping the pawn on B5. Bishop
Big threat in the
F1.
position right now. You have knight to D4 or knight takes B4 as
It's such a
immediate threats.
gutsy move because the knight doesn't have any squares. So I
It's
would be
it's
playing
like-
queen E2 in a heartbeat.
Right? But when you stop and think about it and you realize rook to D3,
Oh,
knight E1,
it's
oh,
a nice fork.
that
20
is-
seconds for Leinier.
and Leinier is, wow.
I mean, is this also an invitation to repeat the position? Because after queen E2, presumably you're going to go rook A2.
No, I'm going to take on C3.
Oh yeah, of course.
Bishop to C1 and rook to B3.
Not rook A2. I was about to say, I thought it was an invitation, like you said, to repeat after rook A2
Yeah.
would I play bishop G5. Rook B3, rather quickly.
Okay.
Man,
Queen
Hikaru is...
D3. No, because of
Knight
knight
takes
takes B4. And Leinier again. Clock is ticking. 16
What
seconds
do you do now?
and going down.
Uh-oh. But the real question is, how do I stop knight takes B4?
This is not
Yeah,
easy.
7 seconds.
Is that 5 seconds? As
Yeah,
I'm
it's
saying?
5
Three,
seconds. 4,
two,
3,
1.
2.
No.
Leinier play move. You just played one with 1 second.
1 second? And he did it almost like
Nonchalantly, yeah?
easily, like, yeah, let me just put my...
Well,
but wait a
but
minute,
wait 1
isn't
second.
that
Rook takes
hanging
C3.
the pawn on C3?
It is.
That is a losing move.
What?
Queen to E4
Was a losing move,
was a losing move. Rook takes C3.
which has been
Hikaru
played.
right now is in a winning position.
Rook
Bishop.
takes C3, bishop B2, but now we have knight F6. That's a beautiful tempo against the queen.
Exactly.
But let's see that again. Look how close. You said 1 second?
1 second
And he
right
made it
here.
so
Look, look.
nonchalant. Look at
There's
that.
1 second.
Very deliberate. He puts the queen properly in the middle of the square, presses the clock. 1 second. Wow. I mean, my hand would have been shaking.
Yes, yes, yes.
I would have whacked the clock and made everyone aware that I didn't have too
Yes.
much time.
Bishop
Yes.
B2. Okay, so Hikaru can toss in a very nice tempo gaining knight F6. He can drop back with the rook. Now the vultures start coming, right? Because it should be winning. What's the easiest, Jovi? Just what would you do? Drop back with the rook or play knight F6?
I think I would go knight F6.
I couldn't
Introduce
resist.
the piece with some time.
Exactly.
I mean, the only question is, I mean, do you want queen E2? No, queen E2 isn't even a problem, right? Or it
No.
could be.
Well, the reason I like knight F6 is because it really does ask the question, where do you want to go with the queen? If you go back to E2, I love this. I simply
Yeah.
love this.
And how is rook takes knight?
Yeah, and you know, it's sort of like that game of Alice Lee. She has a pawn on F3. I've got this gorgeous pawn on C3. That should be winning.
And we see
repetition.
the players are repeating the position, so we're going to see them agree a draw. Are we looking?
I don't- I guess
is
they-
the arbiter stepping in?
I guess they haven't played enough times. Yeah.
No.
They're just confirming that it was a draw, and we will be having a playoff come a little bit later. I think that'll be about 5:30 viewers' time. Let's put it that way. Okay. Well,
Okay.
our
First playoff
yeah,
of the day.
we'll look forward to that as we jump back to the current position between Leinier and Hikaru. Hikaru has played this really, really well, and you're really taking advantage of Leinier's clock mismanagement. I'll call it that because that's exactly what it is, and Leinier often is in touch.
Let's
But
let
to be-
Hikaru stew on this position because I do believe Alice Lee is just about to finish her game.
Okay.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like this one is going anywhere but an easy victory for Alice Lee.
Yeah.
Knight to E4, you cannot approach that pawn with the move king to F2. I'm going to take that pawn on F6 as well. I'm going to pretty much pick up every single one of your pawns.
Wow.
And you're not even going to be able to touch my F3 pawn.
No,
Yeah,
you're absolutely right. This is actually resignation. Just as you described, knight goes plunk on e4, and the a pawn is a beautiful decoy as well.
I mean, you would probably even say black was winning without the a pawn, but it's on the board, and it's going to go running. It's a beautiful
Black might
piece.
be winning without the a and the f3 pawn.
It's that bad,
Is that bad?
Yeah.
Yep, but now the black
Just the
king
king-
is just
king
going to
e6.
march towards
F2.
F2.
Okay.
Beautiful.
I'm not sure. I actually don't like
I like I like the march of the king to
really don't
h3
like
and
this.
g2.
You can take your time with it. You know,
It's completely winning.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Either way, it's just a very strange move to
I,
make.
you know,
in
I
my-
suspect that she might even march towards the queen side. She might just forget about these pawns and just go a5, a4. King will come forward.
Yes.
Recipe for success.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing performance by the 13-year-old. She's
Yes.
only dropped half a point
Out of the
out of 4 games.
classical games that she played. She hasn't been playing anything but classical games, actually. Yeah, because of her 2-0 and now what looks like 1.5. And there's the...
There's a resignation.
Well done. Well done.
And
Alice.
that means Alice moves on in the champions bracket, while
Will she
Nashi
be-
Paikidze will still have a chance in the elimination bracket, and she's waiting for the loser between Tokhirjonova and Irina Krush. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe that is correct.
Yes. No?
I think
Excuse me. Let's be accurate. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not.
Go ahead. Tell.
I think she waits
Say
for
it.
Tatev.
She waits for Tatev.
Tatev is her. But okay.
Rival.
Rival.
I just wanted to turn our attention to the game of Irina Krush because, again, Irina is in the beautiful situation of needing only a draw to clinch her berth into the next round of the champions bracket. And she has, count them up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns against a knight and pawn. But that knight is tethered to h2, so Irina's, I mean, it's a 2-result game.
It is.
Let's put it that way at this
Certainly.
moment. But our congratulations to Alice Lee. Let's jump back to the game of Hikaru and see what has happened, because we left it after bishop b2, knight f6. How can you not play the move knight f6? It's just so irresistible. Rook to b2, bishop c1, eyeballing bishop h6 check, and queen takes. Knight drop back, queen d8, queen e7, and we're now caught up to the players. The times, if you don't mind, Josie?
Yeah, so the times are Leinier under a minute, whilst Hikaru has 13 minutes to enjoy the position.
Exactly. Now, Hikaru's a pawn up at, he's looking for more. What do we reckon he should be doing here? Is rook takes c4 a nice munch, or is there something wrong with that? Rook takes b4, rook d2. Sorry, excuse me, there's an issue.
There is an issue, but you know, you can just simply use, okay, you are threatening the b pawn, but the b4 pawn will also drop in return.
You know, I would...
Can we get the knight into play, knight f6?
It's funny, but I was really wanting to get the queen into play. I'd love to play e4 and e3.
Don't I have queen a2 as a potential threat?
Yes, queen a2.
Especially if you go e4, because that
Right,
opens up
then-
the diagonal.
But you said you like knight f6?
Maybe just knight f6, bring the knight into play. Knight f6, knight e4 ideas.
Knight f6, knight e4 ideas. I don't know. I'm looking for something a little bit cleaner than all of this. How about just simple knight to d4?
That's a move.
Is that...
But you can put pressure.
Sorry, please, Jovi?
No, I like after knight d4.
Yes.
I think it's a good move.
Yes.
Then bishop comes out to e3.
Bishop to e3, yeah.
But I guess you
here
throw
I would
in a
love...
check.
Pardon me?
Oh, no, sorry, go on.
I'd love to play knight f6. I'd like to invite you to capture so that I can bring my queen, you know, something like this. Let me just put some pieces on the board, I apologize, and something like this, where my queen is, you know, I'm playing good knight versus bad bishop, right? Sorry, this is not the current position. This is the position.
Yeah.
I'm just stunned by this whole sequence that Hikaru found knight d4, knight c2, because, you know, intuitively, it's not good. It's not something that you want to do. It's something that you've calculated and you convince yourself that the knight is actually profoundly good on c2.
And look,
which
he's been
happened.
taking risks this whole game, yeah? From the beginning with his opening choice all the way towards the end. So props to Hikaru. I mean,
Absolutely.
you take this type of massive risks,
And it pays off.
You might be paid off, yeah?
Yeah. By the way, maybe it was on move 36 that maybe Hikaru spoiled it a little bit. After rook b3, bishop c1, why would you play knight g8? Maybe you could just play, no, h5, bishop h6 check.
Yeah, I think he wanted to cover the h6 square.
Okay, I understand. So, you know, for a moment there, I was wondering just to stop bishop h6, but he would do it in any way. And wow, in the meanwhile, we have a guest in studio with Cristian.
Alice, you're continuing your campaign in the champions bracket. This must feel good right now, especially after a victory with the black pieces.
Yeah, so I felt like this game, I was more of hoping to stay solid and like not lose. That's more important. But I felt like I had like no idea what to do in the opening. But I felt it was actually very interesting. After she castled queenside, then I was able to
Play this move knight to g4.
yeah, so she's, I think, sort of forced to play bishop e1, and then I win the h2 pawn. After that, I wasn't sure. I thought, like, it was a bit awkward for me, because after she, like, played bishop h3...
And it was this move bishop to e2 that seems to have played in her favor. Did you consider this move at all, or...?
Yeah, I thought I would play e4, and I was actually a bit more concerned about bishop g2, and then...
Bishop g2.
She might have, like, queen e2 ideas, but...
After e4, queen to e2
yeah.
ideas.
But I
yes.
guess I have f5. That's interesting. I didn't really like that move, but apparently then I probably will play like knight g4.
Yeah, get back to f6. Or...
So I guess the difference is after bishop e2, I wouldn't want to play f5 and knight g4 because the g6 pawn, and then also like I get triple pawns.
That's right.
So
yeah.
I was planning to play e4 after that, and then knight f3, and I thought that was actually pleasant for me because I would be able to like win the pawn.
And I think the big difference is that she's probably going to take, and then make space for the queen to corral your pawn with queen d1, queen f3. This seems to lead to a very complex battle. But you are pretty happy with this position, right?
Yeah, I thought I had a good chance. It's like b6 I was happy about because I don't think it was possible like earlier before we traded off the pieces.
You mean somewhere around here?
Yeah, I thought b6. Then, yeah, there's d takes c5, so it wouldn't be nearly as good, although I guess it's still playable. But I was more happy that I was able to close the center,
Yep.
so she wouldn't have any e4 idea since my king is still in the center.
And you got to this position, and she played this rather awkward move, g4. It felt a bit slow, gave you the tempo to play b6 and open up the position. That must have felt good and inspiring for you.
Yeah, I thought she wanted to play maybe g5, but I didn't. I thought that was also too slow.
Yeah.
So I was happy with this b6 move, and then after knight takes b6, I felt my position was very good because I have these really interesting ideas. So I was sort of focused on this idea of knight c4, and my idea is I want to play bishop a3. So if she doesn't do anything, then I have this bishop a3, b takes a3, queen takes a3, king d1, knight b2, king e2, queen a6, and that's, I think...
Let's just play a move,
checkmate.
bishop a3. Knight b2, king e2,
queen a6.
queen a6,
and I was
that's
happy
a
with this
checkmate.
queen a6 move, and I thought I definitely have a lot of interesting ideas.
And if she goes the other way to b1, then the rook is coming
Yeah,
into play.
and then like
Yeah.
rook b2 and knight d2 and knight b3.
This is game over. Yeah. So she had to go for this rook to h8, rook to b8 idea to cover up the b file. That rook to b7 was coming with tremendous consequences. And this is the move that we found very, very cool to see. Rook to c8.
Yeah, so here I thought if she did rook b7, then her rook is like just really bad. I'll probably play king e8. And I always have ideas of like knight b6 or knight d6, and the rook is just not happy.
Queen to a6 as well.
So after she traded, I thought I was better. I was pretty happy with the position. And what I was hoping for is instead of bishop takes f3, I thought she could, if she did knight takes e4, I have this move knight e1, so that's pretty nice. But I think she probably saw it, otherwise she would have
Yes,
taken
surely
it.
she did.
But here it's good because she actually has no easy way to get to the f3 pawn, and after knight b1, queen takes a2, she doesn't have many moves left that are possible.
Yeah, this position is just simply lost, and you converted it with clinical precision. Alice, you must be sensing already that semifinal. What's your thought about that?
I didn't think too much about this today. I thought I was trying not to lose, so I thought there might be a playoff, and I was fine with that. But for right now, I'm happy, of course, to advance. And I'll be playing either probably Begim or Irina. So
Either Irina or Begim, but it does seem like Irina is in pole position to take this one home.
yeah, so it would be similar to last year. I did lose 2 matches against her last year, but that definitely was some good experience for me. So I'll try my best. I'm not expecting too much, but hopefully it will go better this time.
Guys, any questions?
None. Just congratulations, Alice, and good luck in your next match.
Thank you.
And once again, let's refresh our brackets after this
Yes.
as champions leading to this #1 versus #2
Yeah,
showdown.
definitely. And you can see Alice is the first person through to the next stage. And she will meet either the victor of Irina Krush or Tokhirjonova. And wow,
It
I
sure
have to
looks
say,
like it's going to be Irina Krush at this moment.
It definitely does look like
because-
that. And in the elimination bracket,
Yes.
Naji will be playing against Tatev Abrahamyan. So that's also going to be a very interesting fight, as everyone is struggling for their lives. They're in the last chance saloon.
Exactly. Just looking at the game of Irina, it does look after this move b3. At a certain moment, you're going to go rook b6, b3. You're going to have to give up this h2 pawn in order, and you're just going to fight. I mean, even in a dream world where you get rook and bishop versus rook, which is a real dream, I can tell. Not working. It's just not working. But let's see. Let me refresh the board for a moment because
I think Irina just played great
Rook E2.
practical chess. You know, it seems like she understands the opening. She understands exactly what she needs to do. And here, I loved her
pawns.
decision to kind of go into this endgame. Take those 4 pawns. I
was-
know you guys were.
I
a
was
little-
critical, but I'll definitely say no. She made the right choice.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was.
you're not risking anything, and
No.
you only
Exactly.
need a draw to advance, which is
Exactly.
the main goal in this competition.
For sure.
You want to advance, you want to maintain all your available lives that you start off with. This is the easiest path to achieve that.
Right.
Yeah.
And after rook e2, bishop g2, g5, it's like the march of the ants, right? Just up the board.
That's not inspiring for the player
not-
with the white pieces.
Yeah.
No, bishop f1, just on the board. Here.
Rook to d2, keep the king cut.
And,
You know, as a professional blitz player, you put the rook as far away so that when you never get forked. You know, if you put your rook on d2 and your king marches to the e5 square, you could get embarrassed by a knight.
And I think we
c4.
should check out what Dominguez versus.
Absolutely.
absolutely, because
Let's jump right to it when we left it.
on seconds, 22 seconds, and it's
Check.
going down. And take a look at that knight wedged on f3. Yasser's playing through the moves.
Yep.
And
Queen b2 last turn, kind of intimating like, hey, wait a minute, you know, there's rook takes e3 ideas in the position, as well as the simple and direct rook takes b4.
That somehow doesn't feel right.
Queen a6, is this the invitation for knight f6 to g4?
G4, I
You like it?
don't need to be asked twice. I mean, I
You're
think I would
ready.
play it.
You're ready. Knight f6
Immediately.
and knight g4. And I don't understand why. I mean,
What
those
White
knights.
is dreaming right now is to exchange the queens with queen a1, right? Finally, I will not have to worry about getting checkmated.
But wait, your bishop on e2 is hanging.
No, yes.
That's why you play
no, he's saying
knight
if you
f6,
don't
yeah.
play knight f6,
Okay.
then I have
okay,
queen
okay.
a1.
So
as-
something like rook to b4, for example.
Yes.
Maybe I'm not even going to consider trying to get my pawn back with bishop takes f3, but rather just exchange the queens. As
Yeah, and he's done knight f6
Knight
because
F6.
the threat of knight g4 is just so absolutely compelling. I
It
mean,
is.
you do go, wow, this rook on e3, pardon me, this knight on g4 hitting e3, as well as the rook threatening rook takes e3. No, Leinier,
I mean, look, he
13 seconds.
with no time on his clock, I mean, I think he's facing an impossible task.
I mean, can he survive by
h3.
h3? Yeah, I was also wondering whether he could survive by going bishop takes knight. Live with the king.
h3. Okay, at the moment, the queen is kind of tethered here, right? So I do have a move like rook a3 and asking you to
Then the queen will come back to c4 or
queen
b.
to c4.
Can you just
Okay.
take that pawn on b4? Is that...
Well,
What's the
you're
problem with
asking a question that everybody with true chess knowledge and understanding would like to ask as well. I would suppose in this particular case, I will try to maintain the material balance, right? Bishop takes f3 and king takes f3. Is there something more potent?
You want more, yeah.
Yeah.
Because bishop takes f3 right now is not a threat with a rook on the third rank. You have
Exactly.
rook takes e3, which is very, very powerful.
I mean, can you just
So,
start
for
advancing
example,
pawns?
right,
H
so
pawn.
h5. So the idea, what Christian
takes
just
bishop.
mentioned, is the idea that with the rook on the third rank, bishop takes f3 is going to be met by rook takes e3. So h5, but is there something you almost like want to wind up for some
You also have
haymaker?
I mean, you also have g5.
G5? Well,
Hikaru is also falling down to his last 5 minutes, so the difference in
it's not all fun and
time
games?
is not as extensive anymore. h5.
h5, yes. When in doubt, push the h pawn. Golden rule number 100.
100. Golden. There's a lot of gold in those rules.
I just plucked that number from
Right.
nowhere, by the way. Don't take me so seriously.
Right. But I kind of got an insight there. I was doing with Elizabeth Pate's commentary, and it's sort of like she had rules for all of these middle game positions as well. And I thought, regulations, you know, Germany is a very, very, very regulated society. We do this and we do this. H5, I like it. Just asking Leinier, who's got no time on his clock, to come up with something
You play
decent.
king f1
King F1. Okay.
with 9 seconds.
Well, that's a kind of a relief for Hikaru because it means that bishop F3 is never a concern.
So perhaps
But
I
at the
can
same time,
take.
queen a1 is now in the air again.
Because the pawn, pardon me, bishop is defended.
Okay. Hikaru is
Hikaru is like
going
also,
for the queen. Queen e5, centralize
Yeah.
the queen.
Well, it's more like he wants to defend this pawn on d6 and maybe
Oh, rook takes e3 is
rook takes
is a
e3
big problem
and
right now.
Yeah.
queen takes g3.
Oh yeah, rook takes e3, queen takes g3. I think it's game over if you allow me to do that.
That's a killer. So I think you have to step.
King g2.
Bishop
yeah.
f4,
Or
can
king, yeah. Well, bishop f4, queen f5, gift me this pawn. But also queen e5 is obviously ready. You're ready now to play knight takes d5.
How much time does
He's got 4 seconds. 3, 2, He plays King G2.
With how much time?
1 second.
One
No,
second, yeah.
not again. How does he do that? I mean, he's
But now
something
for
special.
G2, I have H4. H4 just
H4 looks great.
really kills the
The idea being that you can't play G4 and allow Queen H2.
H4 Bishop F4 might be his idea.
Oh, okay. We've been told that there is a killer blow in the position. Rook takes bishop. We'll finish the whole
Followed
thing,
by
and then
H4.
probably you go H. Then after that, H4, right?
That sure feels clinical, doesn't
I
it?
think Hikaru is smelling something.
Yeah,
Look at him.
he's sensing it. There it goes.
Okay,
I
doesn't
mean, this
take
guy
much time
dreams
to
about
find
this
that
type
one.
of tactics.
No. Boom. That's the blow.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
mean, he
Pawn
finds
takes and
his type
H4.
of tactics every Tuesday
Every Tuesday.
during the title Tuesday with a couple of seconds on his clock. This is easy cakewalk for Hikaru right now.
Of course, what we're talking about is the tournaments that are played every Tuesday on chess.com. They're called Title Tuesday Blitz events, and it features the who's who of chess. I mean, everybody shows up, the top 100 players in the world.
But I think
that's a
there's going to be
checkmate in 2 moves.
checkmate. Queen
Two
H2.
moves.
There you go.
Queen H2, Queen G1,
Handshake.
the handshake.
And our congratulations to Hikaru, as he's the first to book his seat into the next round.
Impressive.
Very.
Really impressive game by Hikaru.
I think so too.
Me too. From the opening, the
Throughout.
middle game,
Throughout.
what a champion.
Yeah. And that's why he's the #1 seed coming into this event. We will have a playoff, Wesley So versus Fabi, who will be challenging Hikaru in the next round. But in the meanwhile, we still have one remaining game in the classical, and that is between Irina and Begim. And all Irina needs is a draw to continue her campaign.
Yes.
Last,
And it looks like she's doing a great job.
she sure is.
I mean, she's got 4 connected passed pawns. White's king. Not great.
Exactly.
I mean, the only thing she has to be aware of is that the bishop on f3 is loose.
Right.
And one
You-
fine day.
You would like to secure it. I mean, at first blush, there was this double attack, right? The knight could hit the rook will hit the bishop, and you think, oh no, I've blundered, until you do see this move, and what you say, you anchor the bishop with the move g4, and that's all she wrote. That's wonderful for white, pardon me, wonderful for black, and that is why Begim played the move rook a4. Trying her best to maintain the defensive line g4. Well, 2-result game, of course, and in one case, a draw will get her further. In
Yeah.
what was that?
She just
Rook
played rook
E2.
a3
Yeah,
and
rook b2.
Irina just
And
played
Irina
rook b2.
saying, okay, I mean, I'm not playing for rating points. I'm playing for the qualification for the next round.
Is she really offering a draw? I mean,
Yes, she is.
I mean,
I
why
mean,
not?
from a
Why
position
not?
of strength, obviously, but
So I guess, yeah. There is absolutely no reason to risk, even though you're not actually risking much, right? So I don't know. I would definitely play on.
You know, why expend all the energy grinding out a win when a draw is as good as that?
Good point.
yeah. And once again, refresh where we stand with the Open.
Yeah, so after that very convincing victory, Hikaru Nakamura is the first one through to the next champion stage. Meanwhile, we are awaiting a playoff between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, as their match was tied.
And it's very unlikely playoff in the ladies, but in the elimination bracket.
In the elimination bracket, it is Leinier Dominguez who gets sent down and now has to face off against Sam Shanklin, whereas Levon Aronian is awaiting the loser of the match between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So. I mean, this is still an insanely strong bracket.
I know, exactly. I mean, when you look at the elimination bracket and you imagine Wesley So and or Fabi playing off against Levon, you're saying to yourself, well, what kind of tournament are you guys running? These guys are the ones who are being eliminated. I mean, like Magnus show up? What's going on? And we do believe that this game is likely to end in a repetition.
Yeah.
And she's saying that Rookie 2 is her intended move. And Chris Bird, the arbiter, is just double checking on his monitor that will be a third time.
Yeah.
And
for Begim, it's one of those deja vu all over again.
it is, but at the same time, I think it was a very good learning experience for her.
Well, at a certain moment, the learning has got to stop. It's time to do some teaching.
But she's been playing very well. I mean, yes, the first two games are very impressive against Nemtsova. And here, I mean, Irina just showed her why she is Grandmaster. And it is a good learning experience. And now she has to take that because she'll be facing off against Atusa Bokashian in the next round.
Right.
And this is, to be honest, after the opening and after that exchange sacrifice, the best result for Begim. Because if you lose once again, then you go into that rapid match with a very, very low morale.
Right.
You make a draw, okay, at least you didn't lose. You didn't feel that sting of losing a game of chess, which we know it can be very, very potent. So this is what right now Begim has to do. She needs to understand that she still has one more life to go in the competition. She will be facing Atusa in the next round, so she has to go back home, train as hard as possible for that match, and go get ready for it and put on a good performance.
Right. Well, as we get ready for the Fabi versus Wesley show, I'll put it like that, we expect that to be coming up very shortly, about 5:30 or so. But we have a guest in studio.
Hikaru, an impressive performance all around. You started off with this very intriguing opening choice. How did you come up with the Kalashnikov?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of things. First of all, you know, I'm just here to have fun, so why not play something to surprise my opponents? You know, I did it against Sam, against Leinier, felt the same way. Yeah, I mean, I've played every Sicilian under the sun against him. We've obviously played many times, but I just want to do something different. And he spent a lot of time, and I think in the one control format, it's very, very difficult if you get way down on the clock. And somewhere in the middle game, I felt good, but I lost the thread a little bit. I mean, the first thing is like, yeah, obviously if you go back here, I mean, again,
and this rook to b8 was very intriguing as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the Parham line. Max Sudlu plays this all the time.
Yeah,
But yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, knight d5 is the best move. Like, knight d5 takes a knight e7. But, I mean, the big thing here is that, of course, the computer doesn't even, the weak engines don't even say what the best move is. Yeah,
G4?
I mean, of course, yeah, I mean, I don't play chess, so I can say this. But, yeah, g4 is obviously the best move, and it's very, very sharp, and nobody knows what's going on. But if you don't know that that's the move, it's almost impossible to play. And,
well, Yasser actually guessed it. And he didn't have the engines.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to it's easy when you're not playing, because I mean, if Yasser is playing, he plays g4 and loses. Everyone's gonna pretty much tell him, like, you know, you say don't do this, don't do that, and you push a pawn, you lose like a clown, and you're just a total idiot. So I mean, it's much different because when you're not playing, like if you suggest a movement is bad, I mean, there's nothing can go wrong really. But when you're in the moment playing, obviously it's very difficult. And I had a feeling that Leinier wasn't going to play it. I thought he would play g3, and I mean, I thought I should have been completely fine in this opening, but somewhere I lost the thread. Yeah, I thought
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry, I've done that. But yeah, like if you go back to around b4, around move 20, yeah, like keep going. Yeah, we castle. Yeah, somewhere around here, I thought I should be fine, but I lost the thread when I went knight c5. I don't know if b4 was better or.
b4 was one of the top moves, I think, and f5 as well. But
yeah,
b4
I mean,
was definitely
because basically what I decided was I just miscalculated this line with knight c5, queen e2. Queen c7, and I just completely underestimated b4 and rook a5. Sorry. And then, like, yeah, already here, I mean, probably for a computer it's still okay, but I didn't feel very good about it because I thought I had it all under control, and then I didn't. And
now
I mean,
you have to give up the bishop.
Yeah, I take and then play knight f5, and I still wasn't so sure though. I played rook a7, which I thought was I thought he could actually take the pawn too. I was a little surprised that he didn't do it because it looks kind of ugly after knight takes e3, f takes e3. but I'm not able to win back the pawn right away. And yeah, I can play like knight b6 or something, but if I'm not getting f5 and e4 in, like say just play knight b6, or okay, fine, whatever, just play knight b6, I don't know, some stupid move, king h1, f5, king g1, e4. Like if I get this, where the bishop on g2 is very bad, this should be very good for me. But the problem is I thought that in this line, instead of like king h1, of course, after knight b6, that white can go like e4 here at some point. Yes. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe this position doesn't work. But I thought, like, if I'm not getting f5, e4, I thought that white should just be up the pawn. I mean, okay, obviously here I guess it doesn't work. But But yeah, like I thought here that I was in trouble. Then he played rook a7, and I thought I was once again completely okay.
Rook to b7.
Just keep going, yeah.
Were you playing for an advantage right now? Or?
Well, see, here I thought I was completely fine, and then about 3 moves later, I thought I was suddenly in a lot of trouble.
Okay, this was the critical moment, though. You played knight f6, bishop g5, king to g7, and bishop to h3, and you spent quite a lot of time here, almost 20 minutes.
I can actually go king g5. Wow. I mean, I spent a lot of time because I saw knight e7. And knight e7 was what I wanted to do, but takes, and f4. And originally I thought I had queen a7, king h1, and queen d4, but this actually loses to queen f1, I believe.
Yes.
And then you take with check on e5, and the king is completely exposed. So this was the original idea. Then yeah, I kind of thought I could maybe take on f4, but it just, I don't know, it looks so ridiculous.
And now you go to g5.
And gf4, king h6, queen f6, queen e3 or something?
Queen f6, queen e3, and yeah, you're actually winning this one.
Yeah, I mean, from a distance I saw that I could play this, but it looks so bad.
So this was your main line that you were calculating.
Yeah, I was calculating this for a long time, and then finally, when I just thought my king's too open, and I started looking at other lines, I came up with this knight d4 idea. I mean, initially, actually, I also thought after c3, I could play rook a3 here, but this actually loses, I think, because white can take and go queen e4. And if I take on c3, there's rook d4, rook c1, king g2 takes queen f4.
Now you have some knight b.
I have knight b3 here, which is okay. Yeah, I mean, this loses, of course, because rook c1.
Queen f4, yeah.
Actually, queen d4 first is better, but you can even take with check
queen
and
d4.
then check on e3 or f4,
yeah.
But, so knight b3, okay, I mean, yeah, again, this is
alien chess, yeah.
Yeah, so then what I thought was, then after c3, I came up with this other idea. I thought, well, now I can go knight c2 and put the knight on a3 and then put the knight on c4. This is actually what I thought. I mean, it looks kind of weird, but if I get the knight to c4, suddenly both of those knights are very well placed.
Yeah.
So this I thought was an idea, and I didn't see a way for white to win here. So I figured if it's not winning and Leinier being low on time, I can just kind of go and do whatever.
And probably the best for him would have been to go rook d to rook d1 and
yeah, but it's very hard to because like you don't know like should white be better? Should black be better? Like if the game goes on, who's better? It's not really clear with the bishops versus the knights. Yep. So. I thought, yeah, queen f3 I think was a mistake. So after knight g8, I mean, white's probably still okay, but now I think it becomes very hard to play because in the long term, the knight on g8 should be better than the bishop on g5. Yeah. And of course, I can always put the other knight on a3. So.
And very cool idea towards the end was this h5 move. Yeah, it doesn't seem like you have anything more to do, but finally the
I mean, he kept defending ridiculously well. I was waiting for him to make a blunder, and then he kept playing good moves. And yeah, h5, I don't know if it's actually winning, but it's the best
move, I think. Yeah.
It is, okay. Well, I mean, it's also hard for me because I don't have moves. Like, originally I thought he had blundered rook a3. I thought rook a3, like queen c4 and some knight e5 or something is good. Yes. But of course, on rook a3, there's bishop c1 instead of queen c4, and now I think, if anything, white might be better.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you close the show quite nicely with this
checkmate
that you would probably see every Tuesday in your games.
Something like that. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice if I guess queen g1's mate in one, but if I could get knight h5, knight g3, it'd be even better. But all right, it's too much.
You will be playing the winner of Fabi versus Wesley. How do you see that match play out, which is actually starting in just?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a coin flip. It just depends who gets a better position out of the opening, or who's up on time when they get into the scramble. I don't really see any big difference between either of them. I mean, Fabiano. I don't remember, was it this last U.S. Championship or the previous one? Fabiano won the last one, right? So it would have been 2 years ago that Wesley won in the tiebreaker. But I'm thinking of that tiebreaker, and I think Fabiano got a much better position, maybe even winning. Then, of course, got too low on time, messed it all up. Wesley ended up winning. So I think there's very little difference between them, and it doesn't really matter who I play.
Hikaru, thank you very much. Congratulations once again. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sure.
Our congratulations as well. Fantastic game by Hikaru as we get ready for the playoffs. And who will meet Hikaru in the next round?
Yeah, that is what is going to be decided in the next few minutes. The players are seated at the board, and there we can see Hikaru just easily breezed through that game. I mean, it was amazing to see his calculation,
Truly.
but he said it himself, it will be a coin flip between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. And there we see Dominguez will face off against Sam Shanklin, whereas the loser of this next playoff will be meeting Levon Aronian tomorrow.
Exactly. And for the ladies?
And in the women's section, that's all been decided. No playoffs needed there. It is Irina Krush against Alice Lee. I mean, both players on red hot form.
Number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, I
Here
mean,
we look for these moments in the elimination bracket.
and in the elimination bracket, we see that Naji Paikidze will be playing off against Tata Abrahamian, whereas Begim will be playing off against Atusa. So they are still left in the last chance solution. But business in hand, here it is. It is the playoff between the big two, Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, number 7 against number 8 in the world. And who is
do you
who?
like? Yeah, who do you like? It was a flip of a coin according to Hikaru. Whoever gets the better openings.
Yeah, I have to say, I feel like Fabi has been very well prepared up to a point, but then you see him make a tiny slip up, and then he's defended very resourcefully.
We need to hook Chris Bird to the show and tell him, okay, we're ready to start. Let's go.
Let's go, yes. There we go. Handshake.
And there we go.
Off we go.
And once again, to remind everybody, it's a 25-minute plus 10
No,
seconds.
10 minutes, 10 minutes
10
plus
minutes.
5 seconds, yeah.
I was so close on this one.
10 plus 5, then they play 3 plus 2, then they go into the Armageddon.
Right. I was thinking of the elimination.
And they're off.
Let me
And
see.
it is-
I need some help, I think. Just
Bishop
a
to b5, a6, we have a standard Rui Lopez. Let's see if Wesley maybe will take a page from Shanklin's book and take on c6.
Yeah.
Going to the exchange Rui Lopez?
No, he's
None of
the
that.
bishop back. And it's very nice to see them not playing at Berlin. But will we see a Marshall? That's the next question.
Right, b5. Well, no, a classical archangel with bishop c5. I'm happy that I'm not seeing d2, d3. These are, this is where the theoretical battles really start here. c3,
Yeah.
and let's go. a4 first.
Bishop to b7.
Bishop b7.
Okay.
And I'm
This
expecting.
is all very standard
It is.
stuff so far.
Right.
But I have to say one thing. Fabi has chosen the sharpest line in this Rui Lopez.
Oh,
Right.
yes.
I know
absolutely.
because I used to play this myself many, many moons ago.
How'd you do?
I lost dreadful. Well, I won some games, but then I got smashed off the board by Natasha Bojkovic.
Oh.
And after that, I thought, I'm not touching this.
Yeah.
I'm keeping my Cara card. Thank you very much.
Soured you terribly. It's like certain players love the dragon and it's in their blood, but sometimes you get so badly wounded, it's like you drop kick the opening and the defense out the door.
Keep in mind what Hikaru said. He said that whoever is going to get better opening positions or will gain an advantage on time. And right now, Fabiano is up 2 minutes,
Well, that's significant in a 10-minute game.
especially so early on in the opening, right?
And d2, d3 kind of shows that he backed down from the challenge, I want to say.
With c3, d4.
Yeah, c3,
yes.
d4. Let's see. You can go for the knight c3, knight d5 lines. They seem rather tepid.
And I think this is what
Bishop g5?
he should be doing. C3 was played on
C3.
the board. He should try to find a more tame approach in the position. Try to quiet the game a little bit as white, as Wesley, because he's falling down on time, and it's obvious that Fabiano is very much aware of what he needs to do in this position.
I'm really surprised. I see on my screen that it says Rui Lopez Morphy defense variation, which I would never associate this with Paul Morphy. A7, A6 is basically Paul Morphy's contribution on move 3. Not this stuff. This stuff is like really modern and, you know, ultra sharp.
So in general, when you play so shy with white pieces, C3,
Yep.
D3, it feels like you're combining more than one plans. You started off with A4, hinting at the fact that you're going to attack the pawn on B5, then C3, D3. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Do you go for D5 and try to be aggressive, or D6? Well, we
Fabi-
got the answer from Fabi.
Fabi
Yeah,
goes with
we didn't have to
D6.
wait too long.
But I have to say, with C3, D3, I mean, what white is trying to do is actually try to get D4 and do it at a time when black is not ready to kind of catch them on the wrong foot.
And that was my question. Why not D5 instead of D6? But okay, we're going to get that answer at a different time.
Well, here, I mean, I don't see knight D2, knight F1 as the route. I would see knight A3
We see
with
bishop
the
G5.
knight C2 and knight E3 as a route to the center. He
H6.
didn't. He played bishop to G5.
And if I were white, I would just say, go guns
Bishop
ahoy,
takes
go
F6.
back. But he doesn't.
Whoa.
He actually does make the trade.
And he's going to go bishop to D5. So the idea is you give it the two bishops, but you ensure that with this move, bishop D5, black doesn't get to keep both of them. And this bishop, so white is saying, I want to play knight versus this bishop. And probably, once again, he's looking at ideas of playing B4, taking on B5, and playing knight to A3. So let's make a move for black, something probably not very good. I apologize. I'm just putting, so we can at least understand what Wesley is aspiring to do, which is to grab this pawn on B5. So that's why in this particular position, the theoretical move is what, Christian?
Oh, we're
still
out
at
of
the-
theory.
B4.
B4, yeah. To make sure that you don't end up with a sore pawn on B5. Makes sense? Although I must say, suddenly, Fabi stopped.
Yeah,
He had
Fabi-
played H6 a la tempo. Everything was going very, very well.
No, but he's gone for rook
Rook-
AB8, which has been played before,
Really?
but just in one game.
That's okay. It's a little confounding move, isn't it? Okay, so if I play, okay, rook B8.
Wesley doesn't need
B4.
asking twice. B4 on the board.
I
and
mean, we know what Wesley's up to. He's trying to create a weakness, the
Yeah.
pawn on B5.
But sometimes what they do is you just give up the B4 pawn, so after pawn takes pawn,
Knight A3,
okay, knight
best
A3
move
on the
in
board.
position, putting a lot of pressure on that B5 pawn.
Exactly.
By the way,
Asking.
it does seem, I was saying that this is not theory, but it was played between Sophie Millet and Kubichka Anna.
Yeah.
Perhaps, Jovi, you know these two players
Of
quite well.
course, I know Sophie Millet very well. She's an international master, very
From France,
dangerous player, very aggressive. And the move that black played there, and it makes a lot of sense, is actually to play knight E7.
Knight to E7. And after the trade of bishops, and dare I ask, what happens if I take a pawn?
Well, I think the idea is to go bishop takes pawn.
I was hoping you would do this because I have this nasty little idea
Knight D4 at
that
And-
your queen is,
It's on the same line as the rook. Oh dear.
oh dear, yes.
Oh dear, so that's
That's
not good.
That's the cheapo that I had in mind. So
That looks like a very difficult position right now for Fabiano. How do you defend that pawn on B5?
not easily.
And if you don't, and allow my queen to go to A4 and target those weaknesses on the queen side, I mean,
That
this is
can't
not
be-
looking good.
That can't be right because.
And by the way, Fabi has less time on his clock right now than Wesley. At one point, he was up 2.5 minutes.
Right, knight A3, putting the pressure because Wesley stopped, and he played C3 and bishop G5, some kind of deliberation, and he was probably just recalling his files and what he wanted to do, and then suddenly Fabi, who had been playing
Okay, he takes on A4.
easily, stopped.
And he
Takes
does
on
that
A4.
sometimes, right? Wesley does this type of pause and think and try to figure out what, even if he knows the theory, he he will still pause and choose what he wants to play.
By the way, up to this moment, I think that this has been played before, including your knight e7 move. But takes on, takes on a4 is actually the novelty.
Perhaps the novelty
And
yeah.
knight to c4. I like the queen takes a4 too. I didn't see anything wrong with that. Wesley's probably thinking it's nicer to take with the rook. He would
this, I have to say, is a very uncomfortable position for
Truly.
Black right now.
No joy in Mudville here.
No, and I have to say, usually in these kind of archangel positions, the white bishop, you give up the b pawn, but the white bishop is hovering on g4.
Right.
This bishop is on b7. It's such a bad piece.
Knight
And
e7.
knight e7 played.
Knight e7, bishop takes. He's so happy to get to capture that bishop off the board. Bishop takes and rook takes, and now instead of a weak pawn on b5, is a weak pawn on a6. And
Okay, well, Fabi's actually decided he's going to hold on to that pawn
Yeah.
for as long as he can.
Yeah, he's played the move rook. So in anticipation of the one idea of knight g6 to knight f4 that I see for black, g3, king g2, meeting you at the pass before you even get there is a setup that
But I feel
love.
like I want to coax you to play the move knight to g6 so that I can dominate that knight with g3. So I'm going to wait for you.
You
Queen
like
e2, I'm going to
queen
get ready
e2.
to double up on the a file, take the pawn on a6, and when you play the move knight to g6, that's when I go g3.
Did you see that little?
I did see that
it,
flick.
it was one of the ladies that did that.
And Naji did that.
Naji did, like her opponent had not put the piece directly in the center. It's kind of like, it's a polite way of telling your opponent, hey, put your pieces in the center of the board. Queen e2, as you said, Wesley.
Yeah, just
Prepping.
wait for it to go knight to g6, which he doesn't. He
Like
goes
queen.
for the strike in the center with queen to e6, perhaps preparing a move.
Well, he
F5.
recognizes that knight g6, knight f4 is going to lead nowhere, frankly. F3.
And perhaps even help white.
Yeah. So f5, you
Makes-
opening up a different line. Okay, well, dare I ask, can I take the pawn? Rook a1.
Sometimes chess is
Simple
Yeah,
game.
simple is as simple does. I mean, but okay, presumably Fabi wants to hold on to that pawn for as long as he can.
Rook a7.
Rook a7.
Is that Forrest Gump?
It is Forrest Gump.
Okay, just checking.
And after rook a7, can you go d4? Like, how are you going to increase the pressure in the position?
I like g3 and king g2, just sidestepping this bishop.
But then, you know, I'm going to go f5.
Yeah.
Try to mix it.
So you're taking your time, is what you're
Oh,
saying.
yes, all
but
day.
then-
I wait for f5. I mean, f5, I can go queen a2. So, yeah, I would be very, very attracted
Okay,
to
we're seeing it.
g3 exactly now.
Well, we see that.
The players. So the idea, once again, if you go g3, f5, king g2, you've played f5, a rook a3,
Is he trying
Alekhine's
to
gone.
Triple
The double-
on the a5.
Okay,
Yeah.
now he has to go for it. He has to go f. But okay, so hang on a second. After a move like f5, if he decides to pull the trigger,
Okay,
are we going to see queen a2?
why not?
Why not? And knight takes bishop is in the air. Pawn takes pawn is also threatened.
Yeah, the move f5, it comes with a little risk associated as well.
So perhaps what I can try for is just, let's say I take on e4 once, and you take back. I go king h7.
Whoa, 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 whoa. My spidey sense tingled there.
Are they?
King h7, yeah, okay. Nothing untoward happened, I agree.
No, and now you take on a6, and I'm actually out of time. I cannot take. That was my plan, and try to shy away with that rook, go rook f8, but now you can force the trade of the queens with knight takes b6.
Yeah,
That should be
that's just a nasty ending. Nobody likes that ending.
Yeah.
Black is going to need more than this, guys. Rook a3 on the board, a real challenge to Fabi as the clocks are
Even.
even.
Yeah, both
4 minutes,
players.
58 seconds, 5 minutes, and 13 seconds for Fabi.
And we're really I mean, I really want to play the move d5. And if I have to play f6 to play d5, well, I'm not happy, but I've got to do something.
But the problem is the queen is coming to a2.
Truly. Knight
C6.
back to c6.
He's
okay.
not going to b8, is he?
You know what? I think he might do.
No.
I mean, he's kind of following that whole idea. You've got one weakness. We defend that weakness with our life.
I mean, the visual of the doubled rooks on the a file and the knight on
so
d8.
ugly. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. That looks like Ray's Pard. There's a chess grandmaster, Hans Ray from Holland. A tavern was named after him. And the tavern's name was Ray's Pard. And it wasn't meant to honor Hans Ray, but it was meant to mock him, because the knight was so badly placed on b8. Ray's Pard. Ray's horse.
But he might actually want to go there.
I know.
I think
know.
he will.
I do too.
And I think
do.
it's
I mean,
I'll be honest with you. I think it's a great idea. I think, you know, we've been unsuccessful with dynamic attempts, and when that fails, you just have to grit your teeth.
and seize the defensive.
Knight b8, rook a7, rook a8.
Nice.
Needs
By the
must.
way, I've been chiming in for some time. It took him a while, but G3. G3, King G2 is coming up.
Wesley
And
seems
just
to be
asking,
tuned into the show.
you know, this is like one of the things that certain openings do tend to do. This particular choice of opening has landed Fabi in an awkward spot. He's just playing defensive chess. And there are other defenses like the Sicilians, where when you lose a pawn, you get, you know, compensation. A5?
Okay, that's a big
That's
move.
bold.
If it works,
B takes.
take
B
on
takes
A5.
A5. Okay, because D3, D4.
So
Well,
why
you've got to
you have
take
to
with
take
the
with it
knight.
back? Why
Right?
can't he take it back with the knight?
Yeah, you did. But isn't this a problem? Knight takes, pawn takes. Now, how are your knight? Like, if I play D5, does your knight get? I guess
Well,
it
you can-
does. Does it get back?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I will
think it
take
gets-
on D4 perhaps.
Take on d4 first.
Pause. Because I can take with a tempo, right? Knight takes. I mean, my
Okay.
intention, of course, was to take and to do something like this.
Knight takes B6.
And he's done it.
Yeah.
And now, let me just, this is the current situation, right?
He's still not out of the woods, but it does feel like it's much more pleasant than it was 3 moves ago, let's say.
Yeah, but
This
okay.
A5 move was important.
Okay, but once again, B4, pardon me, D4.
A rook to B4, targeting
Ooh.
the B6 pawn.
Okay, that's a switcheroo. The old switcheroo.
Saying that, okay, you had one weakness. I focused on it for a very long time. Now let's go to the next one.
Wow.
And probably Fabi's going to say, okay, I'm doubling up on the B file now. Let's go rook B7, rook
I
B8.
mean, we saw this one game of Ray Robson's where it was a real master class in the ending. We might be seeing a middle game by Wesley So, which equally is an extraordinary master class. Rook B4, that's a heck of a move. And what about D4 now?
Oh, that looks juicy.
Now that the rook has been lured to the A6 square, I'm loving this move D4.
That is juicy.
But he's not reaching for it.
hinting towards that move. Rook to B5, and
Wow.
maybe only after rook to B5, now D4 is a threat.
Wow.
He's really trying to focus on that pawn on E5.
But what is the idea after the knight retreats? You're just taking and going
Take on
queen
A6
b2?
and go D4, yes.
I wasn't sure. Seriously, I mean, yes, taking on A6 and D4, yes. Anything to be said for rook B3?
Yes, yes, that's
Also.
move as well.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's like I've I
But no,
just
maybe I can
about
go-
have supremacy everywhere. Better on the king side, better in the center, better on the queen side.
Yeah, no, it's not a difficult task to defend, not an easy task to defend this position with the black pieces for Fabiano.
No.
And
Another
he's falling
option
down
could
on
be
time
knight
as well. 2
b7.
minutes and 30 seconds for him. 3 minutes and
If he goes
15.
knight c6.
Knight
West.
to c6, yeah. The thing about knight b7, then I'm going to trade and play d4.
d4.
And the knight
And-
on b7 is lousy.
Locked in.
Lousy.
And rook.
Here, by the way, I'm a pawn grubber, so I would be asking questions like rook takes and queen a3.
Okay, I
queen
have
e3
some
too.
ideas in case you go rook to b3.
Okay, what's your idea?
I have an idea. Queen h3.
That was, you stole my idea, Joe.
Oh, sorry.
You gotta give
Goodness.
give a guy a chance.
Sorry,
You
my
gotta-
apologies.
I mean,
She really stole that.
boy, did she ever! She reached right into your mind,
Took it away.
then took it away. No, you know what? Take that rook. Play king g2.
No more queen h3 business.
No queen h3 businesses. Prep the move queen e3.
Yeah, but wait 1 second. You've got moves like. I'm just trying to. I'm thinking now that you
Say
have to
it.
unbalance the whole
Yes.
situation. So move the knight, and I was thinking e7. Just like
He did
Fabi,
it.
He did it.
He did it.
Do we go
Okay.
d4 now, or d4? Do you have no? But knight
But-
to g6 is going to be met by rook takes e5. Wait a minute.
d4 opens up a nasty. No,
But
there
you've got
isn't.
rook. But you've got rook a2, and you also have knight c8 if as a full.
We'll check this out.
Yes.
We'll fall for the
Oh,
trap.
knight f4.
We'll
check.
fall
okay.
for the trap.
That's okay, but how is that? I don't think that's good for you. I take on f4.
Not good for me.
No.
I was so proud of myself. I was
Go
about to
king g1, king f1.
give myself some sort of congratulatory
Perhaps queen c8, queen f5.
medal.
And the players are both hovering around 2 minutes.
Oof, oof. This looks really, really good.
Queen to e3.
Where do we stand? Pardon me.
Rook to a3 was the move, but after rook to a3, doesn't that give white the option of closing things up with c4 and then later on focusing on the b6 pawn? So queen e3,
Knight to e7, queen e3.
and now rook to a3 was the move.
This is the current position, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oof,
This is a very tense game right now.
truly.
c4.
I mean, but after c4, do you still have ideas of knight
more-
knight g6? Sorry.
Maybe even knight c8.
I'm a little bit
Yeah.
more attracted to the move. No, queen c1, rook
Rook
b3.
b3, yes.
Apologies, apologies. Yeah.
And perhaps this
c4 on the
okay.
board. And so we're
Do
expecting
you
either
have to
knight
play
c8.
knight c8?
Okay, I mean, I was wondering knight g6.
You can get aggressive with knight g6 and queen g4, right?
Well, I wanted to
Well,
go knight f4.
H3 is going
Immediately.
to shut you down. So if you go
Okay.
knight g6, I just want to make sure that I
Yeah.
don't suffer the consequence of queen g4, knight f4 check.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? You can kiss your pawn goodbye.
1 minute.
Okay. Nicely refuted, yes, sir.
Noel, no. That's what pawn
And-
grubbers do.
Fabi ticking
C4
down.
and the clocks are
He's
The
ticking down.
players are
He's
down to
under
their last
1
minute.
minute.
Minute and 15 seconds for Fabi, minute and 40
knight
seconds for Wesley.
c8. Okay, so with the knight super passive, now it's time for this knight to do its own little dance.
Where do you want to
How
go?
does it get to d5? That's the
Knight d2, knight b1,
Knight h4.
Well-
c3, knight d5.
knight g2, knight e3. Well, for the moment, knight f5 is on the agenda. g6 stopping. What?
Whoa, whoa.
Oh, he's given up the pawn on
The
h6.
h6. And I think,
But rook takes d3.
well, he kind of visibly rocked backwards when he realized,
Wait a minute.
wait a
There's
minute,
knight
did he?
There's knight f3.
Knight f3 and knight g5.
Knight
I mean,
g5.
that's a big question. But
That
maybe queen
is-
f6, queen g7 defends it. Who knows?
Knight
Knight to f3.
f3.
Wesley trusts his opponent. King g7, h4, taking even more space. I'm not sure how I feel about this move h4.
I'm not sure.
Mostly because I allow this queen to come to g4 so easily. No.
Something about the move knight h4. I was thinking we were going to go knight to d2, to B1,
That's
to
right.
C3, to D5. And I liked it when the knight went to C8 immediately, to quote Walter Brown.
Queen
Queen
F6.
F6.
These guys are
Okay.
going down the wire.
I don't know what the queen is actually doing on the. If I play H5,
He just needs to make a move right now.
but H5 looks very, very attractive.
Well, your knight
G5.
D2
Knight to
is
D2.
on the
He's going
board.
for the plan with knight B1.
Yeah, I always like the knights love outposts that are well
A5?
defended. Rook A5.
Definitely not going to trade those.
No, we're not. Rook A and give you a pass pawn, not on your life.
Rook A3. Knight to B1.
That was the whole plan.
He did not like that. Fabi shook his head. Was like, oh no, I missed that. Rook A1, Knight C3. Despite the fact that you are having some control around my king on G2, you don't have a follow-up.
Queen E6, but the knight finally landed on the gorgeous outpost, Knight D5, and that really should spell doom.
I think right
For
now,
the B6 pawn.
Fabi is
Queen G4, just trying to be as irritating as possible by lurking.
He needs
Queen to
do-
D1.
Don't play Queen F3 because Rook to G1 will come on the board and finish the game.
That is true.
That
But
is the
Queen
one trick
D,
you need to avoid.
Queen D1 is lurking.
Knight C3 goes back to defend
He
against
doesn't.
Queen to D1.
He doesn't like allowing Rook A3.
These guys are full of tricks.
I know, isn't it the truth?
They're so resilient. I mean, so difficult to beat.
And resisting playing F3, Rook back to A1.
Yeah, don't go F3.
Clocks times.
The clock times of Fabiano is around 40 seconds, and Wesley now ticking close to a minute.
And he's back on D5. Okay, so in this case, he's actually threatening knight to E3,
Rook to D1.
rook to
was the move.
D1, queen will go to C2, and he's got knight E3, queen to C3, I apologize. And he's got knight E3, forking queen and rook.
But the rook is simply going to move.
But if he goes back to A1 right now, do I have some
Then-
rook takes B6 ideas?
Yeah.
perhaps?
Oh, he's allowed it. He's allowed knight E3 and rook takes B6 because there is a discovery against the rook coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Queen to
Queen D7.
D7. So he can snare a pawn.
Rook takes B6, picks up a
Or
pawn.
how
Finally,
about
after
D4?
such
D4? No, he snared the pawn. Okay. There was even a chance for, exploiting space with D4, but okay, pawn more. Knight to A4.
F4 by Wesley.
By the way, earlier in their game today, Wesley did manage to win a pawn, but not the game. It was actually pretty darn good defense by Fabi. You'll have to do it
Okay.
again. F4, Queen E8. D4?
Knight
D4?
G4 consideration.
D4? D4?
No, I like Knight G4. Just
Knight G4.
Knight G4
perhaps
is good.
take on E5 first and then Knight to G4.
That would provoke F6 and then Queen C1. I like it. I like where you're going. What's better than being one pawn up?
H5, okay. But how do we feel about this? You cannot take back with the pawn on G6 because Queen A7 comes on the board.
Correct.
He's had
You
to
have
take
to
with
take
the
with the
king.
king, but that means the knight gets that gorgeous outpost on F5. Normally, that's good enough for some kind of checkmating.
Let's go Knight F5, right?
Right.
Knight F5, Knight takes D3, Queen D1, and the Queen comes to G4. That's not looking promising for black.
Nope.
Oh, he's in there.
You bet. That is such a powerful knight on F5 square now. Oh. Clock times
The
once
pressure
again.
Okay,
is
so
reaching the
Fabi
boiling
has
point right now.
15 seconds.
And
So
he's
he-
played king. Oof.
He's had to tuck his king in the corner, but I mean, still you have moves like
To get ready to
Queen
defend that pawn on
C1.
H6 with the Queen on the 6th
Queen
rank,
D1.
Queen E6.
Guys, I'm
I like
looking
this
at
move.
Queen
That was a very good
A7.
defensive
No,
move.
Yeah.
Queen A7. Queen A7, Knight D3, Queen E3. He's played Queen A3. I like this move, but I like Queen A7
Queen C6,
even
now
more.
Queen A7.
And he's done it. Good catch.
And now black has to go Knight to D7. Nothing else works.
He's done it.
Queen to a5. The queen is coming towards d8, getting closer and closer to the king.
To that f8 square, the glorious f8 square.
Queen to g6, queen to d8,
Queen c7 is
queen
also
to
possible.
d5.
Queen to e6. Queen
That's
to.
a
Oops.
that's a clinical move by.
Fabi making that move with 2 seconds.
2
spare.
seconds.
Okay, the
and there goes
e-pawn
it.
has dropped.
There goes a pawn. That's pawn number 2. Knight to g4. I'm
Okay.
assuming queen f4.
Queen f4 looks good because you can
Just
meet
hang
queen
around?
h5 with
Well,
knight
queen
h4.
e7.
Queen e7. No, he hand checked.
Hand check.
Patient
Is that what it's
Into-
called?
Wait a
Hand
minute.
check.
D4.
Queen comes to d2. Okay, this is not that easy anymore.
Oh no, he that queen e7 would have been the right
h5.
move.
Fabi's fighting.
Kicking still.
10 seconds for Wesley. This is not over. c5. f6, not h4.
Well, we do have
6, 5,
What is happening?
4, 3.
He's looking at
Ooh.
some checks. Queen to b7 is a big threat.
It certainly is. Queen b7 is nasty. You go king g6. Queen will land on.
And Fabi with seconds on the clock. He has
5
to find
seconds. Has to go back with a knight. That's not.
Not a good sign,
C6 on the board.
right? c6.
Queen to g4.
He's got
queen to
knight to-
b7.
And I think he's going to throw in a few checks. I wonder whether...
You bet. Throw in a
That's
lot
going
of
to
checks.
definitely help his cause because queen to e7, queen takes f6 is coming, and that's
And
key.
there it is. Whew.
What a tense battle that was.
Wow. But I have to say, I was impressed that Wesley got an advantage and he kept it the entire time. That's really hard to do against these guys. You slip up for a moment, they're out. But what a victory in this first tiebreaker.
An impressive game by Wesley.
Truly.
He kept control the whole game.
That
He
is so-
didn't allow Fabi a single chance.
One
No.
moment. There was
Yeah.
one moment when
Show
he
us.
could have potentially escaped. This was the moment. He played the move rook to a3, which
Yeah.
allowed this consolidation of the pawn structure with the move c4. After that, knight d2, knight b1, knight c3 comes on the board, and that pawn on b6 is going to be doomed. What he should have played was d5, defending the pawn on b6 at the same time as freeing up your position. If you do take on d5, I'm going to take back with the knight. You can exchange, take, and now I take on c3. This is going to be a draw. So d5, that was the critical moment. He did not find it. He played the move rook to a3, and right now he is in a must-win situation with the white pieces in order to continue this match.
Wow, I have to say that was such an impressive game. These tiebreak games, I mean,
I feel like they're quite high quality. I have to say.
I mean, that Ray Robson, Sam Shanklin ending. I mean, Ray won the game and lost the match, but what a game he won. That was great, and this was impressive.
Impressive, and well, Fabi is going to have to bring his most impressive form because he is now in a must-win situation.
Maybe
Nothing
we'll take
else
a
will-
quick break as we just, once again, this is our playoff picture.
Yeah, you can see Wesley was triumphant in that game, and he will now face off against Fabi with the black pieces. Fabi needs to win. Nothing else is sufficient. Whew, I think we're going to take a breather, right?
Yeah, exactly. This game will be coming up in what, about 5 short minutes? It's not going to be long.
3.5 minutes, so quick
Quick
break,
break.
and we'll see you on the other side.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion. Of open doors. Where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
Chess in St. Louis is back with 9 major tournaments throughout the year. It all kicks off in March with the second edition of the American Cup, with 16 players across 2 fields fighting for a $300,000 prize fund in this double-elimination tournament with both classical and rapid time controls. For the first time since 2020, the Cairns Cup is back, featuring the world's best female chess players competing for a $180,000 prize fund beginning June 3rd. Seasonal classic events are back, starting with the Spring Chess Classic on April 5th, the Summer Chess Classic August 2nd, followed up with the St. Louis Norm Invitational, and the Winter Chess Classic wraps up the year in December. September brings back everyone's favorite, Chess Night on...
All right, it seems like the games have started. Well, the game has started. Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces is in a must-win situation against Wesley, so who is as calm, as collected as always. But nevertheless, right now, Fabiano seems to be playing the same thing he did in the classical, and perhaps he will have an extra idea. We've seen how important those are. We've seen that in the match between Shankland and Ray Robson. So definitely, ooh, there's a flying H-pawn right there. Castle B5. What is white going to do in this instance? Are we going to see D5? That is potentially an option. Are we going to see D takes C5? Okay. Or bishop to D2? Big question right now. We see queen to E2.
Queen to E2 is actually one of the main lines, Christian.
Yes.
And yeah,
bishop to B7, rook to D1, and definitely Fabi seems to know this particular position of the Queen's Gambit accepted.
And according to the main line theory, the big move for white is actually to blast open in the center and
D5.
push the pawn. Yes.
Take the pawn on C5 or D5?
Both. But most players play D5, but Fabi has gone for the pawn capture.
Okay, D takes C5. We're most likely going to see queen to C7. You don't want to go to A5, because after queen A5, bishop D2, that queen on A5 is not feeling very comfortable. Now, white needs to be in time at this particular moment to get bishop to D2, followed by bishop to E1, and then make the connection between the rooks, get the other rook to C1, and try to press for a slight advantage for the remainder of the game. How is black going to react to this instance?
In fact, just looking at the database, I can see that there's only one response, and that is to put the queen to C7, as you've indicated.
Yes. Right.
That's it.
But Wesley is thinking, perhaps doing his usual strategy, just trying to remind himself of the analysis that he's done so many times at home.
I have seen these positions where sometimes you do play knight to d7.
But knight to d7, knight to e4.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
one thing I really don't like.
Queen c7.
E4.
Sorry, I meant to say it in this kind of a way. So c4, e4, knight d7. And I have seen these. So the idea is capturing on c5 with the bishop ends up, as you say, rook comes to c1.
I have a feeling we're going to see some knight takes knight to d5
Yeah,
if you go
that's what I was
knight
going to
d7.
say. It's going to
Okay.
be all systems go for Fabi.
Well, and guess what? That's what
He
you
has
need,
to do it,
right?
right.
Like,
He has to do it.
Right. So after e4, let's imagine maybe castles with the idea of playing knight to d7 takes c5 even.
Yes. Yes.
I mean-
Castle, bishop g5 most likely is going to come on the board.
We Queen's Gambit accepted players, we kind of just roll with these punches. We just kind of, yeah, e4, e5, yeah. And then we trade things off. Wesley's very good at the neutralizing.
Yeah, so just to remind everyone at home that these players are playing the
Playoff.
the rapid playoff, and whoever, well, Wesley is in a must-win. So not Wesley, Fabiano Caruana is in a must-win situation. If he wins, he will take the match onto another form of tiebreak where
Right.
play gets even faster, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. There'll be 2 games, and if you still can't tell them apart, then we're on to my favorite, Armageddon.
Right.
But Wesley, if he manages to hold on tight and not fall off that horse, then he is going to go through and remain in the champions bracket. And it is Fabiano Caruana who falls down to the elimination bracket.
Exactly.
And he will face off against Aronium.
Exactly. Guys, I know this is a strange moment to ask this question because I can see from the database that knight d7
Has not been
has
played.
not been played.
No.
But I think we rejected knight d7 because of knight d5. Is
That
that
was
right?
one of the options, yes.
That was a scary option.
I understand, but you do understand why knight d7, you kind of find it attractive because if you can play knight takes c5, it does come with a tempo against the bishop. The reason why I was asking is because there is this kind of like really funky, no, he did castle by the way.
Castle is on the board.
With the idea d6, bishop takes f3.
But can I go c6?
Yes. Okay, let's jump back to the game. Castle's on the board. And this has been played before. Bishop g5.
Top move.
Top
E5.
move.
But
E5.
Fabi
Okay.
has an idea prepared, e5, and now you see your knight d7 with the idea of taking that pawn with the knight.
I'm dreaming of knight d7 takes
Are we going
c5.
to see a pawn sacrifice with knight
Was
to e4
E5
and try to get to d6? Or are we
Christian,
going
I
to
have to ask you, was e5 a good move? It doesn't strike me as a very good move.
It looks like a very decent move, yes.
A decent move.
Very decent move, yes.
It's
Excuse
actually a
me.
novelty, though.
It is a novelty.
No
yes.
one has played it before. I mean, I have this kind of sign that, when you see e5 on the board,
I'm not sure
this
about
is a
bishop f4
signal
though.
to attack on the king's side. And so that's why I do think that Fabiano needs to reinforce that point. He has. And
It's just
knight
played bishop f4, but
knight takes c5. I'm
knight
expecting the bishop must be preserved. Put it on that beautiful diagonal pointing
But
at
what
the
if I
h7
continue
square.
I'm going to
attacking
chase
that
you.
bishop? Knight
Chase you
f4.
down.
It is what it is. I'm keeping that bishop alive. Bishop b1, I know.
And now you've trapped your rook in
Yes.
the corner.
Like I said.
And
And I think probably in for the penny, in for the pound. I mean, now could you even...
He's
getting
going
scary.
for it, guys.
Knight
Knight
b4.
he's chasing that bishop.
Yeah.
I don't know about this this e5 bishop f4 idea. Again, my Queen's Gambit accepted way of play is I'm happy with black. This bishop on e7 means that you don't get to play your sacrifice.
Yes.
You're dreaming of playing bishop h7 and knight g5. You don't get to do it. And if you don't get to do it, I, of course, want to play bishop takes f3 and knight takes c2. Sorry.
But I have an idea.
Please.
So bishop
b1, rook d8.
rook d8. And, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Let's go.
Put the rook to d6.
Ooh, okay.
Rook to d6.
Okay.
Okay, well, desperate
I haven't
time.
calculated this out.
Of course not. But
No,
we,
come on, Yasser, you're
F5
giving
kills
Jovi
the
what she
bishop.
wants. You're giving Jovi what she wants. No,
Jovi didn't want this.
Take on d6 with a rook and just take with the bishop back. Just win a
But,
pawn with
but
no
Jovi
compensation.
wants to sacrifice. I felt Jovi.
Am I giving Jovi what she wants?
I think she wants to
I
go
wanted
bishop
to go bishop
h2.
takes h7. I wanted the Greek gift.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Well, this is the kind of action that Fabi needs. And he did, by the way, play rook c1. No. But guess what? If you're going to let me take that bishop, that
you have
kills
to
your
do it.
attack. That
You
just
have to do it in
kills
a
your attack.
heartbeat.
Knight takes c2, and boy, Wesley's feeling that with that capture, a lot of the fears that he might have had in
No
the
more
position.
bishop takes h7.
No.
There is still something to be resolved for Wesley, because, for instance, you do have b4 in the air.
Okay.
The rook is eyeing up the queen,
Okay.
and the knight will transfer itself to e4, and then from
Fair.
there it can go to d6, and if you're feeling particularly frisky, f6.
Fair.
So perhaps the most forward way was rook to c8. Now
Yeah.
if you go b4, I go knight to e4.
Precisely. I was about to say, can we turn the tables on
Yeah.
who's pinning whom along the c file with the move knight a4 or knight e4?
That's exactly what Wesley is doing.
Yeah. So that neutralizes threat number one, which is
Yeah.
what you were pointing out there, Jovi. By the way, 7 minutes to
7 minutes and
5?
45 seconds for Fabi, 5 minutes and 20.
So
6
that
seconds for
early
Wesley.
long think that Wesley had, it's paying off.
That's
because
his
at the
thing.
moment-
He thinks early on, and then he figures things out,
Mm-hmm.
and then he plays super precise moves.
By the
after
way,
that.
the more you look at this position, you more you begin to question White's. Is this a good bishop? Is it a good bishop? Bishop
No,
on f4.
that's a terrible bishop.
Is this knight good?
That's a
It
terrible
can
knight.
be. It has potential. I mean, let's not
It-
dismiss White's attacking possibilities.
Well, let me take off some pieces.
Well, I was thinking knight to
Rook d8.
g5.
Wesley
rook
is
d8.
keeping it simple.
I think I would go, okay, knight to d4, played.
Rook to d8, knight to d4 played.
It feels
It
like
feels
something
nice.
is hanging.
I'm not a happy camper here. I'm telling you guys. Feels to me like Wesley is taking over the position.
He certainly is, but once again, he
Okay.
needs to worry about his time. He's
Let's
3
play
minutes
rook
down.
d7.
Rook
Let's-
to d7 looks like a very natural and
Now,
very
if you play
good move.
b4, I was kind of inclined to get out of dodge here with queen d8.
Oh,
And
that's,
how are you
that's a
going to
nice
meet
one.
rook d,
Do I have rook d2? though?
d2? Yeah.
Where is this knight going?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to take on e6.
Aha, taking on e6.
So perhaps I have some
Oops.
tactical ideas.
Okay.
And
No
Wesley,
rook d7 then.
his clock is ticking down. It is just
That's his problem in the
under
position.
4
Queen b8.
minutes and 15 seconds.
Oh, I know. Queen's Gambit accepted players. There you go.
Very good.
Bishop
Very-
a8 to make room.
Queen b6 is on the board.
Queen b6 is also another square that the queen goes to.
Queen b.
But
I
now bishop
like
e3,
bishop a8.
right?
Once you see bishop a8 and queen b7, you cannot unsee it. It's like that's where you need to go. Okay, b4. b5, b4. Then we're ultra safe. No more b4 and chasing my knight. b4. And black is fine.
You like that move b4?
Very, very
b4 is
much.
beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very much. It secures the c5 knight, and just
Knight a4
knight
on the
a4.
board.
Okay, he's looking to swap more pieces. After all he needs is a draw. Let's not forget the obvious. That bishop on b7 is just an angel or a demon, depending upon your point of view. I mean,
Isn't it sort of ridiculous how good these guys play with so little time on the clock?
It is. It's almost painful. It's like they find these moves with seconds. Like Leinier today did get solidly outplayed, but amazing how many good moves Leinier can play with just a second on his clock.
Yeah,
It's not a
and
joke.
we see knight takes knight, pawn takes, and I'm probably expecting the bishop to step back. You mean you have to keep as many pieces on the board? Otherwise,
bishop
it's just going to
E3,
be...
Bishop C5, perhaps?
Already
Bishop
gone
E3,
queen A5.
bishop... Sorry, Christian?
I was thinking bishop E3, queen A5 just to attack the pawn on E5. Game
Looks
the
like a-
tempo. Queen to
very-
G4.
Queen
Okay, he's going
G4.
for the attack.
There is no attack to go for, though.
Yeah, queen to G4, rook to D5 was Wesley's response.
Instantly.
Bishop to H6, probably bishop to F8.
Absolutely, that's the whole point, that the bishop is just such a beautiful defensive piece, and you keep your pawn shield intact, and there's just no attack.
Wesley's taking over right now.
Truly, the threat is the obvious rook to D8 and attack the knight on D4.
Feels like you have to drop back with the bishop to E3 now.
There's really nothing to be done other than just go
Hold on.
gung-ho.
Bishop E3.
H4.
Bishop E3 drops the E5 pawn, doesn't it?
I was going to give you that pawn.
Well, I
don't
was
know
going to
why.
take it.
I don't know why, because you would have taken it.
We'll both be happy. H4. Okay. You got to do something.
He has to go for it.
Yeah, but it is just one pawn that's
Rook.
marching up the board. It's not
What's
that
Wesley?
scary. King H8.
Touching the king in that position, king to
Wow.
H8. Really?
King H8. That's a preventive move before you even had a threat. I was expecting rook to D8, seriously. H4 looked very slow to my eyes. He didn't play rook to D8, he played king H8.
So the idea is he wants to meet H5 with H6, and there's no more bishop takes H6.
That is true. The king is no longer going to be pinned.
Bishop to
Bishop
E3.
to E3.
Are you going to take on E5 now?
Well,
Yes.
tempting.
You really
isn't
wanted
it?
to take on E5, so.
Yes. Yes.
But do I have
Yes.
knight F3 now?
You do have knight F3, but there's rook takes bishop.
I love these exchange sacrifices with two bishops. I'll put my bishop on the center of the board.
I get it, But this
Yep.
is probably what he wants to see,
Yeah.
Fabi that is,
So-
as well.
Just to remind
Create some
everyone that
imbalances.
if Fabi does manage to pull this one out of the bag
Yeah.
and win this game, then the players will move on to another playoff where they'll play with 2 games with 3 minutes plus 2-second increments.
Anything else? Any other result? And Fabi is sent to the elimination bracket.
Where he will face Lavonoronian. Queen C7, by the way. I tell you, I would have grabbed that E5 pawn with 2 hands and 2 feet. Queen C7, not allowing any kind of imbalance and still saying to Fabi, okay, I don't believe in your attack, H5, H6, as Christian explained. No breaking through there. And in the meanwhile, rook D8 in order to trade everything on the... This pawn on A4, as we saw in the previous game, is doing a great job at keeping the majority on the... Well, majority, keeping B2
So
and
perhaps
A3.
let's try to defend that pawn on E5 with knight F3.
Knight F3. Okay.
That's a good move.
Let's trade off everything.
Can I
I
take the
guess
pawn
you-
on A4? Or you're not worried about it?
I didn't realize it was hanging. Of course you can take the pawn on A4. Apologies.
That was my idea with knight F3.
But I mean, there are some consequences of the king going to H8, and if this knight can make its way to G5, then there are some issues.
I think that maybe in this case, this is one thing you can... Queen F4. Queen F4?
Asking the questions
F7.
related to that F7 pawn.
Well, we can drop back with the bishop.
Well, also, can you not go king G8 and say
Yes.
draw?
Draw.
But I
King
like your
G8.
bishop F8.
I do too. Just keeping the F7 pawn nicely protected. Wesley down to 2.5.
Yep,
2.5 minutes against 4 minutes and 11 seconds for Fabiano.
Okay.
Edge.
once again, another very tense game between these two players.
Truly, truly. Is he
I like
looking
King
at
G8.
queen takes e5?
No, he's moved his
G8.
king to g8.
I was about to say, queen takes e5, bishop? No, you would never
No.
allow queen takes
Also,
f7.
it's not Wesley's style as
Not
well.
at all,
He doesn't
no.
like to gamble,
I was,
roll the
but
dice.
that was a 30-second-ish pause or thereabout. That was a significant amount of time got
What
consumed
was
on
he
that one.
worried about?
Exactly.
Whoa, knight f5.
Really?
Oh, that is a thunder in the position.
But can you not just
What?
take the knight?
Take the knight, take on d5, and how is that position? I mean, I'm starting to have some pressure. You have a lot of weaknesses.
There's also,
a4 is a weakness, f5 is a weakness.
and okay, rook takes rook.
That
and
has to be played.
Well,
Knight
bishops
takes
of
e7.
opposite color, though. Is that not beautiful for Wesley?
That is.
But we still have major pieces on the board, and we know that the main factor of assessment is initiative.
But you know, this is where Yasser's idea comes into play.
Bishop to c4, bishop to d5, just
Yeah.
cutting off the... I love this move, by the way. I'm all over this move. If you take the pawn on a4, I've got check and maybe rook to c4. h4 pawn would be hanging, right?
I mean,
To
the
play
main
bishop
thing is not to go
c6.
g6 and allow the dark square bishop, sorry,
He
free
played
reign
bishop
of
this
c6.
position, guys.
Sorry.
Bishop to c6
bishop
was
to-
played. How do
yeah.
we feel about this one? Do we feel that
Well,
Fabi
you've
has some
allowed
chances?
rook... No. No, I don't think that there's any these bishops of opposite color where the black king is
King
so
h8.
safe.
King h8.
makes a lot of sense. You don't want to
Is
be
there a way
weakening
to
the
go
dark
bishop
squares.
g5, bishop f6, try to create something like that?
Spoken like a real Fabi fan, I want to say. I don't...
Wishful
I would imagine.
thinking, yes.
I
This is
would-
what I'm looking at. So, for example, you go bishop g5, queen c5,
I
bishop
have a
f6.
question. Could you kind of go after bishop g5, f6?
Ooh, I
It's
wouldn't do
legal,
that.
but it's not not
Are you sure?
recommended. Yeah, it's
The-
legal. It's legal. It is. Not recommended. Not recommended.
Comes with a warning. Okay.
You're really kind of encouraging rook to d4.
Okay.
Not exactly sure what. Okay, h7, h6. Just
Okay.
putting
Baby.
everything on tap.
Could you also go? No, I'm obsessed with this idea of rook d8, but
He's going
it
for
doesn't
it.
really work.
Why not?
He's going for it. Rook
What's
d8
wrong
is
with
on
rook
board.
d8?
Well, rook d8. Okay, I thought it didn't work because of rook c4 attacking the bishop.
And
But then,
bishop to
then again,
b5.
I have to trust in this f6 idea that I have, which I know you guys are not a fan of.
Oh,
but,
rook
you know-
c4, queen d. I will
yeah.
just very happily threaten to trade queens in this case.
King h2.
Rook.
I mean,
rook
rook f4 was
f4.
played.
Fabi is
Focusing
going
on that f7 pawn.
completely into a dead end. I just don't see him breaking through on the king side
King h2.
at all.
Tuck the king away.
Queen
Queen
d7, king h2.
d7, king h2.
There's still some pressure for white.
Definitely.
Really?
This is kind of one of those annoying situations where Wesley can feel that the draw is in his grasp, but it's
Yeah.
not quite there.
Exactly.
Queen to c7, gift me the pawn.
Queen g5.
Queen
Queen
h5,
h5.
Okay.
threatening the f7 pawn.
I feel
to
Wesley's
e8.
getting a little bit
No.
too comfortable in the position.
No, he's not being complacent. I think he's playing it very well, actually. Once again, no big threat f7, f5, no en passant, incredibly safe king by Wesley. He's playing this very practically, I want to say. I don't see how are you
How do you defend that
going to
pawn?
make an aggressive move? Tell me your threat.
There is no threat. I mean, what you have to do is you have to move your queen to g5,
But then I go
h6.
and then
Yeah, it's
I'm
not
struggling to
easy.
defend the e pawn.
Precisely so. That is exactly.
Maybe that e pawn is just
Rook
lost.
to b4,
Okay, but
allowing f5.
F5.
There's some bishop b6 business. Nobody believes me. f5 threatens queen takes e5 check.
I guess bishop b6 is the idea.
Can you go f5?
Yes, I with glee. I definitely. So I.
f6.
F6, not f5. Whoa.
No, but f6 allows bishop b6. Wait a minute.
Bishop b6?
f5, bishop b6, you had queen takes c5.
Exactly.
But this is a bit different.
Well, now do I have to move my queen? No, I don't know.
Yeah,
One thing I don't think you want to see is the
Yes.
rook endgame. So I don't think you want to take on b6, queen takes c8, rook takes c8, and rook takes b6. I think that's a difficult endgame.
Probably. Not completely convinced, but
I'm not either.
I'll go with you on that one.
I'm not either.
47 seconds for
I think
Wesley.
Wesley missed this move. I think he should have played f5.
And that was the big difference. With the pawn on f5, you had queen takes c5 after bishop e6.
Exactly. But with the pawn on f6, queen takes e5 hangs the rook on d8 after a trade.
Big shocking move.
And
for
Wesley is
Down.
frozen.
To
Completely
the
frozen.
22 seconds, clock is ticking down, and
He's
actually
calculating
captures the queen.
something.
And he's going into a bishops of opposite color kind of position, rook to c8, yeah?
Well, all I can tell you is that this is the best position Fabi had in a very long time.
Truly, I agree with that. And I think that Wesley understood that the move f6 was simply a mistake. That's a first really, well, egregious is strong, but mistake, that Wesley has made in this match so far.
Bishop is headed towards c3.
Yes, that's the dream square, of course.
And of course, the rook can also go down to b6. Bishop
So-
comes to e8 to protect the a pawn. Rook comes to b6.
And now Fabi's got some nibble here.
yes.
I mean, a6 and bishop to c3, and the tide has turned.
There's definitely something. I mean, bishop
Yep.
c3, you're going to have to close that diagonal by playing f5. But then you're just simply going to play with the pawn down. I mean,
True.
Look, with only 17 seconds on the clock, this is not going to be an easy defense for Wesley Saw.
Rook takes a6, f5, not even waiting for bishop c3. But boy, what a mistake. He could have had that pawn on f5 quite some time ago.
f3, h6.
But practically speaking, I mean, it's a fantastic moment for Fabi because it's a two-result game. He's got an extra pawn
And an extra minute
and
on the
an
clock.
extra minute.
Yeah. And also, he has the black king in a bind. You can just imagine a situation where the white rook will park itself on the 7th row.
Truly. And the
So
bishop-
he puts the bishop on b3, which does defend all of his structural weaknesses.
Exactly, meaning e6 as well as
a4.
a4. Okay, this means that it's time, pardon me, to go king f4, g4, g5, rook to a7, and hope that we can, make hay.
G4, I'm going to trade that with like two hands.
And
Snatch that
feet.
pawn with two hands.
Yes, yes. I'm thinking, Jovi, as white, would you like to put your pawn on h5? I'm supposing so, but
Are you going to go to g6 as
I'm not
black?
so sure.
okay. So
think I would-
Wesley obviously is just waiting. Okay, he's
Oh,
saying,
yes.
go ahead, improve your position as much as you can. I'm going to move my king back and forth. My bishop is going to remain,
Ideas of bishop e7, bishop f6 if you get the king to h7 now, so you have to be careful.
Good point. Good point.
King h7 drops back into its
So-
shell.
I do like what you said of, and that was also, Jovi, what I was asking you about h5. If you get your pawn on h5 and your bishop on f6, then you can just keep black, stuck, essentially, on the king side.
And the bishop comes back to
To
c3.
c3.
And
That's
Wesley
not threatening.
cutting off the king. Well, there are some ideas in here, right? Of
No,
the
G4.
king coming. Okay, g4.
Here we go.
Here it
And
comes.
Wesley was very, very quick to say thank you for clarifying the structure on the king side there with that move g4. Takes came fast.
What Fabi would love to see is
h5
trade
and king
of-
h6. And Wesley is very, very pleased that he can maybe take everything of the king side.
yeah. If he manages to do that, put the bishop back to b3,
Yeah.
that's going to be a draw.
Easy draw.
That's going to be the draw.
And there he is, immediately. And I'm thinking rook g8. Just cover that pawn so
Just
you
make
can
sure
go
you
But
don't
if
get
you let-
checkmated.
king takes
But
h5.
then you let the king go rogue on the queen's side.
Okay, I like that. I do indeed. But
No,
I,
take on h5, take on h5. Take on h5, take on h4, simplify the position as much as possible.
Okay, take on h5.
he took your advice, but I would have liked the passed pawn myself. Rook g8, king h4, king h5, king h4, and I have a passed g pawn.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the
he
thing
did-
is, this simplifies his mission. He knows exactly what he needs to do right now. Don't get checkmated, and it's almost impossible to get checkmated without the king, without the white king. My bishop has one square in the position that I want to keep it at, b3.
Truly. I liked your king going rogue, because if the king does go rogue, then you may be able to trade,
Exactly.
sacrifice the exchange.
You kind of
And now the king
break the
escapes also.
defenses.
King goes to g6 now.
Okay, but again, it's still in the air though.
Still in the air, absolutely. 23 seconds, 35
King.
seconds for Fabiano.
Okay, so but this is the type of position where both sides can just make the moves at tempo. The rook coming down to g1.
Boy, that's such a strange move for me. I would be keeping my rook on the light squares, like rook g4, rook g2, obviously, not putting it on dark square. That would allow me to blunder my rook. I'd fall for something
14,
like bishop
13.
f8 check. Ooh.
Okay, now Wesley will probably
King
move the king.
g7, rook d1. Yes, rook d1.
Yeah.
Good turn, good move.
Okay, the black king cut off.
So long as it's on h7, you're never going to get mated there. Can we win a pawn? No, we can't.
Look,
Apologies.
one thing that white wants to do is get that bishop to f6.
Good
Manage
luck.
to get that bishop closer to your king. Maybe I will start dreaming of something. I don't have much, even
No.
though,
Yeah.
but I can dream.
Yeah, and you've got 14 seconds to fulfill that dream.
Make that 10.
10. King
E2.
steps back.
By the way, again, that's not where I'm putting my...
Yes,
if I'm white,
yes,
I'm
yes,
not putting my rook on a light
That
square.
bishop coming to d1.
Correct. And rook d5 we could expect a la tempo, but no, Wesley,
Okay, Wesley
5
realizing that the clock is
seconds.
ticking down.
Whoa. What
These
kind of
players
move
are
was
playing
that?
a different brand of chess.
That is such a strange move for me. Okay, your bishop f6 is on the agenda.
Okay, rook to b4, bishop to b3 back. No,
Oh,
rook
he's
to
moving
h1.
Crazy move. I would have expected king g6 to just get your king.
And now the king is in.
Well, finally, but yeah, king f5, king
would-
e4.
Yeah.
You're doing great now suddenly.
And now you can give a check
Correct.
to the white
on
king.
h3, why not?
Yes.
Although you are driving the white king.
Could go rogue.
It could go rogue up to d4, up to c5. Okay, we are expecting
Okay,
Wesley
no
moving the
rogue.
rook.
Again, why are you putting your king on a dark square? King g4.
Well, yes.
Look, here he goes. I mean, he's trying to trick him.
Okay, now you have to go rook b1. You have to get the tempo.
I'm
He's
starting
got
to see some tricks
no-
in the position. I don't know, this king to h5.
What's the 50 move? When do they...
How do you feel about
So
this
we've been
position,
told-
guys?
It is.
I think it's...
There's been how many moves without a pawn move? Well, we have the 50 move rule where if one side hasn't made a
made a
capture
pawn
or
or
a
a pawn
pawn move, then
It's a draw.
it's a draw. And it was a few moves ago, it was 29 moves left.
The problem is they don't know that.
Ooh, that's a strange move. What is he doing? His bishop is hanging. Oh, I was wondering.
He's playing with fire right now.
Oh,
He is truly playing with fire.
jeez, this is such a strange way of play for me.
Bishop d5.
Oh, now he's safe again. Whew.
Finally, the king goes back.
Well, isn't it just king f7 here, Wesley?
Rook to b3, that's the bishop's square.
That is the bishop square.
That is the bishop's square.
Okay.
King f7, escape with the king.
Right. Bring your king to c6. That's a nice square.
That makes a lot of sense indeed.
Perfect.
Okay,
Perfect.
Wesley traveling on light squares. This is good.
Rook to
Yeah,
g3.
this is good. Rook to d3, king to d7. Let's go.
Rook to rook to d3, yes. That
King
is-
to d7.
Okay, there's
About 20 moves left before a draw can be. And now the king, the white king, is shut in. Bishop to b3. Don't allow rook takes a4. Or rook f5 check also makes sense. But now I think it's an easy draw. King to c6 it's got to be easy.
Rook to f1.
Because white's king is just cut off. Why didn't he play king to c6?
And just stay on the f file. Or start giving
but
some
maybe
checks.
now it's just you check the king.
Yes, keep checking.
Keep checking.
Yeah, I like
But
this
don't
check.
let the king back on towards the center, right?
No, this is fine. Yeah, no,
And
yeah.
now put the bishop back on
yeah.
his dream square.
Correct.
I think this might be over, guys. I don't see a way.
No.
And just 10
more
moves remaining.
until we reach.
And as you
Before
say,
Wesley can claim a draw.
Yeah, the players won't know that, but I do believe the arbiters at a certain moment, 75 moves or so.
They're obliged to step in and
to
finish
say,
the game.
Right. So king c6.
Mhm.
King c6, king d5.
King c6 makes a lot of sense. He's trying to get the bishop to f4
Right.
to get the king back into play.
Exactly. But king c6, king d5. Your king will be wonderfully safe on the e4 square. You're not going to get checkmated in the middle of the board with a rook and bishop.
No?
I think Wesley knows it.
Yeah, he can feel that
Wesley
he's
finally can breathe a sigh of relief almost.
just... Yeah,
Okay.
king d5. Give me the e5 pawn. I love that pawn. Let's go. King d5. What?
What? Isn't there rook takes...
No, rook f3 check.
Rook F3
Wesley
check.
really
Wesley.
loves to play with fire. He really loves it.
Bishop back to b3.
And he's let the king back
Now
into
the
the
king
play?
can come into d5.
But okay, king to d5. Come on.
Now. I like the way that Wesley has set up a nice technique. You know, he's just simply going to cut off the
What?
white king. Okay.
Rook
What's he
e4.
doing? Okay.
Rook e4. And now king to b5.
Run.
How many moves? How many moves? Are we there?
I think we're nearly there.
I feel like Calvin and Hobbes. Are we there yet?
He's
He's
checking
looking.
with the
He's
arbiter.
looking.
Yeah, he can claim any time.
He doesn't know it.
He
but
doesn't
he can
know.
claim it right now.
But he should claim it. And the worst thing that can happen is that Fabi will just gain a few extra minutes and then he will know you're 5 moves away. You're
Yes,
8 moves
that
away.
is a very good point. Yeah.
I mean, and that knowledge is golden.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
I think it's very good technique to do that. But you
But
can
by
see
the way,
Wesley
he's got such a
is thinking
fortress.
about it.
Yeah, he's got
trying
such a
to
fortress
calculate.
that, yeah. But seriously, I would play the move bishop d5 and I would say, I'm going to make a claim.
I think the claim is going to be made whenever the position is changing. So when he knows that he doesn't have a way to stop the position from changing,
Like rook takes
then
b3
he will make
or-
the claim.
Yeah.
It's also a psychological battle, right?
Yeah,
between
it's
these
like
two players,
neither
because
player
they-
wants to give the other player a minute on the clock. It's like, what?
And the satisfaction, right? Almost. And they know that they might meet again later on in the tournament.
Okay.
So king b5, rook a5 check, king b6.
I would go king b7.
He goes king b5.
I would go king c4.
Me too.
I
Put
would,
the king on d3.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, bishop d5, king c4, king d3.
Can you ever get in trouble here? Like king c4, bishop d5. Wait a minute. King a5. No.
No.
20 moves. And the king marches
King
up.
goes to d3.
I love that move.
I
And
love
king
it
to
too.
d3. Yeah, that will be...
And suddenly it's the white king that's
Yeah,
in danger.
yes. Precisely. That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah, this one doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
King
for
d3.
West, for
Yes.
It's
Fabiano.
The rogue king.
Rogue king.
I'm gonna borrow that and call it an original, by the way. Yeah.
Are you worried at all about rook takes d5?
Okay.
Probably not.
No.
No.
I'll play bishop
There's
to
nothing
b3.
to worry about.
Bishop to b3, yes.
King f3,
Bishop d1 check.
And the more moves that they make, the closer they get to the arbiter Chris Bird stepping in and
Right.
declaring the game drawn. So I think there's 15 moves left until the arbiter can do that.
King
Right.
c2.
Yeah.
So it's almost tempting to actually play for the win.
Kinda. A little
Now
bit,
Fabiano is praying that Wesley's going to get ambitious with rook takes b4.
But by the way, let me get ambitious. Let me play rook takes b4. Right?
No, that's one thing you don't do in this position.
No?
You really don't do it. Even if you're
spoil
completely
the
winning, you
draw.
shouldn't do that. I mean,
Rook takes b4 was, I mean, okay, king takes b2.
No, now king takes b2.
Well, then he'll go rook takes a4, and suddenly there's no more 75 move.
no, rook takes b4 is really something you don't want to do. Because you're not, do you really care about the rating, the rapid rating?
No.
I'm not playing for the win. I was thinking that rook takes b4 was clarifying the draw, actually, funnily enough. But it is a strange... Again, I'm thinking Wesley should... Whoa. Discover check?
Well, rook takes e5 is a move.
He's going to...
He's
claiming.
going to ask
He's
now
claiming.
before
Yeah.
he can take that
Yeah.
decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's claiming. I think Chris Bird is asking him, with what move do you want to claim? You have to make a move, Wesley. The problem is Wesley does not want to make a move because rook takes e5 is available. It's over.
it's a
This
draw.
one is over, guys.
You're right.
Ooh, what a...
Quite the match, quite the playoff. As we expected, it was going to be a very, very, very tough one. Our defending champion, Fabi, it's the first time he loses a match. In 2022, he went through winning all of his matches, but now he's going to have to come from the elimination bracket.
Yes, we're going to have to see a comeback from Fabiano if he wants to win the American Cup. But what a battle.
It
have
sure
to-
is. Wesley moves on to face Hikaru. That's also very, very promising. Let's take a look at the brackets.
Definitely. And in the champions bracket, we saw Hikaru Nakamura put in a powerful performance to go through to the next stage, whereas it was touch and go for Wesley So, but he made it, and he will be facing off against Hikaru Nakamura. And Fabiano Caruana is sent down to the eliminations bracket. And talking about the eliminations bracket, well, we'll see.
We have
We're
some-
going to see some big pairings even there.
Big
You know, you
names.
think you're safe? No, you're absolutely not. It is Fabiano Caruana who is meeting Levon Aronian.
Nice.
You know, a very strong player. And then we have world number 15, I think, Leinier Dominguez facing off against the extremely well-prepared Sam Shankland. And these guys are on their last lives, so whoever loses their match will be eliminated tomorrow.
Exactly. And in women, it's number 1 versus number 2.
Yeah, and it certainly was. And Irina, Krush and Alice Lee, you know, they are just making a 2-horse race. They've been so impressive. And they will be facing off against each other tomorrow. Whereas
And in the elimination bracket?
in that bracket, there is everything to play for. Remember, if you lose, that's it, you are out. And we are going to see 4 players battle it out. So first up, we have Nazi Paikidze. She's playing against Tatev Abrahamyan, who was very impressive, defeating Katerina Nemtsova.
Yep.
And then we have Begim, who will be playing against newcomer Atusa Pukashian. And remember, you lose, you're out. It will be decided tomorrow. So hold on to your seats because it's going to get bumpy tomorrow.
Nice. Well, I have to say, guys, this was a great match to watch. It lived to the expectation, I want to say. I mean, both players really played some really great moves.
Yeah.
I enjoyed this.
I enjoyed it from the beginning, actually,
Yes.
because every single player came to the board in a fighting mood. They wanted to play combative chess. They really wanted to test each other in this battle of wits. And sometimes that's rare to see when you're playing in this elite level chess.
Uh-oh. I had Wesley. I was okay.
I'm good.
Nakamura, I have to admit,
job,
you know,
good
you
job,
guys.
guys. Good job.
But now comes the crucial one. What about the ladies?
Yeah, and the ladies,
I mean,
well,
it's tough. It's tough.
everyone is still in the competition. I mean,
Boy, we're on a similar path. We got here different ways, but we picked the semifinals,
yes,
shall we say.
definitely. And,
Very brave of you. Very brave.
Well, thank you very much.
Pick up the waiting favorite in both events. Very
And
brave.
you were very loyal. You're loyal to your student, Begim, and loyal to Fabi. So we admire you for that, Cristian. I mean,
Look, I still have lives left in both competitions. I'm not out yet.
that is
so.
true. Yes. I just thought that Hikaru, not only did he play a great game, and I mean that genuinely, he played really, really well, but when he came into studio and he talked about his thoughts, his processes, how he got to knight c2, how he did everything, it was like he was right on. Everything, he just had a great feeling about the position.
yeah, I have to say I was also very impressed
We were
by
looking
the
at each
amount
other.
that he saw,
Right.
and also by his game plan as well, choosing that opening, you know, just making sure that Leinier took a long time because it was an
Right.
uncomfortable position to play, and I thought he just did it beautifully.
I thought it was also funny what he said about the G4 is the best move.
Yeah.
But when you play it and lose, you know, like you feel like an idiot. Why did you play G4? Because if you go into that variation and you don't know that G4 is the right move, it's you feel a little reluctant. You'll play G3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, our winner, Wesley So, is with Cristian.
Wesley, a titanic struggle between two incredible players. What did you feel made that separation in this matchup?
Well, you know, you kind of need some help, you know, help from your opponent. I could have gone either way. And try to get some good time management. It kind of helped a little bit that I got some practice in Berlin playing speed chess. But yeah, really, the first game went quite smoothly, to be fair.
You mean the first game of the playoffs?
Yeah, the
because you guys also played the classical match. You had some chances. It felt like you got that extra pawn. Did you feel like you were getting
in the classical.
any traction in that game?
Probably nothing really. Like, I was very surprised when he played h6. I thought queen takes c5 was the main line, and it's pretty easily holding for
Queen
black.
takes c5.
Yeah, queen takes, b takes, bishop f6, g f6, king e2.
B takes.
Yeah, you don't want to get pinned.
Checkmate, yes.
King
King
e2,
e2.
knight c6. And I analyzed this with black. Like, if rook c1, probably just knight d4 check. Yeah.
Knight d4 check.
Well, the computer doesn't like. Or maybe rook a b8 first, and then knight d4, I think.
Rook to b3, knight to d4.
Yeah.
Yes, perhaps knight to d4. Maybe
Knight
this is
for-
what you analyze.
It's just a draw. But
Take, and this is a draw.
yes, I was very surprised why he started thinking a long time.
And he
Then
played the move
h6.
h6.
And then I thought I had some chances, but probably nothing really big. I was happy, except knight c6. If he played knight a6, I have c6. I thought knight a6, c6. But yeah, computer doesn't give much, but I thought white has a very big advantage here.
Yeah.
b4 is coming, but yeah, computer gives all zeros, g3. Yeah, like here, I thought I had chances, but couldn't really find anything. So I was kind of confused during the game whether it's all part of his preparation or I'm mixing up something.
He was indeed taking a long time to get to this position, but after that he did precisely calculate everything to make a draw.
Yeah, probably
Nevertheless,
had nothing, huh? Yeah.
that first game of the playoffs,
Yeah,
it felt like he
quite smoothly.
slowly, well, you were
C3.
gaining a nice advantage out of the opening, it felt like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, instead of d6, I thought d5 equalized right away. but,
Yes.
yeah, but then he spent a lot of time and then on move 9.
Mhm.
But yeah, I thought rook a8 was a mistake. And here I was very happy because I had a big advantage, I thought. But yeah, it was unpleasant defending for black. I think he almost equalized at some point. Like the bishop is just very,
This bishop on b6.
just badly played.
Was he going with the knight on b8? Like, what was his plan with his knight to c6?
A5.
a5 after queen to a2, or?
Yeah, queen a2, a5, b5, knight b8.
Knight d8, or knight
Yeah,
d8.
doesn't matter. Yeah, knight b8,
Knight d7, knight c5.
Yeah, I thought I had a pretty big advantage, but I was trying to push it. But then I couldn't really find anything concrete. But I mean, he probably almost equalized at some point.
This was the big moment when he had this opportunity to play
D5,
d5.
c4, d4. Yeah, c4. I was gonna play c4, d4.
Yes,
Yeah, and then he gained some space.
yes.
Yeah.
But still, there's some pressure left. In that
For a
position.
blitz game.
For
yeah.
a blitz game, yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I was trying to put pressure, but then I realized it's just all about the time. And yeah, he didn't really have a clear way to equalize. Maybe, maybe instead of
At what point?
rook d1 on move 40, I guess queen d1 also loses, yeah, because I trapped his knight. Yeah,
Queen d1, take,
rook a2.
rook a2, rook to a8, and the knight gets trapped.
Yeah, I mean the difference in the position of knights is huge.
That is beautiful, yes. Rook to
So I was
a8.
very pleased when I won this game.
Yes, and then
But then the second game,
he came up with a
think I
similar
really-
idea to what he did in the classical
Yeah, I was very
match.
surprised because I thought white had absolutely nothing if I go for main line with b5, but I decided not to check his analysis. And then after e4, couldn't really remember. I guess I played okay. Castle e5.
Castle, yeah.
But I was very happy on move. I thought bishop f4 was slightly a mistake. But I was
Yes.
very happy when I took the bishop on c2.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I was even a little better. Yeah, I'm better.
And you
yeah.
were indeed, yeah.
But then I messed up real quick. Like I relaxed too early. Yeah, I missed knight d4, which prevents all the trades.
Knight a4 was a good move.
Yeah, now I couldn't trade pieces. I guess I'm still better, but I couldn't.
Still not an easy position, especially with a low time control.
Yeah, and then he found knight f5, and now.
Were you at all
Slightly
worried
pressed.
at this point, or did you feel like you're very, very close to
I was happy to get
getting
the.
equality?
I was happy to get the opposite colored bishops.
Yeah.
I mean, that means it's very good throwing chances, no matter what happens. But of course, I knew that I need to be very precise.
Mm-hmm.
But then I kind of messed up. F6 probably a mistake.
Because of this
Oh.
bishop to b6, perhaps f5 instead of f6?
Yeah, F5. I just forgot about this bishop b6 business.
Yeah.
Yeah, F5 and then bishop b5 should be
Yeah.
quite an easy draw.
And then I have
Then
to
I
say
messed up. Oh, I thought on move 38.
38.
Oh,
okay.
30 there. I thought, yeah, he should take on F6. It's
Take
much-
on f6 first, and now bishop to c3.
Yeah,
So not allow you to close the position up with f5.
that's why F6 was a big mistake.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
This does indeed
here
give him
probably
quite
Fabiano will convert this position.
serious chances. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's and also I had very little time, so he probably would convert.
But still, after F5, you had to defend accurately for 70-plus moves. You did so.
Yeah.
You continue into the champions bracket. Tomorrow you will be facing a
Hikaru.
mammoth, the rating favorite going into this event, Hikaru Nakamura. How do you feel about that particular matchup? You know him so well.
I mean, he's the only one who's won any classical games, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's the only one who won in classical games. I mean, he's in very good form. I thought since it streams nonstop that his chess would be affected. But he comes to this event very well prepared, and he's playing really, really well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. Yeah, I thought that with his full-time job,
as a streamer,
I thought his classical chess would be affected, but no, he's playing like Magnus Carlsen in this tournament.
He is indeed, but yeah, you're giving us a nice showing as well. Don't shy away from that. Guys, any questions?
Yeah, a quick question for you, Wesley. At the time that you did say to the arbiter, Chris Bird, I'm going to claim a draw on the 50-move rule, in your mind, how many moves had you played?
I was pretty sure that
you were comfortably above 50, but how many did you think you might have played?
It was only like 56 in the end. Yeah, I thought for sure that we'd reach 50 moves at that point without any pawn moves, just so many moves. I mean, I look at the TV screen and I realized that we played like almost 130 moves.
But you were getting close to the 75 move where the arbiter was going to step in.
Yeah, not that close, but I claimed because I was wondering if I could take the pawn on e5.
You wanted to stop yourself from losing the 50-move rule chance.
I didn't want to, but it was also quite risky because if you're wrong, then you get then your opponent gets a minute, right, or something.
Yeah, two. But so
Two?
big deal. Yeah, big deal.
Yeah, it's very risky.
You think it's risky to give your opponent 2 minutes? So what? What is he going to do? You got 2 minutes. It's opposite color.
Yeah, in that position. But when my king was cut off on the g file, I was a bit slightly worried that he could sack the rook for my bishop at some point, like rook takes b3 and a4, a5. And I had to be very careful that this is a draw. But yeah, it's tricky to say. Like, of course, I could just take the pawn e5, but then we keep playing.
Right.
And I was just pretty confident that it's got to be 50 moves. But it's hard to say in a blitz game because you can get penalized for the wrong claim. So I think I've done it before.
Wesley, very well done. Good luck tomorrow in your match with Hikaru.
Thank you so much, guys.
Absolutely. And another thrilling day here at the American Cup.
I know, what a battle between Fabiano and Wesley. I mean, I still can't get over it. I mean, it was so difficult to call.
It was tense.
I know, world number 7 against world number 8. They can't agree a quick draw. There has to be a decider.
Right.
I mean, it was intense.
Yeah.
And I have to say, overall, though, I mean, what a day. I think it's
Good
my
stuff.
favorite day so far.
Good stuff. Wrap it up for us, Cristian, with some final thoughts of day
I have
4.
to say my favorite day is every day because we have every single day this type of matches that take us to the end, and this is exactly what we want to see. I am mightily impressed with the favorites of this event. Hikaru Nakamura, just incredible precision with the black pieces and guts to play the Sicilian Kalashnikov against a player like Dominguez. That one quite impressive, and of course Irina Krush. It's very difficult to touch her at this moment in time, but tomorrow we will be seeing this huge clash between her and the 13-year-old prodigy, Alice Lee. I'm definitely going to have my eyes peeled to that one, guys. So much fun and exciting chess here at the American Cup.
No question about it. That's a beautiful wrap if I ever heard one. Well done.
It's been
really
a pleasure.
We'll see you all tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.